Hello friends. Welcome to the Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto become the overpowered feared ninja of the sea. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video. No one had an exact reason to why pirates and ninjas were always fighting each other. History dates these two kinds of people have been archenemies ever since the great hidden ninja villages rose. That does not mean that all ninjas and pirates are enemies, but those who are comrades with the other are considered traitors to their kind. Furthermore, there was a grand fight between Pirate King Gol D. Roger and Yodem Hokage Minato Namikaze. The Hokage came up as the victor. This battle was known as the Rival Showdown, and ninjas were more feared after this battle. Unfortunately, the Yodem died shortly after while fighting off the Kyuubi no Kitsune, a powerful tailed beast with 9 tails, who was attacking Konoha, by sealing it into a baby boy by the name of Uzumaki Naruto. "There he is. Get him," a man shouted with a wooden club. A young boy with spiky blonde hair, an orange jacket, and blue shorts was being chased by an angry mob of people. "Leave me alone," the boy shouted. "Uzumaki Naruto, you are a threat to our village. You contain the spurt of the 9-tailed fox that killed our beloved ones. You may have already be controlled, so we must kill you before the fox can reincarnate." Another man shouted, with a kunai knife. Naruto continued to run, faster than any other 5-year-old could. However, he soon stopped, for he was at the edge of a cliff, with a raging river at the bottom. There is nowhere to run. Surrender peacefully, and we will make your death less painful. Naruto tried to back away, but the heel of his shoe did not touch the ground. Small pebbles started to fall into the river, and traveled along the current. A 5-year-old boy may soon join the rocks. "I can't go anywhere. Why does everyone want me dead?" Naruto whispered, with tears slowly rolling off his cheeks. He felt the small whiskers on his cheeks, and flicked the tears away. "I won't let you kill me," Naruto shouted, and jumped down to the river. Before he landed, a shadow caught him, and started running away. "What a lucky kid you are. You have the chance to start a new life elsewhere," the man commented. The man was tall, with spiky white hair, matching green shirt and pants, with a green vest. He had red lines drawn down his eyes, and a spiky forehead protector with the kanji for oil. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "I am Jiraiya, but you'll learn about me later. For now, I'll get you to a place where you won't be feared, and you can make some friends. Do you want that?" Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded happily, causing Jiraiya to smile. "Very well, but we must leave the Grand Line. Is that okay with you?" "The what?" Naruto asked. The Grand Line is where all the great ninja villages are scattered. This place is known as the Graveyard of Pirates. Ever since the Pirate King left his most valuable treasure, One Piece, in here. It's very dangerous to travel at sea here, but I have my ways to getting around. I'll meet up with a couple of pirate friends I meet up with at a town, and we'll find a new place for you to live." With that said, Jiraiya jumped from tree to tree, heading for the dock. 2 weeks later in Fuchsia Village, "Shanks, you're so cool. When I grow up, I want to be a pirate just like you," proclaimed a young boy about 7 years old. He had black hair, with a white shirt that said, "Pirates Rule," and blue shorts. He was talking to a man with red hair, and a brown jacket. His red hair seemed to move a little from making a confused face. The two were in a bar, owned by a woman with blue hair. "You, a pirate? Don't make me laugh. You're just a kid. The life of a pirate is dangerous, and you can die if you're not careful." Shanks laughed. Luffy's face started turning red. "I'll show you. I'll be a pirate, and run my own crew. Then, I'll meet you one day at sea, and beat you," Luffy shouted as he stood on his chair, pointed at Shanks. Just at that time, the door opened. "Yo, red-haired Shanks, I haven't seen you in a while," Jiraiya said. "Well, if it isn't the legendary Toad Sage, Jiraiya. What brings you here? There are no hot springs for you to peep in," Shanks joked. "Whatever, I brought a boy here who was seen as an outcast in Konoha," Jiraiya explained, as Naruto stepped in. "This is Uzumaki Naruto." Shanks stood up. "Hello Naruto, I'm a friend of Jiraiya. My name is Shanks, and this is Luffy," Shanks said, while pointing to Luffy. "Hi, I'm Naruto, and I'm going to be the strongest ninja, Naruto replied boldly. Not if I can become the strongest pirate first, Luffy shouted. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, nice to meet you. So Naruto, you like it here? I'm staying here for a while with Shanks here, so I can train you. You also have a kid around your age. The Toad Sage commented. Naruto nodded, and then held his stomach. I'm hungry, is there any ramen? Naruto asked. Everyone laughed, except Luffy, who did not understand the joke. I'm also hungry, Luffy thought, as he looked at a wooden box with a weird blue fruit with white spots on it. He quickly took it out, and started munching on it. Shanks did not notice what Luffy was eating until after the boy almost finished the fruit. Luffy, did you eat the thing inside the box? Spit it out, quickly. Shanks yelled, as he grabbed Luffy by the ankles, and shaking him. However, Luffy's legs just extended, and his face landed splat on the floor. That was a devil fruit, and whoever eats it will not be able to swim, the red-haired one shouted. Can I have one of those? Naruto asked. No, Shanks and Jiraiya shouted at the same time. Why not? What's so special about a devil fruit? Naruto, devil fruit allow a human to possess unimaginable power. However, those who eat it become anchors in the ocean, Jiraiya explained. So, I can't swim anyway, so why can't I get one? There are ninjas who eat devil fruit, and ends up losing their ability to build up chakra for jutsus. You can eat one, but if you do, you will not be able to be a ninja anymore. On second thought, I won't eat one. Naruto's sweat dropped, as Luffy started crying about the fact that he can't swim anymore. 2 weeks later, Naruto happily looked out at sea. It was 7 a.m., and Jiraiya was still asleep. Naruto felt the ocean wind breeze through his hair, as he continued to sail towards his original hometown, Konoha. He didn't like the fact to leave Luffy, but he had to become a stronger shinobi, and going to the proper place to train can only allow him to fulfill his dream. Flashback, 1 week ago at Fuchsia Village. Well, Luffy, it's time for us to go, Shanks said, as he looked at the young boy. I don't want to go in your crew, even if you beg me, Luffy replied. As if I would have let you on my ship. I won't have a kid like you going to dangerous places. I'm going to go out at sea someday, and build my own crew. Then, I'll be the Pirate King, and find One Piece. Shanks chuckled at the statement. I see, then, you should have this. The red-haired man slapped his straw hat on Luffy's head. That straw hat is very special to me. Don't lose it. Shanks walked up the ladder leading to his ship. As the ship sailed away, Luffy had streams of tears flowing down his face. Luffy, return that hat to me, as a great pirate, Shanks thought, as the harbor became nothing more than a black dot. Well, it's best that I get going as well, Jiraiya told Luffy. He waved to the boy, and walked towards the dock. Wait! Naruto shouted from inside the bar. He ran towards the Toad Ninja. Jiraiya-sama, please take me as well, Naruto begged. Naruto, why do you want to go? Luffy asked. Luffy, I have to get stronger. I need to train more, and I can't if Jiraiya-sama leaves. He's the only one here with knowledge of a ninja, and if I can't at least get back to a ninja village, I won't be a strong shinobi, Naruto explained. Naruto, I was hoping you could crew. Luffy hung his head down. Naruto, however, just smiled. There's no doubt about that. I definitely want to be on the crew of the future Pirate King. However, I'll just be useless to you in my current state, so I have to get more powerful. Luffy, I promise that after I complete my training, I will travel out to sea to find you. I never go back on my word. Naruto gave thumbs up. You better not, because if I find you not even trying, I'll kick your ass, Luffy proclaimed. Jiraiya laughed. Well, it seems you got yourself a friend, Naruto. You can come with me, and I'll continue to train you along the way to Konoha, Jiraiya decided. After the two got on their small ship, they waved goodbye to Luffy. My dream is to be the strongest ninja ever, and help Luffy become the Pirate King. 10 years later. Get the loot. A pirate shouted. He had a red bandana tied around his head, with a giant sword waving above his head. A pink ship with hearts all over it was invading a regular party ship. Kobe, go help steal the loot, he shouted to a short pink-haired boy. Kobe's glasses were vibrating from his shaking of fear. Hi! He yelled as he jumped onto the party ship. He had a white shirt and a blue cape. His steps echoed past him as he ran towards the storage room. Meanwhile, on deck, 3 teenagers about 15 years old were fighting the pirates. One boy had black spiky hair tied together, with a dark green vest that had a bunch of pockets that was worn over a long-sleeved black shirt. He had a Konoha mark kitted on the sleeve of his left arm. The other boy had wild, brown spiky hair, with a red shirt. A gray backpack was hung behind his back. He wore armor over his arms, torso, and legs. He had a red headband tied on his forehead, with the Konoha symbol. The girl had long blonde hair, and matching purple shirt and skirt. "Get the kids!" a short pirate shouted, and raising his axe into the air. "This is so troublesome," the boy with the green vest complained, as he jumped backwards to dodge a sword slash. "Shikamaru, I saw some pirates running into the grand ballroom, and some into the storage room," the boy wearing red reported. "All right. Shoji, you stay here, and guard the deck. Ino, go into the storage, and I'll go into the grand ball," Shikamaru commanded. "Hi," the two responded, and took their positions. "In the storage room, yes, score," a pirate shouted. He had a blue and white striped shirt. The man rolled 5 barrels near the doorway. "Hey, Kobe, hurry up," another man shouted. Sorry, I found this giant barrel," Kobe explained, as he rolled the barrel to the men. The biggest one laughed, and slapped Kobe on the back. "Well done, Kobe, this barrel must have a lot of sake. Let's drink," the big pirate declared. "Are you sure it's okay? I mean, the boss would kill us if we were drinking without her," the pirate with the striped shirt questioned. The big man didn't respond, since he was already lunged at the barrel. "Don't punch the barrel," the same man yelled. However, just as he was about to punch the barrel, a fist drove into his face first. "Ah, what a nap," a teenage boy said, as he broke out of the barrel. He had a straw hat, a red vest, and blue shorts. "Huh, where am I, and who are you guys? We should be asking you that," the pirate trio yelled in unison. "Me? I'm Monkey D. Luffy," Luffy responded, as he looked around. "Is there any food? I'm starving." "How dare you mock us like that?" the giant man yelled, as he went for a punch at Luffy's stomach. Luffy jumped away, and gave him an upward kick, sending the man into the air, and he landed onto his companions. The attack caused the boat to rock, making Ino run faster towards the storage. "Oh, there's food in there," Luffy shouted, as he started to run into a room full of fruit crates. "Don't be an idiot, run. Do you know who's running the pirate crew attacking this ship? If she finds out you've humiliated her crew, she'll kill you," Kobe shouted. However, Luffy wasn't listening, as he started to munch apple after apple. At this time, Ino came into the room, and saw Kobe standing next to the fruit crate room. "If you're a pirate, I suggest you surrender," Ino warned, getting a kunai out of her weapon pouch attached behind her waist, and getting into a defensive position. "No, no, no," Kobe shouted like a maniac, and started waving his arms in front of him. Luffy came out of the food room, with 5 apples stuffed inside his mouth. "FHO is Vought. Who is that?" Luffy asked, with his mouth full. "If he and move up Pavrate, is she another pirate?" "Who are you, and don't talk with your mouth full," Ino yelled in anger. Luffy gulped down his apples. "I'm Luffy, and I'm on a quest to becoming the Pirate King," Luffy stated. "If you're a pirate, then I'll have to defeat you." Ino ran towards the Straw Hat Boy, and tried to slash him, but Luffy jumped away a split second later. "You're a ninja, aren't you?" Luffy asked. "How did you figure out?" Ino questioned in a sarcastic tone. "You fight with a kunai, like a friend of mine did. Are you from Konoha?" "Yes, but what does that matter to you?" Luffy got very happy, and he gave a big grin. "Yes, maybe you can help me. Do you happen to know a Konoha ninja by the name of Uzumaki Naruto? He promised to meet up with me again, and I'm looking for him." Ino's eyes went wide, and she backed away. How do you know Naruto?" she asked. Luffy scratched his head, indicating confusion. "I met up with him about 10 years ago. I'm looking for him." "Liar." Ino threw her kunai at Luffy, causing him to suddenly fall onto his butt. "It's true, he promised me after he gets the proper training, he'll come looking for me at sea. I'm trying to find him." All Luffy got as a response was 3 more kunai trying to pierce his chest. He scurried away like a mouse. "Damn, This isn't getting me anywhere. I'll have to retreat for now. Luffy stretched his arms until he got hold of two wooden beams intended to support the roof. Gomu Gomu no, rocket. Luffy lifted his legs, and he flew past the roof, getting himself onto the deck. He met up with a very fat woman, with black hair, a blue captain's vest over a red shirt, white shorts, and red shoes. She was using a giant mace as a cane, and looked at Luffy. "Who are you?" the woman asked. "I'm Luffy, and who are you?" Luffy redirected the question. "I am Iron Mace Evita, the most beautiful woman in the world." Luffy started looking around the ship. "Who? I don't see a pretty woman," he reported. A vein around Evita's temple grew. "Kid, who do you think you're messing with?" she barked. "Luffy-san, don't fight her, you'll lose," Kobe shouted as he ran back onto deck, with Ino following shortly after. "How am I supposed to become Pirate King if I can't even beat an ugly fat ass like her?" Luffy questioned, pointing at Evita. All of her crew panicked, and went 3 feet backwards, as Evita used her mace to point at Luffy. "You're going to die," she shouted, as she swung her mace at the boy. Smoke covered the scene. "Luffy-san," Kobe shouted, as he fell to his knees. "If you die," the smoke cleared, and Evita's mace was on Luffy's head. "It's okay, because if you die trying to pursue your dream, that's your wish." The boy with the straw hat smiled under his hat. "I will become the Pirate King, even if I die trying," Evita was shocked. "How can you still be alive?" she gasped. Luffy chuckled. "It doesn't hurt. My body is made of rubber. I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi, rubber fruit, I'm a rubber man." Luffy explained. He lifted the mace on his head and threw it away. "Let's finish this." Luffy's right arm extended behind him to such a length, no one could see his hand in the sea. "Gomu Gomu no, pistol." Luffy shot his arm forward. His arm came back, charging towards Evita. Luffy gave a solid punch to the face, sending her flying into the air. The sun was blocked out for 5 seconds, until Evita fell into the water, and made a splash big enough to get everyone on deck wet. Ino was shaking from the shock she had when Luffy beat Evita in one attack. Who is he, and where is Choji? He's supposed to be thought, as Shikamaru and Choji ran out from the large room. The ship was wrecked, and all the pirates scrambled on top of each other to get onto their pink ship. "Ino, what happened?" Shikamaru asked. Before the girl could respond, Luffy turned to them, and walked towards the ninjas. "You guys are also from Konoha? Do any of you know Uzumaki Naruto?" Luffy asked again. "You know Naruto?" Shikamaru said in surprise. "Yes, we do, but he left the village with Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, about 2 years ago. No one from Konoha heard of his progress." "Oh, that's too bad. Well, see you," Luffy waved, and walked away. "Hold it. Who are you?" The Straw Hat Boy smiled to the statement. "I've had a lot of introducing to do today, huh? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the future Pirate King." "So, you're a pirate?" Choji asked. Luffy nodded, and Choji took out some papers from his small pack. "He's not in the pile, so I don't think he's a threat to us. He just took out Iron Mace Evita in one blow. He ate the rubber fruit," Ino said quickly. "He took out Iron Mace Evita in one attack?" Choji asked in amazement. He flipped through a couple of pages. "Iron Mace Evita has a 3 million belly bounty on her." "Hey, Luffy, stop!" Shikamaru shouted, but Luffy and Kobe were nowhere to be found. "Damn, they got away." Before Shikamaru could start searching, a bird started calling out, and landed next to the three. It gave them a package, and flew away. "Just more bounty posters. Nothing interesting." Choji continued to flip through the pages, as Ino and Shikamaru helped the citizens of the ship. "Huh? No, this can't be right. Ino. Shikamaru. Get over here, quick." "What's wrong, Choji?" Shikamaru asked in alarm as he and Ino ran towards their friend. Choji handed a poster. On it was a teenage man with spiky blonde hair and red eyes. He wore a black and orange jacket. He had a red cloak around his body, and he looked like he was about to rip someone to shreds. His brown headband with the Konoha symbol was smeared with blood. "Wanted. Dead or alive, Konoha Shinobi Uzumaki Naruto, 16 million belly?" Ino shouted in shock. "Naruto? What did that idiot do this time?" Shikamaru muttered softly to himself. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji walked towards a red door in a narrow hallway. There were pictures about Konoha everywhere, and the red carpet at their feet muffled their footsteps. Shikamaru gave 3 knocks on the door. "Come in." An irritated female voice came from inside. The 3 opened the door, and saw Jiraiya standing next to a blonde-haired woman tied. Her hair was tied in 2 braids, and she had a green jacket. "Jiraiya-sama, you're here?" Choji asked in alarm. Jiraiya chuckled. "Yeah, it's been some time." Jiraiya responded. "Enough with the reunion. Jiraiya, now that the 3 returned, can you please tell me what's going on?" "Where is Naruto?" the woman asked. "Tsunade, Naruto and I crossed paths a year ago." To this, Tsunade stood up and slammed the table. "What?" she yelled. "Calm down. What would the citizens think about their Hokage if you were like this?" Jiraiya regretted saying that, because the next second, he had a giant bump on his head. "Ow, that hurt." Anyway, Naruto left, saying he had to find a friend at sea. "Luckily, I was with him during his childhood years, so I know who he is looking for." "Don't tell me, is it by the name of Monkey D. Luffy?" Shikamaru asked, hoping he would be wrong this one time. "Shikamaru, are you really that smart?" "Yes, it's Monkey D. Luffy." "Tell me how you figured that out," Jiraiya asked in surprise. "He was telling the truth when he said he was looking for Naruto?" Ino questioned herself in horror. "Wait, aren't pirates and ninja rivals? If Naruto claims to be friends with Luffy, and our village finds out, wouldn't he be known as a traitor?" Choji said in alarm. "That is correct, but nothing Naruto hasn't dealt with before. Naruto's a strong boy, capable of performing high-rank jutsu faster than anyone I know. Naruto swore to Luffy to find him at sea when we were visiting his hometown 10 years ago," Jiraiya explained. "Plus, he never goes back on his word," Ino added. "Because, that's his way of the ninja," Shikamaru continued. Tsunade slammed the table again. "Shikamaru, get all of the friends Naruto has, now," Tsunade barked. "Hi," the lazy boy replied, and ran out of the room. At Shell's Island, "Hey, Kobe, Zoro's in this town?" Luffy asked, as he took an apple from a fruit stand. "That's right. There's a marine base here, so we must be careful," Kobe warned. "Hey, Marines. Where are you? I want to kick your ass, and then find Zoro." "I'm Luffy, a pirate," Luffy shouted as he ran towards the marine base. "Are you an idiot? Don't shout out that you're a pirate," Kobe shouted in anger. However, he was too late, since Luffy already ran to a gate next to the base, and started climbing it. "Whoa, he's tied up," Luffy shouted. "Get down from there," Kobe shouted in alarm. "Marines will see us," as he was yelling. A young girl with blue hair tied in 2 braids, and a blue shirt got a ladder, and climbed over a gate. "Are you scared? Even a little girl can climb the gate," Luffy shouted. "That's not the point," Kobe argued, but focused on the girl, as she ran towards a man in a white shirt, and dark green pants. A dark green bandana was tied around his left arm. "Here's some food for the trouble I caused you," the girl said, holding out 2 rice balls. "You shouldn't have come here, they might kill you," Zoro responded. Luffy took one, and ate it in one glump. "Don't hurt the girl's feelings, these are pretty good. Can I have it if he doesn't want it?" Luffy asked the kid. "That was for Zoro," the girl shouted, and smacked Luffy upright on the head. "Too late." A yellow-haired man shouted. His hairstyle looked like an upside-down bowl, and he wore a purple uniform. He had 2 men in white, holding guns at his side, wearing a white hat that said, "Marine, helping the prisoner will result in execution. Kill the girl," the man shouted. "But Helmeppo-sama, she's just a little girl," a Marine argued. "You dare go against my word? Don't forget, if you don't follow me, my father will punish you," Helmeppo warned. "Gomu Gomu no, pistol," Luffy shouted, and gave Helmeppo a solid punch in the stomach. "Those who use other people's names to shield themselves are cowards. They're useless, and will get their ass kicked by me," Luffy declared. His arm just stretched. A Marine shouted. Zoro looked in amazement, as the young girl backed away a few steps. "Kobe, get the girl to safety. I want to kick this idiot's ass, then confront his father. Zoro, you're coming with me," The boy nodded, and Luffy stretched his arms, wrapped it around the two, and placed them on the other side of the fence. The girl dropped her other rice ball. I'm not going anywhere. I made my decision to stay here for a month to prove my strength, and I will, Zoro said. Was it the bowl haircut idiot that declared that? He's a type to break his word, and no one will attack him because he's using someone else's name. I don't care, Luffy shrugged, and walked up to Helmeppo. Did you just hit me? Helmeppo shouted. Luffy picked him up by his collar, threw him in the air, and kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying again straight into a statue of a person with an axe. No, I just kicked you. Get your word right, dumbass, Luffy shouted. Why you little guards, kill the Straw Hat Boy and Zoro, he has no more use, Helmeppo shouted. Told you. Luffy said, causing Zoro to growl. Fine, I'll trust your word, but I can't fight without my swords, Zoro explained. You're a swordsman? You'll be a great addition to my crew. Is it the one the loser has attached to his belt? Luffy asked, pointing to 3 katanas on Helmeppo's waist. One of them was white, while the other 2 was black. That man is so going to pay. Luffy, is it? Yes, those are my katanas. I am going to slash him to hell for getting my precious blades filthy. Luffy chuckled, and jumped into the air. He landed onto Helmeppo, and took the 3 blades off his chest, and jumped back to cut the rope with one of the blades, and handed them to Zoro. Helmeppo. A man shouted, as he walked into the cage with 20 marine officers. I will kill you for destroying my statue, he shouted. He also wore a purple coat, indicating he was a general, and had a steel jaw under his chin. In the place where his right hand should have been, was a giant axe. Father, it was their fault. They hit your only son, and knocked me into the statue. Helmeppo explained, as he pointed at Luffy and Zoro. You were beaten by those 2 wimps? The man shouted, and gave an uppercut to Helmeppo. You don't deserve to be called my son, for now if word gets out, I'll be the father of an idiot. The coward that got hit by his dad landed with a crash, and had a few streams of blood over his face. As for you two, the Axeman turned to the duo, and pointed his axe at them. You'll be executed for destroying my statue that took 3 hours to get standing. You dare mock Axe-Hand Morgan, so you will suffer. Men, fire. The Marines shot their guns, but Luffy stood in front of Zoro, and took the gunshots. The bullets went into his body, and deflected back at the Marines. A few got killed. You, Straw Hat Boy, you ate a devil fruit, didn't you? Morgan asked. Yeah, I ate the rubber fruit, I'm a rubberman, Luffy said, pulling his face. Creepy. Zoro muttered, as he got into a ready pose. I'll finish this in less than 5 seconds. I'll finish it in less than 3, Luffy added, in Konoha. Hokage-sama, Kiba's team are still on their mission, and have not returned. Everyone else is here. Shikamaru reported. The first one to enter was a pink-haired girl, with a red shirt and black shorts. She had both black shoes and fingerless gloves. A red Konoha headband was on her head. You called? The girl asked. Sakura, I know today is your break, but there's a new problem that I would rather have everyone here to discuss about. Tsunade explained. So, am I part of this group? Someone asked from outside. He had a green vest with a lot of pockets over a blue shirt, blue gloves with steel covered over them, blue pants, and white hair shaped like a fang. His Konoha headband was slopped to cover up his left eye. No, you're invited, Kakashi, Shikamaru said, as he walked in between Choji and Ino and yawned. Later, 2 boys and a girl came in. One boy had black hair in the shape of an upside-down bowl, and really thick black eyebrows. He wore a green vest under a green spandex suit, with orange leggings. His red headband was wrapped around his waist. The other boy had long brown hair, and white eyes. He wore a white shirt and brown shorts, with his black headband around his forehead. The girl had brown hair tied in 2 buns. She had a white shirt and red pants. A giant scroll was tied behind her back. Her headband was also around her forehead. That everyone? Choji asked the Hokage, while she was looking at some papers. I think so. Lee, where's Guy? Tsunade asked the boy with thick eyebrows. He had to run an errand. Lee responded. The last time I saw him, he was running around Konoha, but with a 100-kilogram weight tied to his back. The other boy responded. That is right, Neji. Gai-sensei's flame of youth burns strong, Lee shouted, as flames initiated in his eyes. Neji sighed, as he slowly pushed Lee away. Lee, Neji, Tenten, you, along with everyone else, have been gathered for a very important reason, the blonde woman stated. That's right. Jiraiya shouted. Everyone thought he was going to fly from the window, so they ducked for cover, except for Kakashi, who was outside. However, Jiraiya just walked into the room from the door. Dramatic entrance, he shouted. Without any more of your stupid jokes, can you please explain what's going on? Tsunade said in a death tone, with a face red of anger. Ah yes, Shikamaru, may I have the poster? Jiraiya asked, reaching his hand. Shikamaru gave the rolled-up paper, and went back to his original spot. So, many of you are probably wondering what I'm doing here without Naruto, right? Well, just look at this. Jiraiya unrolled the paper, and showed the bounty poster of Naruto. Why is there a bounty on Naruto? Neji asked. There aren't usually marine bounty posters on ninjas, since they usually chase after pirates. Since Naruto got himself a poster, he probably got into trouble with the marines. Jiraiya answered. That idiot. Sakura said in a harsh tone. Also, he parted with me about a year ago, since his training was completed. He went to search for his friend by the name of Monkey D. Luffy. The Toad Sannin added. So, now we will have to start searches for Naruto. He could be anywhere. I already sent an information scroll to Kiba's team, while they're tracking a person. That's all, dismissed. Tsunade waved her hand, and everyone walked out the room. Back to Shell's Island. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. Luffy shouted, and gave a punch to Morgan. The Axeman went flying backwards, and Zoro slashed his chest with his 3 swords. Anyone else want to fight? Luffy shouted. However, all the Marines were cheering. Thank you for defeating Axe-Hand Morgan. He treated everyone roughly, and we're glad to have him defeated. A Marine thanked. While walking towards the bar to celebrate, Zoro secretly took up the rice ball Rika, the girl, dropped, and ate it. Afterwards, Luffy and Zoro went to a bar that Kobe and the Rika were. Luffy ate 10 plates of food. How can you eat that much? Zoro asked. Luffy shrugged, and continued eating. By the way, who's the pink-haired kid? Luffy swallowed his food, and looked at Kobe. Pirates. A Marine yelled. He had a group of more than 20 men behind them. We're thankful you got rid of Axe-Hand Morgan, however, you are still pirates. So, I ask you to leave quietly, and we won't arrest you. Hey, those kids saved our village, a group of people argued. Before we leave, do any of you know Uzumaki Naruto? Luffy asked. You Uzumaki Naruto? The leader of the mains asked. Yes, he was a new wanted person. Here's his poster. The man gave Luffy the paper. Naruto. Where are you? Luffy sighed. He rolled the poster up, and held it like a treasure map. Thank you, Zoro, we're leaving. Hold on, is he with you? The man pointed at Kobe. Him? No, he wants to be a Marine, so he can't be with us pirates, right? He currently works at the bar? This is the first time I've seen him. IW was hired recently, I want to become a Marine. Kobe stuttered, then saluted. Grant his wish, he'll be a great Marine. Luffy waved, and left the bar. Very well kid, be prepared to work hard, and have your entire body ache like hell, the leader shouted. Hi. Kobe responded, and ran onto the dock. Thank you for saving me, Luffy-san. Now I can finally become a Marine. How often do you see a Marine thanking a pirate? Zoro commented, as he loaded the food crates he got from the bar. We'll meet up again, but as pirates and Marines, I won't go easy on you, Luffy said. Neither will I, Luffy smiled, and got onto the ship. As the ship was sailing away, Kobe was joined with the rest of the Marines. He's the weirdest pirate I've ever met. His dream is to become the Pirate King, and find One Piece. I just can't help but believe he's the one to have a shot at that. Everyone, for letting pirates escape, we will starve for 3 days. Hi. I just can't help but believe he's the one to have a shot at that. Everyone, for letting pirates escape, we will starve for 3 days. Hi. Do you think he'll be fooled, sir? Naruto's bounty changed since then? A soldier asked the leader of the group. I don't know. Uzumaki Naruto is a very unpredictable ninja. In just a couple of weeks, His bounty went from 16 million to 50 million. Is that even possible? This is the first time I've seen it happen. All the generals took his poster, so we have none left. From what I heard, he was strong enough to withstand powerful blows from one of the Shichibukai that would have killed an army of men. And that boy wants to find him? The leader nodded, and walked away with Kobe. All is looking for Naruto. A few weeks later, at sea. Oh, there's an island, Luffy shouted on the small boat. Keep it down, I'm trying to sleep, Zoro said, as he turned onto his back. Oh, bird. Finally, some meat, Luffy shouted. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. Luffy launched his arm to the fat pelican, and tried to grab hold of its giant beak. However, he missed, and the bird bit his arm, carrying Luffy along with him. Zoro, meet you on the island. What are you talking about? Zoro mumbled as he opened his eyes. Idiot, what the hell are you doing? He shouted as he saw Luffy fly away towards the island. I hate you. Zoro got a pair of oars, and started rowing as hard as he could. On Orangetown, what a bunch of idiots pirates are. A girl laughed as she entered a chamber. 3 pirates guarding the door were knocked out in front. The girl had short orange hair, a white and blue striped shirt, a short orange skirt, and brown boots. She held a lantern as she gazed upon a floor of treasure. Yes, now, it should be here. The girl opened a small box, with a treasure map inside. She opened it, and cheered. The map to the Grand Line. This'll be worth a lot of money. Hey, who's down there? A man shouted. He looked at the girl. You're not supposed to be here. Before he could attack, Nami gave him a solid kick to the spot between his legs. My balls, the man said as he fainted. The girl quickly poured the treasure in 2 bags, and ran out of the chamber. Hey, give us back the treasure, 2 pirates shouted. As they lunged at the girl, something dropped from the sky, and it hit them on the skull. The floor here is so soft, Luffy commented, as he's sitting in a cross-leg position. Get off me, one of the pirates shouted. Luffy jumped away, and landed next to the girl. Yo, what are you doing? Luffy asked. Hi boss, take care of the pirates for me. The girl responded, and ran away. Boss? Luffy said to himself. You're her boss? Then, we get the pleasure to kill you. The 2 pirates ran towards Luffy, with swords swinging wildly in their arms. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. Luffy shot his arm, and punched the man in front, causing him to fly backwards, knocking the guy behind him. They flew into a house, causing it to crumble. Sure is noisy here. Luffy started to walk away, and saw the girl again. Oh, hi again. Luffy waved. You won? The girl said. Yeah. What are you doing with those bags? That's none of your business. I'm Luffy. Who are you? I'm Nami. I was just about to leave. Nami started to walk away with her 2 heavy bags. Hey, did you steal those? Yes, I stole these. I'm pretty good at stealing, but I can also navigate. Luffy grinned when he heard this. You should join my pirate crew. We need a navigator. Nami looked away. No thanks, I hate pirates. They think they can do anything to anyone. I'm hungry. Luffy said, as he held his stomach. I guess I can help you for saving me. Follow me, and don't try to play any tricks. Nami warned, as the 2 walked between an ally. In Konoha Tsunade groaned, as she looked at the papers on her desk. Jiraiya entered the room, and stood by her side. So, how's your life in Konoha? The man asked. Tiring ever since I became Hokage. Any new information on Naruto? The blonde woman questioned. Yes, I do have some. He has attracted all of the marine generals. His bounty changed to 50 million. What? Tsunade nearly fell off her chair. How? I trained him hard during the year I was with him. He got help to controlling Kyuubi's chakra from someone, and that alone took about a month. However, before that, he also learned his chakra affinity is wind, and he created his own jutsu after I told him the Rasengan was an incomplete jutsu. He even met the ancient sages of Myoboku Montaigne. He was training 5 times harder than ever. When I asked him why, he said he heard about Sage Mode, and was told that he was too weak to start the proper training for it, so he started pushing his physical limits. After 3 months like that, most people would probably faint, or even die. For that, he was learning how to go into Sage Mode. I left him there, Jiraiya explained. Why are you telling me this? Imagine how strong you think Naruto is, then multiply that by 10. He can probably even defeat the Akatsuki by himself. What I'm trying to say is that Naruto was fighting with one of the Shichibukai from what I've heard, and he was able to not only put up a fight, but also stay standing after he was dealt a blow that could kill an army of people. I'm surprised that Akatsuki didn't start their move to try and take Naruto yet. Jiraiya closed his eyes, and then smiled. I'm proud of that boy. He is truly unpredictable. The Toad Sage got an upright fist to his skull. Yes, because of that, he has a bunch of people trying to kill him, Tsunade shouted. Do you really think he deserves 50 million? Jiraiya asked as he was rubbing his head. Naruto can match up to groups of the most dangerous pirates and ninjas, and he only deserves 50 million. He knows he has to hide his true power. Naruto has changed a lot. He's using his head more often now. However, he still acts stupid more commonly. Hokage-sama, a ninja shouted as she entered the room. Yes? The Hokage asked. We have received word from Marines at Shell's Town that Monkey D. Luffy defeated Axe-Hand Morgan and was looking for Naruto. All right. Get any ninja available, and send them to Shell's Town. Tell them to try and track down Luffy. He's the best shot we have for finding Naruto. Hi. The ninja ran out the office. I miss that boy, Jiraiya said after a minute of silence. Why? He was always helping me with my research. After that sentence, Jiraiya flew out the window and flew out the village. Orangetown, oh, what is this? A man asked. He wore a red and white striped shirt under a giant blue coat. He also had light green pants and brown shoes with knives sticking out under. He wore makeup looking like a clown and had a big red nose. Nami was with a tied-up Luffy. Nami pushed Luffy down and gave the map to the clown. Buggy, my captain is being in, so I double-crossed him. Here's your map, Nami explained. I'm glad you are smart. Let's party, Buggy shouted. The crew cheered as they got wine and food. Luffy was locked in a cage. Can I get some food? I'm hungry, Luffy said. No one heard him. Well, girl, what's your name? Buggy asked Nami. She told Buggy her name, allowing the clown to laugh. Nami, it's your lucky day. Since you hate your pirate so much, you get to kill him with my super powerful cannons that causes big explosions, the Buggy Bomb. The men pushed a cannon launcher and aimed it at Luffy. Nami walked up, with a match on fire. Should I kill him? If I don't I'll get killed, but if I do, I'll be just like a pirate. Nami, it's okay, you can fire. I won't die, Luffy said, smiling. Nami turned around at Buggy's crew, and quickly placed 3 wooden poles together to form a large wooden pole. She bonked a pirate trying to light the fuse. So, you're double-crossing me too? Very well, everyone, kill them both, Buggy proclaimed. The crew cheered, and charged at the two. However, in a split second, all of them crumbled to the floor, with blood oozing out of the slash marks on their chests. Next time you want to fly on a bird, tell me beforehand, Zoro grumbled. His 3 katanas glimmered under the sun. So, you're a 3-sword-style swordsman. Do you happen to be pirate hunter Renora Zoro? Buggy asked. Zoro smiled. Yeah, that's me. Who are you, a clown with a big red nose? Hearing this, Buggy growled. My nose is not big and red, he shouted, as his hand separated from his arm, charging at Zoro. 3 knives were between the fingers of the hand. Zoro dodged with ease, and slashed at Buggy, but the clown detached his body to dodge. It's no use, I ate the bara no mi, separation fruit. I'll still win, Zoro grunted as he slashed again. Buggy dodged, and laughed. You're annoying. Zoro slashed at Buggy's chest, which the clown dodged. Then, Zoro jumped, and slashed in a blur of move my swords back in their sheaths. However, Buggy's hand suddenly flew at Zoro's side, giving him a deep wound. Zoro grunted from pain, and quickly ran at the cannon. He flipped the cannon so it aimed at Buggy's crew, and Nami lit the fuse. Then the swordsman lifted Luffy's cage, and ran away, with Nami following close behind. The cannon was fired, and caused a large explosion. In Konoha, Shikamaru yawned as he walked into the office. Shikamaru, we have been informed that Monkey D. Luffy was at Shell's Town about a few weeks ago. Tsunade told the lazy boy. Also, Naruto's bounty has gone up. What? Shikamaru gasped. Yes, I was surprised as well. His new bounty is 50 million. Jiraiya says that Naruto is holding back so no one will know his true strength. He trained a lot during the time he left. So, Naruto's bounty wouldn't be 50 million? He's actually stronger than that? Tsunade nodded. I called you here though, is that I want you, along with your team to go where Kiba's team is. He claims he's headed towards Logatown, thinking that Luffy might go there. Understood. Shikamaru ran out the door and went to find his team. Orangetown Luffy and Nami learned from the mayor that their town was attacked days ago. He also told the two that the little white dog known as Cho-Cho guarded the pet store because it contained the memories it had with its owner before he passed away. However, Moji, a guy with white hair styled to look like a panda and had green shorts, along with his giant lion, Rish, destroyed the pet shop. Luffy got angry and gave the two a beating and was able to save a box of food for the dog. Zoro, who was sleeping in a house, woke up when Luffy and Moji destroyed the house he was in during the battle. Now, the three were chasing after the mayor, who went to confront Buggy for attacking his treasure, his town. Fire the Buggy bomb, Buggy shouted, with his detached hand clenching around the mayor's neck. The men fired the bomb, but Luffy jumped up. Gomu Gomu no, Fuusan, Luffy shouted, as his stomach expanded a lot. He was able to bounce the bomb back at the crew. After the explosion, Rish was used to shield a man with green hair and a blue and white scarf around his neck. He wore a blue robe and white pants. Kabaji, how could you use Rish like that? Moji shouted in anger. Your stupid cat was useless anyway. Kabaji replied, and tossed the lion at Moji. Now, I want to kill the Straw Hat Boy. He sat on a unicycle, got a blade, and charged at Luffy. However, Zoro intercepted his attack. I'll be your opponent, Zoro exclaimed. He slashed at the man, who jumped away. You're injured though, this will end badly for you, the man replied. You won't be able to touch me. Kabaji jumped into the air, and pointed his sword downward. Zoro dodged the attack, but it gave Kabaji the time to kick Zoro in his side wound. That's so cheap. Luffy shouted in anger. We're fighting. Buggy shouted. Luffy looked at the clown, and smiled. I'm going to kick your ass, because I'm going to be the Pirate King. I'm going to kick your ass, because I'm going to be the Pirate King. You, Pirate King? You're just a stupid kid. The one who's going to be Pirate King is me. Buggy shouted in anger. Hee, we'll just see. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy shot out his arm. Ah. Bara Bara no. Escape. Buggy detached his head to dodge the attack. You have a devil fruit power. Luffy nodded and smiled. All right, let's see which is better. Buggy launched his arm at Luffy, who was barely able to dodge. However, Buggy turned his hand around coming back, which Luffy also dodged in the nick of time. The effect caused Luffy to lose his center of balance, and was unable to dodge when Buggy once again turned his hand to slash his face, and slash a bit of his hat. Looks like I'm winning. How dare you attack this hat? Luffy shouted as he held his treasure. What's so special about a stupid straw hat? This hat was given to me by a friend. It's my treasure. No, treasure is like gold and silver. No stupid hat can be treasure. Even so, if it is your treasure, guard it better. Buggy's hand shot out from the ground, and slashed the hat from behind Luffy. The hat is special to me. It was given by red-haired Shanks, Luffy yelled. No wonder this hat looks so familiar. Buggy threw it on the ground, and stepped on it. Curse that damned Shanks. He was the one that made me eat the devil fruit, and made me lose my ability to swim. What happened? So, Buggy started to explain that back then, he and Shanks were on the same crew. When the crew stole a load of treasure from another pirate ship, Buggy found a treasure map that stated the treasure was underwater. While making up a plan, Shanks told him they caught a devil fruit, worth a lot of money. So, Buggy swapped the devil fruit with a fake, ate it in front of the crew, and then was beginning to escape. Unfortunately, Shanks walked up to him, asking him what he was doing, causing Buggy to hide the fruit in his mouth, and later on, eat it. When Buggy jumped off the ship to escape, he couldn't swim, and was saved by Shanks. He saved you. You should be thanking him, Luffy said after hearing the story. That's not the point. I couldn't get that treasure underwater now. So, I'm deciding to get all the treasure on land, Buggy shouted. Why didn't you just hire some divers to get it for you? Nami asked in confusion. Everyone looked at the clown. Why didn't I? That's not a bad idea, thank you Nami, the clown said. No problem, I'll just be leaving now. Give me back my treasure. Nami started running away. Damn. Bara no. Festival. Buggy's body started flying all over the place, chasing Nami. Luffy noticed his feet were hopping on the floor, so he took off the shoes and started tickling it. Buggy felt it and started laughing. Luffy bit the foot, and the clown felt the pain, along with Luffy banging his foot on the hard ground. Kid, stop doing that. Buggy the clown shouted in rage. Reassemble. Buggy's body went back together, but he was way shorter than he originally was. Looking for these? Nami asked, with the rest of his body tied up. Hey, Buggy shouted, and was running towards Nami. I would concentrate on your enemy, Nami said, pointing behind the short clown. He turned around and saw Luffy preparing to attack. The boy extended both his arms backward. Gomu Gomu no, bazooka, he shouted and launched them forward, sending Buggy to the sky. We're done here. So Nami, can you join our crew? No, I'm not going to be a pirate, but you did save me, and you do seem powerful, so call this a temporary alliance. Call it whatever you want. Zoro yawned, as he got up from a nap. The man he was fighting was all slashed up. When did you win? His captain asked. While you were busy talking about your hat. Let's go, villagers are coming. Zoro stated. A group of people walked up to the mayor, who was unconscious. Did you do this to the mayor? A man shouted. No, a clown did. Luffy explained. There is no clown here, are you pirates? Yeah, we're pirates. Zoro and Nami flinched. Idiot, don't tell them that, Zoro said in an angry tone. Get the pirates. The villagers ran after the trio. Yeah, we're getting off this island, Luffy shouted. Good thing I'm only being with you temporary, Nami muttered. While the crew went towards a narrow ally, Cho was there. Bye doggy. Luffy waved, as the three jumped over the dog. When the villagers got there, Cho barked at them. Cho, they're the enemies. A boy shouted, pointing at the pirates. When Luffy, Zoro, and Nami got to the harbor, 3 men jumped from a small ship with a pirate flag that had a skull at the intersecting place of 2 bones. The skull had a big red nose. We're going to kill you for making a fool of us, a man grinned. Oh yeah, I met these guys while I was rowing here, Zoro explained. Renora Zoro is still here, the 3 shouted. They quickly jumped into the water and swam away. Let's go, Luffy shouted. As the 3 were sailing away, Luffy and Zoro into the buggy boat they stole. The girl was angry that one of her treasure bags were missing. Where is it? I had 2 bags full of treasure, Nami shouted. Oh, I left one at the village. It'll help them repair the damage it suffered, Luffy grinned. That had over 5 million belly in it. Nami pushed Luffy's head into the water. I can't swim. Consider this your punishment. While Nami tried to sink Luffy, Zoro yawned and fell asleep. 1 week later, on Syrup Village, pirates are coming, a teenager shouted. He had a light brown bandana wrapped around his curly black hair, with a pair of goggles resting on top. He wore a brown overall, and had a light brown bag at his side. His nose was very long, like Pinocchio's. We don't want to hear it, a villager shouted. Sir, there are ninjas coming here, a person shouted as he ran towards the village. Well, I was partly right, something was coming, the boy grinned. Usopp, get out of here, a man shouted as he waved a frying pan. Usopp ran away into a forest, where there were 2 kids. One kid had purple hair sticking up, with a red bandana around it. A skull in the intersection of 2 bones, which I'll call a pirate mark, was on it. He wore a black shirt and orange shorts. The other boy had green hair, a light green shirt with a pirate mark on it, and blue shorts. Hey Piaman, Pepper. Where's Tamanegi, Onion? Usopp asked the green-haired boy. He will appear. Pepper responded. Ninjan, Carrot, did you get the card I wanted? He asked the boy with purple hair. I can't find it. I think my mom threw it away, Carrot responded. Ninjas. Ninjas are here, and 2 pirate ship are coming, another boy shouted. He had short orange hair, and a blue vest over his yellow shirt. He also wore brown shorts, and had a pair of glasses. Liar. The 3 said. It's true, one of the ships is Buggy's. There are 3 pirates. Captain, we can take 3 of them, right? Pepper asked his boss. 3 is fine. Tamanegi, can you explain me the situation? Usopp asked the kid with glasses. At the Syrup Village bar. Finally, we get to walk around, a boy of the 3 ninjas said. He had messy brown hair, with red fangs painted on both his cheeks, and wore a black jacket and black pants. He had his Konoha headband around his forehead, and a large white dog following him. Kiba, we're only here to gather information. The other boy responded. He had a green jacket over his black overall. The collar of his shirt was covering his mouth, and the hood of his jacket covered his head. He also had black glasses. I know Shino, but it's been weeks since I got to walk again. Right, Akamaru? Kiba said as he stretched. His dog barked. Hello Konoha ninja, the owner said. Can we help you? We're looking for a boy with a straw hat by the name of Monkey D. Luffy. The girl described. She had long blue hair, and wore a light purple jacket over a chainmail along with blue shorts. Her eyes were pure white, and her headband was around her neck. Was that all Hinata? Kiba asked the girl. Shikamaru also described him with a red vest, Shino added. Nope, I didn't see him. The bar owner replied. Come, have a seat and eat. Whoa, a bar. Luffy shouted. He walked in with Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and his 3 kids. The 3 ninjas flinched. Straw hat, red vest, he seems like it, Kiba observed. More Konoha ninja. Luffy shouted. He ran up to Kiba. Hey, Dogbog, you know Naruto? Yep, that's the guy we're looking for, Kiba concluded. Why are you looking for him? He doesn't have a bounty, Zoro said. We want information. Hinata explained. Doggy, roll over, Luffy said, pointing at Akamaru. Akamaru's sweat dropped. Naruto hasn't returned to the village, but his teacher did. He states that our missing blonde is looking for you, Shino said to the Straw Hat Boy. Uzumaki Naruto? Nami asked. I think I saw his wanted poster. He had a 16 million bounty on him, right? It changed 2 weeks later. He now has a 50 million bounty on him, Shino corrected. Oh, Naruto's getting strong, Luffy yelled in excitement. Who's Naruto? I've never heard of this pirate, Usopp asked. Naruto-kun isn't a pirate, he's a ninja of Konoha, like us, Hinata said. He's going to be a pirate, Luffy yelled. He quickly sat down. I'm hungry. Luffy, you're the best shot for us to find our missing boy, Shino said as he sat opposite of him. Because of that, may we join your crew temporary until we find him? However, he was ignored, since Luffy kept pounding on the table, yelling, food. The owner gave him a plate of meat, which Luffy finished in a couple of seconds. Ignored again Shino. Kiba laughed. It must run in his blood. Who are you 3? Nami asked. I'm Kiba Inuzuka, and this is my partner, Akamaru. Kiba said, pointing at the barking dog. The dude who hides his face as Shino Aburame, he uses bugs to fight. Nami suddenly took 2 steps away from the boy. And this girl is Hinata Hyuga. Her eyes are sharp. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and that's Zoro over there. Nami is our navigator. Luffy muffled with his mouth full of meat. Got any sake? Zoro asked the owner. The man gave him a cup, and Zoro sipped it slowly. Pirate hunter Renora Zoro, a swordsman who fights with 3 swords. The bug boy said. It seems weird how you're a pirate. I'm not a pirate hunter. I just want to become the greatest swordsman. I'm looking for a man. Well, good luck, the dog boy said, as he to his dog. Guys, I have to go, Usopp said, as he ran out the door. Where's he going? Nami asked. He's going to lie, Pepper responded. But, it's a good thing. How can lying be a good thing? He's lying to help a girl feel better, Onion added. Let's go follow them. The boy with the straw hat shouted in excitement. Is he always this hyper? Kiba asked the swordsman. This is him on a normal basis. Zoro responded. Kiba shivered, as he followed the group. Reminds me of a hyperactive knucklehead. In some mysterious place, Go on, fly away. Find a boy with a straw hat. A boy with a robe on said to a messenger bird. His hood was over his head, blocking his face. Now, you're going to tell me everything you know about him. This battle is pointless, and I need to find my friend. A man with a red hat and golden eyes just grinned. His giant blade that looks like a holy cross lit the dark land. I feel no need to tell you. The man responded. He held his giant blade in an offensive position, ready to attack at any moment. Then, I'll beat it out of you, the boy said, showing red eyes filled with hatred. I feel no need to tell you. The man responded. He held his giant blade in an offensive position, ready to attack at any moment. Then, I'll beat it out of you, the boy said, showing evil red eyes. If you think you lack strength, calling reinforcements is a bit too late. Hawkeye's Mahawk. I don't need help. You know something about Uchiha Sasuke, and I want you to tell me everything you know. Then, why did you send a messenger bird, Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto chuckled to the statement. Don't underestimate that bird, one of the fastest birds of the Grand Line. From afternoon, it can exit the Grand Line from here at sunset. That was a letter to a friend of mine by the name of Monkey D. Luffy. Remember that name well, because he will be the Pirate King. The pirate I will help fulfill his dream. Naruto shouted, as he ran on all fours towards his opponent. Syrup Village Usopp ran to the gate of a large, white mansion. There were many guards, so Usopp ran towards the bushes. He took a block of grass, and snuck into the garden. He ran around the garden, and climbed a tree with its limb near a window. The great liar banged on the window, and a few minutes later, a teenage girl with long, blonde hair showed up. She only had on a white robe, with a blanket wrapped around her. Hello Kaya. Usopp greeted. Usopp-san. Do you have any stories to tell me? The girl asked. I'm glad you asked, because I just remembered one. When I was 5, I fought a giant goldfish. Meanwhile, Luffy and everyone else was following the 3 Uch girl, but with a bad health. Carrot explained. So, Captain always goes to her house at noon to tell her stories to cheer her up. We don't have time for this, Kiba said. He stopped, along with everyone else. Luffy, let's leave now. The town obviously isn't in any danger. We aren't needed. We need to find Naruto. Hearing this, Luffy growled. What do you mean by, we? Luffy asked. You're the one Naruto's looking for, so us ninjas need to side with you for a while. No. Luffy looked away, and spoke with anger. I don't want to be with you 3. Ninjas and pirates are enemies. I'm not going to work with you, Luffy said. Then how come you accept Naruto? Kiba growled back. Because, he's different. He's a good friend, and he's trustworthy. Not only do I not know you guys, but Naruto told me that Konoha treated him like garbage. I hate all of you Leaf Shinobi. Kiba, Shino, and Hinata flinched from the statement. It's true we ignored Naruto-kun during his childhood, but things have changed, Hinata explained. I don't care. Anyone who hurts my nakama is my enemy. Luffy turned towards the 3, with everyone else a good 5 feet away from him. And Naruto is my nakama. Not even Naruto's dumb enough to be a disgrace to ninjas. His dream is to be Hokage, the strongest ninja in Konoha. He's not going to ruin that moment by joining some stupid pirate crew that isn't even known. Kiba said in an insulting way. That pushed the last straw. Naruto promised me. Luffy yelled in rage. He gave Kiba a fist to the chest, sending him flying backwards 3 yards. Naruto promised to be a pirate after he's done training. Kiba got up, and wiped the blood from his lips. Prove it. Prove that Naruto wants to be a pirate, Kiba replied in a challenging tone. He's looking for me, like he promised. Luffy said. I haven't been with him long, but even I know he never goes back on his word. You 3 should know that if you claim to be his friend, stop lying to yourselves. If all you came here for was to ask to be a team, then forget it. Nami, Zoro, let's go. Luffy shouted, as the pirate trio following the kids to their destination. Do you think he's telling the truth? Kiba asked in anxiety, hoping that Luffy would be wrong. From the statements of what our pirate said, I doubt he could have made all that up. Luffy even knew Naruto's ninja way. Shino responded. So, Naruto-kun is going to be a pirate? Hinata asked. I'm afraid so. This theory did arise, but now we're positive that Naruto is going to be a pirate. Let's go back to Konoha, remaining here won't do much more. Kiba, Akamaru, and Hinata nodded, and they headed for the harbor. At Kaya's house, when the giant, scary man with his sharp sword was chasing and tried to attack me, I ate a banana while we were running, and he slipped from the peel that I threw behind him. He fell into the ocean. Usopp concluded. You're so brave, Kaya commented. Usopp blushed a bit, and rubbed the back of his head. You think so? I, Captain Usopp, will be a great warrior of the sea, Usopp announced boldly. Kaya laughed at his remark, but not in an insulting way. Oi, Usopp! Luffy shouted from below. Luffy, what are you doing here, and where are the ninjas? Usopp asked from high above. They probably left, Nami said. Anyway, ask that rich girl if she can lend us a ship, we need one. That would be unwise to do, a man replied as he walked towards the group. He had short green hair, and was in a black suit and black pants. His shoes were striped white and black, and his glasses shined above his nose. Kurahadal, what are you doing? Kaya shouted. I am protecting you from these hideous beasts they call human. The butcher responded, pushing his glasses with the left palm of his hand. They're all the same, pirates. Stupid men that travel at sea, waiting for their deaths to come. Luffy narrowed his eyes. They're better than you, Usopp shouted, as he jumped below. I think I know why you lie a lot now. You are hiding the sadness that your father became a pirate. It's understandable, pirates always side with treasure over family. Having a pirate as a dad is very bad, because then all the traits and habits of an idiotic pirate goes straight to his son. Kurahadal snickered. Usopp growled, tightened his fist, and punched the man's right cheek. I feel honored to be the son of a pirate. Pirates are warriors of the sea, not fearing anything that'll get in their way. Usopp, the sharpshooter of red-haired Shanks. I'm so proud of him to be a pirate of a famous person. That's why I want to be just like him. I want to be a brave warrior of the sea, Usopp shouted. Luffy smiled to this, along with everyone else, besides the rich ones. Leave this place at once, and never come back, Kurahadal warned, as he walked away. I wouldn't want to be with him like you, Usopp shouted, as he ran away. Usopp! Everyone shouted. Kaya closed her window when the liar disappeared from her sight. Out at sea Shino, Kiba, and Hinata were sailing away, towards their home. All three were silent. Waves pushing against the bottom of the boat was the only sound that could be heard. They were in a medium-sized ship, bigger than Luffy's, but smaller than a pirate ship's. This isn't true, Kiba yelled in frustration, finally ending the silence. Akamaru rolled over to the other side of his body, and went back to sleep. Naruto wouldn't do a low thing as becoming a pirate. There's something I want to find out about more, Shino added. Let's spy on them for a while. So, we're going back? Hinata asked. Yeah, we need to learn more about Luffy and Naruto's relationship. Shino responded. Turn the ship around, let's go back. At the harbor of Syrup Village, Usopp, your pirates told me you'd be here when you're depressed, Luffy said, as he approached the boys sitting on a tree. They were on a cliff high above the ground, but it gave a great view of the ocean. Luffy, everything I said back there was true. I really want to be a pirate, like my dad, Usopp replied, not turning his head. I believe you. You are just like Usopp, full of spirit. That's what a pirate must have. Luffy smiled, as he looked down, and saw two men. Look at the guys down there, Luffy shouted, pointing at the two walking down the trail. One man had light tan hair, with a black hat. He wore a blue jacket, and brown pants. His glasses were shaped in hearts, and he was walking backwards in a funky way. Get down Luffy, Kurahadal is with that man. I think something's up, Usopp whispered sharply, pushing Luffy to the ground. This is far enough Django. Let us discuss our plan, Kurahadal said to the other man. Very well Kurahadal, or should I say, Captain Kuro, Django replied. Kuro turned his back on the weird man, and looked at the sea. I never want to be called that again. Anyway, at dawn, the pirates will destroy the town, and I will try to kill the guards of the girl. Then, you'll sneak in, and hypnotize the girl, and make her write a will that if she dies, all her inherited money will go to me. The man summarized. Then, I will kill her, he suddenly shouted, with his eyes wide open. "They're going to kill Kaya," Usopp gasped, not noticing Luffy getting up. "Hey, I won't let you do that," Luffy shouted. "Luffy, don't shout out at a time like this," Usopp yelled in panic. "It's that Straw Hat Boy and that annoying Usopp," Kuro muttered. "How much did you hear?" "And not much, in fact, we didn't hear a word," Usopp stuttered. "All of it," Luffy said calmly, causing Usopp to fall flat on his face in despair. "Then, you'll have to die, Django. Finish them." Hearing this, the weird man smiled. "All right, you will sleep when I chant, 1, 2, Django," Django explained, as he held out a chakram tied to a string. He held the string, and the ring swayed back and forth. "Can't look," Usopp shouted as he buried his face in the grass again. 1, 2, Django, Django said, then snapped. However, he fell backwards in the process. His captain caught him just in time. "You should work so you don't get affected by your own hypnotism EW. We made it, right Luffy?" Usopp asked in relief as he looked at the boy. However, Luffy did not respond, as he kept leaning forward. "Hey, you'll fall if you keep leaning," Usopp warned, with no effect. Luffy fell off the cliff, and landed head first into the rocky floor. "I didn't expect to kill him," Django commented as he woke up. "Let's go," Kuro ordered. "Luffy?" Usopp asked the body, hoping the Straw Hat Boy would still be alive. "No," he screamed, and ran towards the town. "Shouldn't we deal with him?" Django asked his captain. "No need, no one will believe anything he says," Kuro replied, as he pushed his glasses with his palm, and giving off an evil grin. Usopp quickly ran into the village. "Pirates, pirates are coming at dawn," he shouted at the top of his lungs. As usual, everyone came out with kitchen appliances, ready to beat the boy up. "We had it with your lies," a man shouted, waving his rolling pin. "If only you were like Kurahadal," an old woman complimented. Usopp stared in fear, as the words Kuro said echoed in his ears. "No need, no one will believe anything he says." Usopp was never so scared in his life. It's true," the liar whispered. "We don't want to hear it," another man yelled, with a frying pan. Everyone raised their weapons in unison, as they charged at the long-nosed boy. Usopp ran as fast as he could, easily outrunning everyone. He quickly got to Kaya's house, went through the secret passage through the bush block, and started throwing rocks at Kaya's window. She quickly opened it, and had a big smile. "Usopp-san, you came back," she gasped in excitement. However, Usopp was not that happy. He quickly took the girl's hand, and carried her. He jumped off the tree, and dragged her away. "Kaya, hurry, run, Kurahadal is going to kill you, he's really a bad pirate," Usopp warned. "Come with me." No, these lies aren't good Usopp-san. "I know what he did, but why would you call him a bad pirate?" Kaya whispered with sorrow. "Hey, you, stop," a man in a suit shouted. His ears looked like sheep horns, and his hair looked like sheep fur. He carried a gun, and was followed by 3 more guards with guns. "Damn," Usopp cursed, as he put his goggles on. He took out his blue slingshot, and shot some bullets at the 3 guards that looked human. They were disarmed for a while. "Kaya, hurry," Usopp shouted, desperately trying to pull her. However, the girl slapped him right across his right cheek. Leaves were blown from the impact. "Usopp-san, go away," the ill girl yelled in anger. Before he could react to her sudden rage, one of the guards managed to shoot his right arm. With that, the injured boy jumped over the fence, and started to run away from the house. Nami, Zoro, and the 3 kids, Luffy and Usopp have been gone for a long time. "We should go check on them, it's almost dark," Nami said to everyone. "Well, I could go for a little walk," Zoro grunted, while getting up. "So, where's the beach?" When they got to the cliff, Luffy and Usopp were nowhere to be found. "Captain is usually on the tree," Onion explained. Nami went to the tree, and small rocks on the ground below her feet fell down the cliff. "It's pretty steep," she observed, as she looked down. The girl saw a pair of feet stick up. "Zoro, Luffy's down there," Nami shouted in a sudden rise of tone. When the group got down, Luffy's head was buried into the ground. "So sad, Straw Hat Boy died," Pepper chanted. Zoro heard a low rumbling noise and chuckled. He walked to Luffy's body and patted his butt. "All right, wake up now," he said as Luffy yawned. "What a great nap," he yelled as he stretched his arms. The kids and Nami were hugging each other about 5 feet away from the duo. "He didn't rise from the dead, right?" Onion asked everyone. "I nope not," Carrot replied. "I just remembered something," Luffy shouted. He explained Kuro's plan to the group, at which Usopp made it to the beach. "Luffy, you're all right?" Usopp asked in amazement. "Yeah, just took a little nap," Luffy replied with a grin. "Captain, is it true that this town is going to be attacked?" All the 3 kids asked at once. Usopp took a moment of silence to answer. "No, that's just crazy. The Straw Hat Boy must have remembered wrong. Pirates aren't coming, that's just what I shout," Usopp said while laughing. "That's so funny, Captain, I guess Straw Hat was mistaken." Carrot joined. However, the 3 walked away, towards the village. "Captain, we don't like you anymore. You used to lie to protect everyone, now you're hurting everyone," Pepper told the liar. "We're going home." The 3 ran off. "This is bad. What am I going to do? How am I going to fend off a pirate crew?" Usopp shouted. "It doesn't matter." He slowly got up. "Why?" Zoro asked. "I want to protect this village, and that's what I'll do," Usopp declared. "We'll help," Luffy added. "Really? That's great, now we'll surely win." The scared boy cheered in sarcasm, with his legs shaking. "Hello? It's clear that I'm dragged into this, but why risk your lives? Just go away." "We're only helping you because of the sacrifice you're making," Nami added. "We're also joining the fight," Kiba added, as his team walked in from the harbor. "So, is it too late to join the party?" "We're only helping you because of the sacrifice you're making," Nami added. "We're also joining the fight," Kiba added, as his team walked in from the harbor. "So, is it too late to join the party?" "I thought I told you to get lost," Luffy shouted in rage as he pointed at Kiba. "Why should we listen to you? We can do whatever we want," Kiba countered. "We're going to stay here, and we're leaving with you pirates to find Naruto." "No." Kiba's eyes narrow from hearing this. "This isn't a request. It's an order." "Calm down, Kiba, let's settle this peacefully," Shino told his teammate. "Can you argue about this later? The town's going to be attacked?" Usopp waved his arms, trying to get attention. "Fine. What's the plan?" Luffy asked. "What are all of you good at?" Usopp asked. "Stretching," Luffy responded. "Thieving," Nami added. "Slicing." Zoro smiled. "Sniffing," Kiba said while patting Akamaru. "Seeing," Hinata said quickly afterwards. "Scouting with bugs," Shino added as well. "Great, that's more than enough. I'm hiding," Usopp yelled. "No you're not," the pirates and Kiba yelled. "Fine, here's the plan. We'll spill oil on this slope. It's the only slope here, and only the pirates can enter the town from here. They won't be able to get up. You guys can do that, while I explore this place more to see if I can use anything to my advantage," Kiba told the group, as he and Akamaru ran off. "I shall follow them as well," Shino replied, and walked after his companion. "What about you?" Luffy asked Hinata. "I will stay, and see if the enemies arrived yet." She closed her eyes, and made a ram seal. "Baikugan," she shouted, as veins in his temples got thicker. Her white pupils were sharper, and more distinguished from the rest of her eye parts. "Cool, what are you doing?" Luffy asked in excitement. "Baikugan is a special trait my clan possesses. I can see anything with a 30-kilometer radius," Hinata explained, as she looked around. Her eyes went back to normal. "There's nothing." "You got a powerful move right there," Zoro commented. "If you can see anything, that means you could see ambushes and weaknesses." Luffy sat in a cross-legged position. "So, Hinata, how was Naruto?" Luffy asked. "I want to know how his life was after we parted ways." Hinata blushed a bit. "He was strong and brave. He always protected his friends, and never gave up," Luffy laughed. "That's the Naruto I knew." "Hey, guys, there's some people arriving at another slope south of here," Kiba yelled from afar. "Damn it, I totally forgot. There's a slope just like this one opposite from here," Usopp yelled in rage. "Baikugan." Hinata looked around. I see a pirate crew south from here. They're exiting their ship and headed for the town. Let's go, Luffy yelled. Follow me, Hinata led the group as she ran towards their destination. At Kaya's mansion, Kuro saw the sheep guy fixing something on the roof. Hi, Kurahadal, Kaya bought you a present, it's on the table, the man said, as he went back to his task. Kuro opened the case and saw a pair of purple glasses. Glasses? Kuro asked. Yeah, she bought you some since yours always fell off your nose. Isn't she sweet? Unlike that lying Usopp who even said you were a pirate. Can you believe that? The man laughed at his own joke. Kuro hid an evil smile. Yes, everything is going to plan. The man dropped the gift and smashed it to pieces. Hey, Kaya bought that for you. Kuro quickly showed a pair of cat claws and slashed the man. Name is Mary. Down. Kuro walked out of the room and into Kaya's. In 2 hours, this town will be mine. Back at the slope. When I say, 1, 2, Django, you will get out of my way. Django announced. 1, 2 Django. Nami quickly smacked Luffy and Usopp on the head. What was that for? Usopp asked, holding his head. If you looked at him, you would have been hypnotized, Nami explained. Boss, there's no time to get out of your own way, a pirate shouted, as Django walked to the side. He shook his leader, waking him from his trance. Hypnotize us, and make us stronger. Django nodded, and faced his group. When I say, 1, 2, Django, you will all be stronger. 1, 2, Django. Django tipped his hat so he wouldn't see the ring. All the pirates growled. Good thing we didn't see it. Zoro sighed. Man, they're powerful, Kiba yelled. A pirate smashed his axe to break down the side of the slope. As the pirates ran towards the group, Luffy growled. He also ran towards them. He got hypnotized too? Nami asked, slapping her forehead. Gomu Gomu no, Gatling gun, Luffy shouted, as he shot out his arms. He made a barrage of punches, knocking out all of the pirates back down the slope. Whoa, did you see his arms? Kiba asked his bug friend. Yes, I did. He has the powers of a devil fruit, Shino explained. Luffy ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi. He's a rubberman, Nami told the ninjas. Luffy quickly ran to the ship and ripped a part of it off. He smashed the thing down, attacking many pirates in the process. He's so strong, Usopp stared in awe, in the dark place. Arg! Naruto shouted, as he flung backwards. His body was bleeding, with slash marks all over. Mihawk chuckled. It seems you can only use that red cloak thing with 4 tail-like shapes for about 5 minutes. Afterwards, your energy is drained, and you can't really move or attack. Mihawk observed. He also had blood all over his body, with slash marks all over his chest and stomach. It doesn't matter, I will get your information about Sasuke. Naruto panted, as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Because we've been fighting, you've got yourself a 50 million bounty. The Marines will die trying to kill you. I don't care, I'm going to be a pirate anyway. Naruto smiled. He cracked his knuckles. I still have some energy left for one-tail Kyuubi mode. Let's see how long you last. However, a pirate ship came and crashed onto the island. Get the treasure, a man yelled. I'm going to kill him for INTURUPTING our battle. Naruto yelled in rage. He went into his red chakra cloak. That makes 2 of us. Mihawk added, while holding up his sword. We'll settle this afterwards. Naruto nodded, and charged after one of the 5 ship fleets. Syrup Village, the mastermind himself, has walked down the beach, wondering what the delay was, and claimed his pirates were useless. Afterwards, Kaya got to the beach, and knew that everything Usopp said was the truth, and was trying to kill Kuro with a gun. However, he scared her for a second, causing her to drop the gun. Usopp shot it, but Kuro teleported with a move called Nuki Ashi, stealth foot. Then, Kiba caught the pirate by surprise, and smacked the Catman to the ground, with the 3 young pirates of Usopp to smack him with kitchen appliances. After Kuro got up from the attack, with his glasses broken, he gave Usopp a strong kick in the face. Luffy had fallen asleep from Django, and Kaya was being led away by the kids. On command, Django quickly ran towards the girl, and Zoro had to fight 2 giant cat guys. Kiba and Akamaru took care of one with teamwork, while Zoro slashed them both to death. Afterwards, Zoro and Usopp ran after Kaya. Nami woke up Luffy, while she went to steal treasure in Kuro's ship, and Luffy to fight the boss. Gomu Gomu no, pistol! Luffy shouted. Kuro dodged, and stood in his arm. Then, he ran, and gave Luffy a kick to the chin. All pirates are weak. That is why I want to stay here, in this peaceful village, with everyone dead. I never want to hear the name, Captain Kuro, ever again, because pirates are useless. Kuro gave a wicked smile. Pirates are strong, you're just too stupid to realize that. I'll prove to you that pirates are the best. Luffy gave the man a kick, sending him backwards. Kuro backflipped and landed on his feet. It's time to finish this. Kuro placed his cat claws in a weird position, as if ready to dance. Not that move. A pirate shouted. Hide! All the pirates started running in random directions. Shikushi. Death scoop. Kuro disappeared, with a ring of smoke to prove it. After 3 seconds, his crew started yelling as claw marks appeared all over them. The ground was also filled with claw marks. Luffy stood still, and gained claw marks over his body. Then, he turned around. Gomu Gomu no, pistol! Luffy punched Kuro before he was able to attack again. How did you do that? Kuro gasped. Luck! Luffy held onto his enemy at a close distance. Gomu Gomu no cane. He stretched his neck far away, and then delivered a powerful headbutt to Kuro, knocking him out. Captain Kuro's been defeated. A pirate yelled. Get him, and get out of here, Luffy yelled to the Catman's crew. They obeyed, and quickly left the island. Kaya and the kids were also safe, as Django was about to kill the girl. Zoro slashed off branches, and the sharpshooter delivered an exploding star to defeat Django. All was well, and no villagers knew what happened. A few days later Luffy, Zoro, and Nami were at the restaurant they first arrived at. Kaya came in, with a new appearance. She had an orange dress, with a small yellow jacket. Hey, I was looking for you, Kaya said as she walked towards the table with the pirates. Should you really be walking? I thought you were sick, Nami asked in concern. You don't have to worry about me. Part of my illness was the loss of my parents' death caused by Kurahadal. I feel fine. Anyway, I have a ship you guys can use. Yeah. Let's go, Luffy yelled, and ran outside. Outside, Mary and the ninjas were waiting for the 4. This used to be my personal ship. You can have it. It's called the Going Merry, Mary explained. It's big, Luffy observed. The ship was the size of a pirate ship, and the front of the ship had the head of a sheep. Let's go, the dog boy asked impatiently. Watch out, Usopp yelled. As he rolled down the slope, he had a giant backpack on. Luffy and Zoro used their feet to stop the man. Thanks, Usopp gasped, as the duo took their feet off his face. A red bird came flying by, and flew on Luffy's hat. It raised its left leg, which had a scroll attached into it. Nami took off the yellow scroll. On the spine, in big black letters, read, Monkey D. Luffy. Nami gave the scroll to her captain. Luffy opened it, and looked confused. What does it say? Luffy asked. What an idiot, Nami muttered, as she took the scroll and started reading. Hey Luffy. How are you? I'm fine. I've heard that Konoha is stalking you because they found out I'm looking for you. Is that true? After Ero Sennin, I mean Jiraiya-sensei, he's a big pervert. Took me back to Konoha, I've been training hard. I made some friends. Life was okay, but I left about a couple of months later, to train even more. Right now, I'm trying to find out about a friend who left the village, but I haven't forgotten my promise to you. I will find you, and I will be a member of your pirate crew. So, hopefully we meet again soon, so I can see how much stronger you got. King for me, the captain shouted in excitement. So, he really does want to be a pirate, Hinata told herself. What did me mean by stalking? Kiba yelled in annoyance. Even if you don't allow it, we will continue to stay near you pirates. This team is known for their tracking skills, Shino explained, while pushing his glasses with his fingers. Yosh. Let's go, Luffy declared. See you guys. I hope we meet at sea someday. Usopp waved as the pirates boarded the ship. What are you talking about? You're coming with us, Luffy replied. No, my dream is to be a brave warrior of the sea. And my dream is to find One Piece. We're a great pair, let's sail away. Usopp smiled, and released tears of joy. I'm captain, he declared. No, I'm captain, the boy with the straw hat argued. The ninjas went back into their small boat, and sailed after the Going Merry. There are cannonballs on this ship. Let's practice shooting. Luffy told everyone as he got a giant box of cannons. Zoro was sleeping inside a room of the ship, while Nami was reading a map. Luffy aimed the cannon to target a little mountain, and fired. It missed terribly. Luffy, that was way off course. You have to position the cannon here, then fire. Usopp explained, as he lowered the cannon's angle. After he fired, it destroyed the mountain completely. Wow, Usopp, you're amazing, Luffy shouted. I did it. Yes, nothing Captain Usopp cannot do. Usopp praised himself. Everyone, even the ninjas that decided to stay on the big boat, sweat dropped. He sounds like he doubts himself. Kiba told himself. When they passed the spot the mountain originally used to be, a man jumped onto the ship, and started slashing the place. How dare you attack my sick comrade, he shouted. He had a purple shirt under a blue jacket, along with gray pants. A katana was tied at his waist. We didn't attack anyone. Stop attacking my ship, Luffy hollered in rage, and started blocking the attacks of the man. What's with the racket? Zoro said, as he went outside. He saw Luffy trying to strangle a man. Johnny, is that you? Zoro asked. The man looked up, and his eyes popped out of his sockets. Eniki. What are you doing here? Johnny asked in a loud tone. I'm traveling as a pirate. Where's Yosaku? He's sick. I was treating him on this mountain, when a cannon fired from your ship blew up. He's on the small boat near you ship. Hearing this, Luffy and Usopp quickly got onto their knees. We're sorry, please forgive us. The two begged. Johnny brought up a man with a black t-shirt under a green robe, and yellow shorts. His face was purple. This is a scurvy disease. Luffy, Usopp, get some lemons we got from Syrup Village, now. Nami ordered. The two obeyed, and quickly arrived with boxes of lemon. They squeezed the juice into the man's mouth. He needs to be treated. He has a lot of open wounds that could get infected. Hinata concluded, as she got out a first aid kit. The sea is very harsh. Scurvy is when a person lacks vitamin C. It is treatable, but can be fatal if not treated to immediately. That's why we need a chef and a doctor, Nami told everyone. And a musician, Luffy added. Why do we need a musician? Usopp asked. Pirates sing, soon. Yosaku was revived. Johnny, he yelled. Yosaku. The two started to perform a happy dance, but Yosaku quickly fell back down again. Don't move your body a lot. You didn't get enough vitamin circa yet, Nami ordered. If you guys don't mind, I know this restaurant that floats in the middle of the sea. It's about a 2-day sail from here. You want to go? Johnny asked the crew. Yeah, I want to eat, Luffy hollered. Hopefully, we can find a chef there as well, Nami added. Let's go to the floating restaurant. Hopefully, we can find a chef there as well, Nami added. Let's go to the floating restaurant. The Straw Hat Pirates have enjoyed their cruise until Luffy deflected a cannonball and nearly killed the owner of the floating restaurant. He had to be a waiter for a year, and his crew was enjoying a delicious meal. However, a chef with blonde hair and a black suit fed a pirate crew who nearly starved. The chef's name was Sanji. They were fighting the pirate, Don Krieg. A crazy man who wears golden armor mainly uses guns. Luffy and Krieg were fighting on the platform activated around the restaurant, while everyone else backed off. Die pathetic pirate. The man hollered as he pointed his golden shield at Luffy. 8 launchers came out, and shot 8 sharp-edged missiles at a time. Luffy had trouble dodging, since he was fighting on a restaurant that swayed back and forth. I will be the Pirate King, Luffy yelled. You'll have to beat me first, Krieg argued, as he shot more bullets. Luffy jumped backwards to avoid the hit. He was getting nowhere. What is that? One of Krieg's pirates shouted as a shadowy figure was sailing towards them. No, he followed us just to get his revenge, another one asked. Zoro tightened his grip on his katana handles. It's Hawkeye's. Hawkeye's is coming to attack us again. Zoro stood next to the pirate that panicked. Good, I've been waiting for a good fight. The swordsman took out his black blades, and placed the white one in his mouth. You fight with 3 swords? You're pirate hunter Renora Zoro? Zoro nodded, as he looked at the approaching figure. However, onboard was not what everyone expected. A young teenage boy was in a meditating position with his eyes closed. His hands were together in the shape of a curvy W, his red robe blew with the wind, and his spiky blonde hair shone brighter than the sun. He was sitting on an unconscious man, and a golden holy cross blade was leaned against the chair on the platform he was traveling in. That is not Hawkeye's. Luffy yelled with excitement. That is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled when he heard this, and opened his eyes. His iris was not a circle, but a horizontal yellow line like a toad. Bloody Fox Naruto. A pirate whispered. Bloody Fox Naruto? Luffy asked in confusion. They say that Naruto uses a red cloak when he fights in his demon mode. For every kill he makes, the blood of his enemy fuses with the red chakra, making the chakra even more dark red. That gives his name as Bloody Fox Naruto. Don Krieg, I'm going to kill you for ruining my battle, Naruto hollered. He stood up, made 3 shadow clones. The 3 Narutos held up a blue spinning shuriken. Rasen's Hurricane, he yelled, as he threw the chakra shuriken at the badly damaged ship of the pirate. When the shuriken hit, a big explosion occurred, echoing inside everyone's head. After the blue chakra explosion subsided, more than 30 of the 100 men of Don Krieg were dead. That's what is going to happen to you, Naruto hollered in rage at his enemy. Hey Luffy. Quickly changing emotions, Naruto gave a thumbs up for Luffy. There's no way I would pass out on a chance to being the nakama of the future Pirate King. I promise that I will make you accomplish your dream. I never go back on my word, that's my way of the ninja. Something along the line of that was what I said to you 10 years ago. Welcome back Naruto. Luffy yelled back. Naruto quickly jumped onto the water, and ran to his old friend. You haven't changed that much, Naruto commented. You haven't either. Luffy restated. The two started laughing, just as they were since meeting again in 10 years. Zoro, however, was not as happy. You, Naruto, did you realize who you were sitting on? He asked in a death tone. Hawkeye's Mihawk. Why? Naruto replied, as if it wasn't a big deal. The tone he answered in made Zoro angry. You dare disrespect the man I was dreaming to kill? Zoro exploded in rage. I'll kill you instead. Zoro went for a slash, but Naruto made an air punch to where Zoro's chest was. The result sent the swordsman flying backwards, crashing into the leftover parts of the ship. Very well, I, Uzumaki Naruto, accept your challenge for you to try and kill me. I don't know much about swords and katana, and I don't know much about your way. All I do know is to not take advantage over any wound, or to not enemy. Naruto declared, as Zoro came out of the shipwreck. Naruto took out 2 kunai knives from his weapon pouch tied behind his waist. He closed his eyes for about 2 seconds. When he opened them, the frog-like eyes were no longer there. Replaced were his blue, sapphire eyes. I won't use Sage Mode to beat you, Luffy. Your friend will get injured badly. Don't worry about it, he's always like this. You fight him, I'll go kill the gold guy. Luffy replied, as he charged towards Don Krieg. I'll show you. Zoro gripped the handle of his blades, and charged towards Naruto. As he did that, he threw his 2 blades into the air. While the katanas were spinning in midair, Zoro jumped, grabbed the 2, and used them to make a slash that looks like an X. Cross slash. Naruto raised his kunai, and stood where he was. Zoro dashed quicker than the eye could track, landing on his 2 feet. However, he gripped against his chest, trying to stop the blood from flowing out of the wound he just received. I thought you fought with 3 sword style. That was a 2 sword style technique. Naruto explained, not moving an inch. Besides, that move exposes you right before you attack. Eniki. The 2 men who claimed to be Zoro's followers cried. Everyone else was watching from the restaurant, even the ninjas. They did not have a chance to go and confront their lost shinobi. Where's Nami? Usopp asked. Everyone shrugged, and continued to watch the 2 battles. Usopp looked left and right, looking for an orange-haired girl. He saw the Going Merry at a distance, with a small shade of orange within the ship. Luffy, Nami is sailing away with our ship. Go after her. Luffy yelled back as he dodged a bomb. It fell into the water and caused a giant splash that shook the piece of the ship Luffy was on. How did you beat Hawkeye's? Zoro panted as he looked at his enemy. Naruto was in the same condition he was at the beginning of the fight. The blonde never moved in battle. One of the rules of a ninja is to never underestimate your opponent. That was his downfall. Naruto smirked as he faced Zoro. I'm way stronger than I look. Naruto threw his two kunai at Zoro. The man dodged with ease, but realized it was a distraction. There were now two Narutos. One was making scratching motions with both of his hands above the other Naruto's right hand. A blue sphere started forming around his palm. The Naruto making the scratching motions disappeared in a poof of smoke as Naruto charged towards his enemy. Rasengan. The boy pushed the blue sphere into Zoro's stomach, sending him flying backwards once again. This time, he fell into the ocean. Naruto cracked his fingers, and dove after his opponent. Even pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro lost against Naruto. One of the remaining pirates of Krieg said on awe. The blonde jumped back onto land, with Zoro on his back. He landed in the ship Usopp was in. Take care of your crewman. Naruto told the liar as he dropped down the unconscious man onto the ship. Zoro's shirt was stained with blood. What did you do to him? Usopp asked. I had a duel. If you want to save his life, you should leave. Naruto jumped out of the ship and stood on the ocean. He watched the battle between Luffy and Don Krieg. The rubberman was just punched into the air, and using Gomu Gomu no Gatling gun on his enemy with no luck. The golden armor Don Krieg wore was impenetrable. At this time, the ninjas thought it was a good time to confront the boy. They ran onto the ocean with their walking on water technique. You guys are here too? Naruto said to his friends. Is that the way you greet someone who hasn't seen you in over 2 years? Kiba replied in an irritated tone. Naruto will be Naruto. Shino added. So, you wanted to ask me about something? Yeah, we did. You got yourself a bounty of 50 million belly. That's like 50 million Ryo. What have you been doing? Kiba questioned his friend. Trying to find Sasuke. I got into a fight with Mihawk because he said he knew something about him. He told me in the end. Sasuke is still training with Orochimaru, but he has been distant even more lately. So, you're not coming back to Konoha? Shino asked. Naruto shook his head. My home is with him. Naruto pointed to the Straw Hat pirate fighting against the King of East Blue. Finding Sasuke is one thing, but I also promised him I would be a pirate on his crew. Unless you continue to stalk him, I doubt we would meet up very often. So, it's true. Luffy wasn't lying, you did want to be a pirate. Why Naruto? Why would you throw away your dream to become Hokage over being a pirate? Kiba said in an angry tone. My dream was never to become Hokage. Naruto stared at the clouds moving with the wind. That was more of an ambition, something that I tried to use to inspire myself. My real dream is to help Luffy find One Piece. Akamaru whimpered a little. So, from now on, we're enemies. Why? Kiba yelled. Naruto smiled at the dog boy. Pirates and ninjas are archenemies. Naruto walked towards the restaurant to see what the fight over there was about. That idiot, Kiba growled. I don't want to fight him, Hinata whispered. Why didn't you say anything? I didn't know what to say. Hinata started tearing up. Let's report this to the Hokage. We got our information, and Naruto does want to be a pirate. No point in staying here. Shino and his other 2 team members walked away, farther and farther from the hyper ninja that changed their lives. On the small ship chasing Going Merry. Wait for us. 2 people shouted as they got close to the boat. Usopp looked over, and saw Johnny and Yosaku swimming like a power motor towards his small boat. The boy helped the 2 up. Both were panting hard, with water dripping off their bodies everywhere. Why did you swim here? Usopp asked the 2 wet men. We wanted to know if Aniki is okay. Johnny answered. Zoro opened his eyes, and saw a clear, blue sky. He looked around and saw Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku inside a small boat. You're awake? Long Nose asked the swordsman. Zoro tried to stand up, but he quickly fell back down. He covered his stomach at the spot where Naruto pushed a Rasengan into his gut. I'm going to kill him someday. Zoro growled. He's going to join our crew. Usopp pointed out. That made Zoro growl again as he turned to his side and went for a nap. Johnny, do you have his bounty? Yosaku asked his partner. Johnny shook his head. All the posters were on the Going Merry. I don't know if I have him or not. Even if I did, I wouldn't mess with him. The boat sailed smoothly after the Going Merry. Floating restaurant, a man with two thick, round shields around his body was fighting Sanji. He was going haywire over a minor nosebleed. His name was Pearl. Pearl threw flaming pearls everywhere, causing a big fire. So, what's happening? Naruto asked the crowd with his hands crossed behind his head. Sanji is fighting Pearl, one of Don Krieg's strongest men. A chef explained. However, he stopped breathing and slowly turned around. The sudden presence of Naruto scared the living daylight out of him. Do not appear magically like that, the man yelled. All I did was walk here. Naruto muttered as he walked to a different spot to get a better view. Sanji was dodging the flaming pearls Pearl threw at him. Then, he gave a strong kick to the shield. It's useless, Pearl announced. He banged against his shield. My shield is unbreakable. However, something suddenly smashed against Pearl's armor, cracking it. The man fell to the floor. A man with a blue and white striped shirt was holding two rods that had metal balls attached on them. Jin, why did you attack me? Pearl asked as he fell. Let me fight him. Jin responded. He looked at Sanji. The chef took out his cigarette and blew a puff of smoke. Sanji, I don't want to fight you. Hand over your boss, and we can avoid this battle. Not a chance. Sanji chuckled. Jin started spinning his rods in his hands. Very well, let us fight. Jin smirked. Before either could make a move, Jin suddenly fell down. The trouble. Naruto yawned. What the hell was that? Sanji yelled. You should be helping him over there. Naruto replied, using his thumb to point to Luffy. The boy was stuck on one plank of wood. Don Krieg laughed. The future pirate king is about to die. The man shouted. So, I won't bother killing you yet. I'm going to kill off everyone else. Krieg pointed his shield at the chefs. The shield opened up, revealing a giant cannon. It's Don Krieg's poison gas attack. A pirate warned. Get your masks on. Who the FK fights with poison gas? Naruto roared in rage. You don't deserve the title, King of East Blue. It doesn't matter how you fight. As long as you win, no one can oppose you. The cheater replied. Men, put on your masks and dive underwater. Naruto quickly ran to where Luffy was, and carried him back to the restaurant. Everyone, get behind me. Naruto ordered as he sat down. The blonde entered the meditating position he was in as everyone saw him enter in. Now is not the time to meditate. A chef with black shades screamed. Naruto ignored the comment, as he began to remember how he first tried to gather sage chakra without the special oil that helps him. Flashback. 6 months ago on Myoboku Mountain, Naruto sighed as he stretched his legs and limbs. A forest surrounded the place he was at. Streams of water that was added into lakes calmed down the boy's mind. Naruto, quit slacking. A toad barked. He had a black robe on, and was waving a brown cane above his head. Geez, I was just stretching. Naruto sighed. You can now absorb sage chakra. However, you do not have enough focus and soul to obtain it easily. Did you forget that when gathering sage chakra, you cannot move? I remember. It's just hard to blend with nature so well that I can't feel my body anymore. Your mind must be clear. You cannot be thinking about anything when gathering sage chakra. Now, hurry up and get to work. Yes, sensei. Naruto said in a bored tone as he quickly sat in a cross-legged position. His hands got together to make the curvy W shape. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to open his mind out to nature. He tried to use his head so see the trees, the lakes, and take in the sound of water, and the frogs jumping back and forth. He was as still as a statue. The boy felt power surging into his body. He could no longer feel his body, for it has new blended with nature itself. Unfortunately, Naruto lost concentration when he knew that he had neared to successfully gathered sage chakra, and he lost it. His body did not feel stronger anymore. You idiot. Don't stop concentrating until your body undergoes sage mode, the old frog croaked. I got it. Sorry already. Naruto told himself, present time. I can't stop concentrating until I have successfully absorbed Sage Chakra. Almost is not good enough. I only have one shot to do this right, or else everyone here dies. Naruto cleared his mind, and his soul exited his body. What a fool, begging me in a weird way, Don Krieg laughed. Naruto didn't think about anything that would ruin his only chance to save everyone. He took in more Sage Chakra, and felt his body slowly disintegrating to Mother Nature. After his body seemed to be in sync with his soul again, Naruto opened his eyes. His body felt the same way as it did when he got here. Good, I managed to go into Sage mode. If only I can do this 100% of the time I attempt this. Naruto clenched his fist and smiled. I'm not begging to a stupid man that claims he is a pirate. Pirates fight with pride, and you are cheap, Naruto told the man. Let's see you say that in your afterlife. Poison gas Mk5. Don Krieg yelled as the cannon shot a mist of purple smoke. Naruto sighed as he used his hands to make a cross sign. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, he shouted as two more Narutos appeared. The clones started making the same gesture they did while making the Rasengan. This time, instead of a swirling blue sphere of chakra, it was a shiny, mini, blue shuriken. The shuriken continued to expand even as Naruto held the thing over his head. My futon. Rasen shuriken should be able to repel the poison gas. Rasen's hurricane. Naruto shouted as he threw the spinning star of doom towards the man in golden armor. The chakra attack swirled all the poison mist around it, making it a purple Rasen shuriken. The attack exploded within contact that exploded once again. The poison mist disappeared within the explosion, saving everyone. Naruto sighed in relief that move worked. He closed his eyes and returned to normal. Luffy, he's all yours. I did my part, Naruto told his friend. I'm not going to let you be stronger than me, Luffy replied with a big grin as he ran towards the golden man. I'll admit, that move was powerful. Even with my strong armor, I suffered a lot of pain. Don Krieg panted hard as he stood up while grasping his armor where his chest should be. He could barely stand as he heard Luffy running towards him. We're not done fighting, Luffy shouted, while holding his arm. He looked like he was about to perform a rubber attack. Bring it on, Don Krieg roared. The two stayed in a ready-to-attack position, giving dispense to their audience. How is this supposed to help me? Naruto grumbled as he ran across the water. He was in his demon mode, with 4 red chakra tails swishing behind him, dragging a little platform with 2 candles with purple flames. Dracul Mihawk was sitting on the chair on the platform, with his shiny, golden holy cross blade leaning against the chair. This will help you maintain your fox form longer. Increasing physical endurance is the key, Mihawk replied. I know Ero Sennin told me that I had to find a swordsman to help further my training, but how do I know he was talking about you? Jiraiya and I were good friends, along with red-haired Shanks. Hiaslo told me that I had to expect a young ninja to take as my pupil. It just had to be you, huh? We got to a bad start, trying to kill each other. Even after all that, you still wouldn't tell me anything about Sasuke besides the vague information you gave before the battle for being brave to fight against you. Naruto ran faster as the wind blew against his back. Seagulls squalled in the air, and fish leapt out of the water, only to jump back down. Where exactly are we supposed to go? Nowhere. What? You told me that we had to get to some place as soon as possible. Naruto growled after the unexpected answer. I never have any place in mind to go to. I just go where the ocean takes me. However, we're looking for that lame excuse for a pirate to take down. Remember? Naruto didn't respond, as a little black dot entered his field of vision. We're getting close to something. I see a small island, I think, Naruto reported. That's enough for Kyuubi mode. Using this too long will hurt your body. Let's work on Sage mode. Jiraiya told me you have trouble gathering Sage Chakra, right? Naruto nodded as he untied the ropes binding him to the platform. Here's the task. You will massage me with Sage Chakra. What? The blonde was half surprised, half confused. How do you massage someone with Sage Chakra? If you gather the right amount of Sage Chakra, a little bit will start to exit your body. That's why you can still go from Sage mode to normal mode within a 5-minute time limit even if you do nothing at all. If you perform the exercise correctly, you should be able to transfer the chakra to me. You will sit on me, and meditate for at least 2 hours. Don't try and slack off. Naruto did as he was told. He sat on his new sensei, and started to meditate. I wonder how Ero Sennin is doing. He must be really busy to ask one of the most powerful pirates to train me. Or, he just wants more time to gaze at naked women at hot springs. Naruto pushed the thought aside as he concentrated on the task at hand. Clear your mind, for an agitated mind will not be able to be accepted by nature, Mihawk lectured. Yeah. I already heard that at least 2,000 times by the other old geezer sage. Naruto mumbled as he began the training. Current time, bring it. The two stayed in a ready-to-attack position, giving dispense to their audience. However, the armor-wearing man turned into the blonde that Luffy wants in his crew. Naruto? You're the Goldie? I have to kill you? Luffy asked in confusion. No, Naruto didn't get to finish as his friend started to attack. You won't fool me. Naruto is in the crowd behind me. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. Luffy shot out his arm. Naruto ducked to evade. Luffy, it's Naruto. The blonde explained. Liar, Naruto is watching me beating you down. Luffy's arm went back to regular length. The Straw Hat Pirate then stretched both his arms behind him. I'll beat you once and for all. Gomu Gomu no, bazooka. Luffy. Don't do this, Naruto yelled in frustration, as he barely made jump away from the two arms that shot out at him. Damn it, reckless as ever. It sorta reminds me of someone I knew 2 years ago. Who was that person who always attacks without thinking 2 years ago? Naruto asked himself. Haha. Look at you two, attacking like fools. Don Krieg shouted from a broken mast. Both boys stopped what they were doing, and turned to the voice. No way, there are two Goldies? Luffy shouted in astonishment. Luffy, he's the Goldie, I'm Naruto. I made a clone of him before I meditated. No one noticed because everyone was focused on me. How? Luffy asked. Naruto explained to the pirate a training lesson he learned a long time ago. Flashback 1 year ago, Naruto and Jiraiya were out in an open green field. Jiraiya had 2 shadow clones standing on both sides of him. Naruto, can you tell me why shadow clones are better than regular clones? The teacher questioned the student. Shadow clones can do pretty much anything a living being can perform, like talking. They can also send information back to the original, Naruto answered. Very good, now, tell me some flaws Kage Bushin no Jutsu has. Shadow clones disappear after one attack. Jiraiya clapped. Yes, that's right. However, did you know that there is a way around that weakness? Allow me to demonstrate. Attack one of my clones. Naruto walked up to a clone, and gave it a punch to the face. It fell over and landed on the ground with a asterisk thump, but it didn't dispel. What the hell? How come it didn't disappear? Naruto asked. When you apply extra chakra to a clone, they can last longer than one punch or kick. However, there are some dangerous stuff with this procedure. You can continue to give chakra to a clone, but you will get very weak when the clone disappears. The amount of chakra you give off to a clone will also drain the same amount of extra chakra after it dispels. What? Naruto asked. Fine, think of it this way. When you make some Kage Bushin, it takes up about 10% of your chakra. You apply an extra 15% to one clone. When all of your clones dispel, you lose 20% of your chakra, plus another 30 from the extra chakra you gave to a clone. It's very simple math. You'll feel twice as tired after this move, not counting everything else. Oh, okay. So, you should try not to use this method on more than one clone. Secondly, after this technique, you will be highly vulnerable to attacks. Try to have people watching your back when you perform this technique. You shouldn't use this move unless you're trying to gather a lot of information on something. All right, can I try? Naruto eagerly jumped to his feet after listening to the lecture. Fine, but don't use too much chakra. I have to gather some important information in town now. Jiraiya ran off towards town. Pervert, Naruto told himself as he tried the technique. Present time. Oh, so you're a Kage Bushin? Luffy asked. Yes, and I should stop. The real me is going to faint if this keeps up. Okay, but why did you save the bad guy? Naruto gave a weak smile. Fighting his dead body won't get you anywhere. The clone answered as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. Meanwhile, Naruto went unconscious as he collapsed onto the floor. Ah, he's down, someone. Get the medical supplies, a chef yelled. In the sea. Naruto, you overdid it. Jiraiya warned me about this. Damn it. I was having a good nap as well. Mihawk muttered as he stretched. He looked at the floating restaurant, with a bunch of broken ship parts floating around. Gomu Gomu no. Gatling gun. Luffy hollered as he started punching Don Krieg rapidly. His hands moved so quickly it looks as if he had multiple arms. It's useless, kid. My armor is indestructible, the man announced. Luffy ignored his remark, as he continued to punch against the armor. You bore me, kid. Fear my most powerful weapon. Krieg jumped backwards, and was about to take both his shields. He would have succeeded if Luffy stopped had his attack. The result left the man vulnerable, allowing Luffy to give out his barrage of punches. Gomu Gomu no. Bullet. Luffy ran closer to his enemy, and delivered a quick but powerful solid fist to the man's chest. The impact caused Don Krieg to fall over. Blood came out of his mouth. How did you hurt me? He gasped. Don Krieg has been injured, his crew shouted from the water. I am a pirate. I fight like a pirate. I have pirate pride. A lame person like you who uses cheap moves like poison gas to fight has no pride. You will fail as a warrior of the sea. I'll make sure you lose. Luffy answered. The man chuckled. You think you can beat me? I'm called King of East Blue. I won't lose to you. Behold, my battle spear. The golden man swung a giant golden spear at Luffy. The boy jumped backward to dodge, but the tip of the spear caused an explosion. The straw hat tumbled backwards, black smoke rising from his body. Ha ha ha, what happened to that pirate pride of yours? I thought you were going to beat me? Krieg hollered. Our captain is amazing. His crew cheered. What's so amazing about him? Mihawk asked. His little platform drifted into the battle scene. It's Hawkeye's. He really did come back, a man yelled. You group of people, where is Naruto? The swordsman asked. Two chefs brought the blonde outside. Mihawk hopped onto the restaurant, and dropped off the boy onto his ride. Straw Hat Boy, what is your name? Luffy slowly got up, holding his arm. Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy panted. Naruto says you'll be the future pirate king, but you look weak to me. Let me tell you, the man you're facing is lower than a peasant. You going to take that blast you received from him? No, anyone but him. Luffy smiled at the Shichibukai member. I'm not losing to anyone, not even you. I'll fight you someday, and I will kick your ass. I look forward to our battle then. Mihawk chuckled as he drifted away. Wait. One of my nakama wants to fight you. His name is Ronora Zoro, Luffy added quickly. Me? Lower than a peasant? I'll show you Hawkeyes? Don Krieg hollered. He crashed his spear against the water, unleashing a deadly wave heading towards the man. Mihawk drew his blade, and blocked the attack. Instead of ripping the platform into two, it gave a strong push against it, sending the two people on it farther and farther away. He got away. No matter, I'll just kill you. Don Krieg turned to Luffy. Like you'll kill me. Luffy charged at the man. Gomu Gomu no, bullet. That move won't work again. The lame pirate shouted as he sidestepped away. With another mighty swing of his spear, Luffy was sent flying again after an explosion. Can't lose, to you. Luffy ed as he slowly got up again. Why won't you stay down so I don't have to kill you? You won't kill me. A new surge of energy suddenly raged within the rubberman's body. Gomu Gomu no, ono, axe. Luffy's right leg went sailing into the sky. 3 seconds later, the leg came shooting down at Goldie. Giant tidal waves shot around the battle scene. It nearly drowned all the crew members of Don Krieg. The backside of the captain's armor cracked and broke apart. Don Krieg's indestructible armor just met destruction. No. He gasped as he got up. Gomu Gomu no, Gatling gun. Luffy roared as he delivered his barrage of punches at the man. After Don Krieg took some beat arms behind him. Gomu Gomu no, bazooka. He launched his rubber arms at Krieg's chest, sending him flying. In the middle of the sea, Naruto's head started buzzing as he slowly woke up. He saw a vast amount of blue water to the limit of his side view. Awake? His sensei asked. Naruto shook his head as he raised his head. Where are we? The fox boy asked. We're in the middle of the sea. Your straw hat friend helped us get a boost. He wants to beat me someday. About that, there's another person in Luffy's crew who wants to fight you. I heard. His name is Roronoa Zoro, right? Naruto nodded. Do you know where he's heading? Naruto asked. I didn't bother checking the direction. If the crew is splitting up, then that must mean something happened. There's an island not too far from here. Maybe they went there. Though, I'm wondering if they can take the pirate there. Who's the pirate? Naruto asked out of curiosity. Mihawk looked at Naruto as if he just said the most idiotic thing ever. Merman Arlong, floating restaurant known as Barati. Damn, that reckless idiot. Sanji cursed in his mind. After Krieg was sent flying, he caught Luffy in a metal net. Luffy managed to finish off the guy, but he fell into the sea. Risking his life just to beat the guy. What a crazy boy. Sanji found Luffy inside the entangled metal net. The net was tangled up against a sunken anchor of another ship. He quickly untangled the mess, and swam Luffy to shore. Only then did Sanji see the fish swimming away from him as he got closer and closer to land. All blue, the part of the Grand Line where the fish from North Blue, South Blue, East Blue, and West Blue all meet up. It's a chef's dream to go there. I always wondered if it exists. It's my dream to find it. Luffy's pav Luffy dreamed he was in a place that was only white. The only thing that stood out was a brown door. Through the door was heaven. As far as the Straw Hat could see, was an endless road of meat. Meat! He shouted as he charged for the food. However, a banana peel suddenly appeared in front of his feet, causing him to slip. In reality, the boy fell out of the bed. I'm assuming you're awake, Sanji told the sleeping boy. Where did the meat go? Luffy asked in a sleepy tone as he looked around his small room. He went to feel for his hat, but felt his hair instead. Where's my hat? Over there. Sanji pointed with his cigarette. The straw hat was resting on a small table next to the messy bed. Luffy quickly snatched his treasure, and plopped it onto his head. I'm hungry, Luffy said as he stuck his tongue out and patted his stomach. There's food downstairs. Food? Luffy quickly sailed out the door, and stomped his way downstairs. I'm risking a lot here if I decide to become a pirate of his crew, Sanji thought as he followed the boy. To be continued. A day of fishing, not related to the plotline. What did I do to deserve this? Naruto screamed in agony as Mihawk stood behind him. Naruto's ankle was tied to the end of a fishing line. Instead of a sinker, there was a 50-kilogram ankle weight. It's your punishment for not finishing your meditation training. Besides, I'm assuming you're hungry. I decided to improvise with how this should work. Mihawk answered. He kicked Naruto into the water. How could I get fooled so easily? Tricking me into eating a chakra sealing pill. Damn it, I can't even use the walking on water technique. Naruto yelled in his mind as he tried to swim to shore. Life at the bottom of the ocean ignored the crazy blonde who tried to swim upward. The swordsman above sea level stared at the massive air bubbles popping in the sea, but pinned the fishing rod into his platform, and took a nap on his seat. I'm going to drown at this rate. Damn this stupid knots. I can never get these things right, Naruto cursed as he fumbled with the fishing line. He held onto his neck as he was almost out of air. A squid swam at Naruto's face. It made 2 medium-sized air bubbles, and sprayed ink into the boy's face. The boy caught the squid before it swam away, and got a really bright idea. How could I forget? Naruto went into his weapon pouch, and took out a kunai. He slashed the line, and quickly swam for air. When he got up, Mihawk was snoozing on his chair. Naruto gave a wicked smile. This is revenge, Naruto told himself as he went with his plan. 10 minutes later, when Mihawk woke up, Naruto was smiling. So how did you do? The swordsman asked. Oh, I got a lot of fish. It's in the net you gave me. It was so heavy I had to tie it to this platform. Come see, Naruto grinned. When Mihawk went to look, he was confused. I don't see it, he responded. That's because you're the one who's going to go fish. Naruto replied in an evil tone. When his sensei turned to face him, Naruto was holding the fishing pole. Mihawk traced the line, and ended up at his ankle. Also tied was the 100-kilogram ankle weight. Naruto, as your sensei, I advise you not to perform what you're about to do. I never listen to any of my sensei. Have a good swim. Naruto pushed Mihawk into the sea, as he slowly sunk. Looks like I'm still a great prankster. However, the man rose up again a second later. How did you get back up so quickly? Naruto yelled in surprise. Mihawk clenched the small holy cross necklace around his neck, and revealed that it was a small dagger. Oh. So, exactly how much trouble am I in? Let's just say that after what I'm about to do to you, you would happily lose both your arms and legs to stop your punishment. Naruto gulped to the response, waiting what his sensei would do. Will a squid do? Naruto whimpered as he showed Mihawk the purple squid he caught. The man got his giant sword, and brought it down to cut his student in half. Naruto quickly jumped into the water, and started swimming away. Zoro yawned as he stared in the sky. The same scenery of clouds made him very bored. Nami is one crazy girl, going after a merman for money, Usopp said to everyone. They say mermen are 10 times stronger than humans, Johnny replied. Zoro didn't pay attention to the conversation of merman, because he had something else in mind. Flashback. Baratie, you are strong, but you don't use your head, Naruto told the panting Zoro. I don't get it. You are no swordsman, how can you see through my attacks? Zoro asked the blonde. You attack recklessly, which makes seeing flaws easy. If you were to plan out your motives, you might have a better chance to win. Sensei told me that. Zoro's rage built in him was released altogether. I don't want to hear your crap about how to win, Zoro roared as he charged with his 3 blades. Onigiri. Demon Slash. Zoro swung both the blades in his hands diagonally, while swinging the blade in his mouth horizontally. Once he finished his attack, Naruto fell with blood flooding out of his body. Later on, he disappeared in a poof. Good enough, I guess, Naruto announced as he jumped from a broken ship part. He jumped back to where his clone was. Why did you use a clone? Because I don't want to fight you. I want to kill you for insulting the man I originally wanted to kill. Zoro tightened his grip on the katana handles. Your eyes may fool you. All is not what it seems. My sensei tells me weird stuff that I don't get. But this one was easy to understand. I leave you with that. Stay and fight me, Zoro shouted. Naruto sighed as he showed him the kunai he held in his hand. All it's going to take is one kunai, present time. Your eyes may fool you. All is not what it seems. My sensei tells me weird stuff that I don't get. But this one was easy to understand. I leave you with that. The saying Naruto gave echoed in the swordsman's head. Does he mean that even though I think I'm getting stronger, I'm still weak? Zoro pushed the thought out of his mind. Ah, we're dead, Usopp yelled. He pointed at what seemed like some flat thing being pulled by an animal. It was too far behind the small boat, but the thing was charging fast. Here's a time to test my strength, Zoro told himself as he prepared to hat King was Fox Naruto dragging his sensei's platform. While they were coming closer, Zoro's anger came back to him. Mihawk's POV. Just because this is my training doesn't mean you have to make stupid jokes about me, Naruto hollered. Just hurry up. Naruto added more chakra to his feet and ran with all his might. There's a boat right there, Naruto announced. Chase after it, it might be some of Krieg's men. Mihawk ordered. Obeying, Naruto went after the small boat with Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny. Their paddling could not help escape Naruto's fox speed. Don't kill me, I'm innocent, Usopp yelled while holding both his hands up. I'm the real innocent one, Johnny cried as he crouched to his knees. Yo Zoro, Naruto yelled. I brought my sensei so you could fight him. Zoro looked up, and saw the man he wanted to kill being dragged by a blonde with a red cloak over him. Can I work on my other fox mode while you fight him? Naruto asked his sensei. Whatever. Just don't use that for too long. Mihawk got up from his chair, and leapt to the small boat. A Bonden ship. Usopp cried as he and Johnny jumped out of the ship. Zoro and Naruto sweat dropped as land wasn't within a 20-kilometer radius. You some weird people with you, Naruto told Zoro. Go and do your training, Mihawk ordered. The ninja sighed as he walked to someplace in the ocean where you wouldn't be interfered. Naruto said he killed you, Zoro told the man, as if a weak and stupid young boy can kill me. I can still hear you, Naruto hollered. Ignore him. So, you are the swordsman that I heard from Naruto who wanted to fight me. Zoro quickly placed his white katana in his mouth, and gripped his two black blades. Give me one good reason why I should challenge you when you couldn't even beat my idiotic student. I am still here, and I can still hear you, sensei. He does not fight like a swordsman, he is too cheap. Well said, I agree. All ninjas are the same, are they not? Let's start when we get to the island. Mihawk jumped back to his platform. Bharati. So Sanji, you're our chef now, Luffy told the smoker. The boy just left his home, giving tearing farewells. Before I parted with Johnny, I saw that Nami had her eye on Merman Arlong's bounty, Yosaku yelled. So? Luffy asked. So, Arlong is way stronger than Don Krieg. He came from the Grand Line. Yosaku cried. Let me explain about the Grand Line. There is a group of powerful pirates protected by the government known as the Shichibukai. Hawkeye's Mihawk is part of the group. Cool. Luffy interrupted. There is also a group of powerful ninjas protected by the government. They are known as Akatsuki, Yosaku continued. But that's not the point. Jinbei of the Shichibukai agreed to release a group of mermen into East Blue to become a member. That is Arlong's crew. Mermen are about 10 times stronger than humans. Luffy scribbled a bad-drawn fish standing upright on a notepad. Do they look like this? Luffy asked. You're a natural artist? Sanji laughed. This isn't a joke. Yosaku shouted. Sanji stood up and walked towards the kitchen. It's time for lunch. What do you guys want? Meat, Luffy replied. Mihawk's paw of Naruto didn't feel as energetic as he was after he came back, so Mihawk couldn't use him to pull the platform. You tend to overdo everything, don't you? Mihawk asked his reckless ninja. Shut up. Naruto muttered. By the way, Zoro, where are those two guys that were with you in the boat? Damn it. Zoro hollered as he started paddling really hard. Naruto laid on his back, and soon fell asleep. The two drifted where the waves guided. All was silent. Naruto's dream the blonde panted at the sight of a boy about his age. He had black hair that was shaped like a chicken's ass, along with a blue hoodie. His eyes were red, with black commas surrounding the iris of his eye. Sasuke, Naruto panted. Sasuke chuckled. Naruto, you're still weak as always. Part of the reason I left Konoha was because everyone there was useless. The power I've gained can't be obtained if you remain in that damned village. Sasuke remarked. As he pointed his right arm down, electricity started crackling. Sasuke, don't do this. Naruto said weakly. Hee, look at that. The great Naruto begging for his life. This is when you die. Chidori. 1,000 birds. Sasuke shouted as he ran at Naruto with blinding speed. Just before Sasuke plunged the lightning attack into Naruto's face, he stopped his arm. The lightning disappeared. You're not worth killing yet. Sasuke muttered. What, if you really want to find me, look for Akatsuki, especially my brother. That is, if you have the guts. Sasuke walked away, and everything turned black. Kokoyashi Village. Naruto woke up startled. He was right where he dozed off. Mihawk was missing, and Zoro's boat was next to Mihawk's platform. Rag! Zoro cried. Naruto could hear sword clatter from a distance. He ran to the battle scene, just in time to see the Shichibukai use his giant blade to make a diagonal slash to Zoro's chest. Zoro fell to the ground. Hawkeye's tied his crossblade behind his back, and retied his necklace dagger around his neck. He wasn't half bad. Way better than some of the idiots I kill. Are you all right, Naruto? You were asleep for an hour, Mihawk announced. Sensei, I had a dream. Sasuke wants me to go find the Akatsuki hideout, Naruto told the man. So, you want to pursue your friend? Fine, I won't be helping you. I have my own business to attend to anyway. Naruto, when Roronoa Zoro wakes up, tell him to train hard. I want to see him defeat me. Naruto nodded, and the man walked away. I should get him somewhere safe. Naruto picked up Zoro, and dragged him further into the village. All the villagers were locked in their houses. The looks they gave from their windows were filled with sorrow and dread. Naruto looked up further along the road, and saw a man wearing a red uniform being picked up by the neck by a giant, blue guy. His sharp teeth sparkled under the sun, and his nose looked like a saw. He also wore a yellow shirt, and green shorts. A group of more blue men were behind their leader. Even owning weapons is against the rules, the blue man shouted. Hey, Put him down, Naruto hollered. The big bad merman looked at the young blonde. And what if I don't? He asked. Naruto smirked. I'll have to make you beg me to spare your life, Naruto announced. Haha. Did you hear that, everyone? He thinks he can make Arlong the Saw beg for his life? Everyone laughed as the saw-nosed dude dropped the man he was grasping. You're a funny kid. Let's see who's laughing after I kick your ass, Naruto replied as he put Zoro down. Was that a threat? No, it's a promise. Just so you know, I never break my promises, Arlong. Naruto crouched onto his arms, and red chakra started bubbling out of his body. Oh, you're that new wanted ninja from Konoha, Bloody Fox Naruto, Arlong commented. With a 50 million bounty on him, that beats your 20 million, Naruto replied as he showed everyone his red, bloody eyes. The fox boy growled as he stared at Arlong's sneaky face. Wait until I add your blood to my collection. Naruto dashed towards the merman. He leapt into the air, and gave the fish man a swift kick to the chest. Arlong flinched as he was pushed back by the impact of the kick. Is that all you got? Arlong remarked. However, Naruto quickly dashed behind the man, and gave a swift roundhouse kick to the man's face. While still recovering from the impact, Naruto went in process known as slash and dash. With every passing second, Arlong gained a new set of claw scratch marks. When Naruto gave Arlong a kick to the chest, he felt his power draining after the attack after Arlong used his right hand to block the kick. What the hell? Naruto looked at himself, but could not see any red chakra surrounding his body. During the confusion, the merman decided to take advantage of the situation. He nailed the ninja with a solid fist to the chest, sending the poor blonde flying next to his injured swordsman. Naruto tried to get up, but the mass in him. Are you sure you have a higher bounty on me? Arlong questioned. He picked up Naruto by the back of his shirt, and smacked him into a house. The building crumbled on the boy. Bring these pathetic human to Arlong Park. I'll decide what to do with them there, Arlong ordered. A merman binded both of the boy's arms, and dragged them away from town. Meanwhile, Usopp and Johnny saw the battle from behind a wrecked house. So, those mermen destroyed the village near this one? They got some giant monster to flip all the houses upside down? Usopp asked a young girl with short blue hair. She had tattoos all over her right arm, and was a bit tanned. Yeah, that's Arlong and his crew. That boy was stupid to charge at him, though I'm surprised he managed to land a few blows, the girl responded. Aniki is being taken. There's no way he can survive with the wounds he has. Johnny whimpered in a corner. Good thing he saved us before we drowned. Yeah, and we also decided to explore. If we were with him, we would be dead as well, Usopp said as he took one good look at the superhumans before walking away with the other two with him. Arlong Park Naruto was thrown right before Arlong on his chair. Good thing he gave me a few of those chakra seals. With these seals, ninjas become nothing more than useless rats. Arlong bellowed. He placed a sword in front of Naruto's face. Admit defeat, boy, and I might just keep you as my slave. Go fry yourself in a pan. Even then, no one would want to eat your disgusting ass, Naruto replied. Arlong growled, and stared at the boy's face. Just for that insult, I'll make your death more painful. Men, throw him in the river. There's no need. He's not worth killing, a voice said at the entrance. Nami stood at the door, her right hand clenching the staff tightly. Welcome back, Nami. What do you say we do with these two despicable humans? The shark guy asked. They are nothing but fools. I don't know the boy in orange, but the swordsman was part of the crew I tricked, Nami announced. Naruto had his jaw closed so tight, his teeth started going numb. Who do you think you are, insulting Luffy? I'll kill you, Naruto roared as he made an effort to get up. Nami walked over, and jabbed her staff into the boy's back. Let's see you try, Nami replied. Naruto wiggled like a worm, desperate to be freed by the ropes. Damn it, if only this chakra seal wasn't on me. Naruto cursed in his mind. He stopped moving, and kept his head down low. Giving up already? Arlong laughed. Humans are all the same, weak and stupid. Did you really think you could have won against me, a merman? Hey, what's going on? Zoro asked. He looked around and saw merman all over the place. Right in front of him, Nami turned to his face. Nami, what are you doing here? What do you mean? I work for Arlong. You and this boy here are his prisoners. Zoro looked past her and saw the familiar blonde shinobi that always got into his problems. Awake, Zoro? Naruto asked. What are you doing here? Zoro said. Other than being impaled by a staff, Mihawk left and told me to tell you that he looks forward to fighting you again. So, Nami is a cold-hearted girl that tricks yet another group of dumb pirates? That's just like her. The leader of the merman race laughed. As long as money is involved, she can even forget about the death of her mother. Hearing this, Nami's eyes glowed with anger for a second. Zoro noticed it and pushed himself into the river. Don't kill yourself, Naruto hollered. Makes my life easier. Arlong added. Nami quickly jumped after him. The seal is wearing off. I feel a bit of my chakra coming back. Naruto hid his smile as Nami brought Zoro back to shore. I thought you were a cold-hearted girl, the swordsman muttered. Nami narrowed her eyes and gave him a punch to the stomach. Damn you, she whispered. I'll take care of these two later. Throw them in the dungeon, Nami ordered. Two mermen obeyed and took the pirates away. Jail cell. Finally, Naruto sighed. The chakra seal on him wore off. Whoever made this chakra seal is such an idiot. It only lasted for a couple of minutes. The boy stored some chakra into his finger and cut the rope. Naruto stretched when he was free. He searched around his body and found the seal at the bottom of his shoe. No wonder it didn't last long. What did you do? Zoro asked. My wind chakra can cut almost anything, Naruto explained as he cut Zoro's ropes as well. Let's get out of here. Futon. Tenku Karite. Attempted wind release. Air cutter. Naruto waved his arm diagonally right to up, and the same shape of the cell broke off. Naruto went down to right, and another piece fell. I would sure like to have a power like that, Zoro muttered. Futon attacks rule. Naruto and Zoro stepped out of the cell, only to find Nami nearby with Zoro's katana. How did you? Nami shook her head and handed Zoro the blade. Get off this island now. With that, the girl ran off. Someone's in a bad mood, Naruto commented. Zoro pushed the comment aside as he walked out of the dungeon. At sea, a small bird flew over the sky and landed on Mihawk's chair. Mihawk took the scroll and opened it. Inside was a letter that read, Mihawk, there's some stuff I want to talk to you about. It's not very important, but I haven't seen you in a while. Let's have a talk like we used to. Meet me at the regular spot. Shanks will be there too. By the way, how is Naruto? Is he causing you trouble? Jiraiya. After reading it, the man sighed. He ripped the letter up and threw it into the sea. He headed towards the regular spot, relying on only the waves to get him there. Hey sensei, Naruto asked Jiraiya as they just bought a stick of dango to eat. What? Jiraiya mumbled with his mouth full. I heard that the Yodem Hokage and the Pirate King fought over who was more powerful. That's right. But I also heard that they were great friends, pals, buddies, almost brother-like. Is that true? Also, that the Pirate King let himself lose because he felt something bad was going to happen to Konoha, and he wanted the Hokage to have as much strength as he could, Naruto said after a bite. Well, those are rumors, and you can't confirm if they're true or not, Jiraiya replied. That's what I'm going to find out. The Yodem Hokage, strongest Hokage yet, fighting against the strongest pirate in the world. I want to know the truth behind everything. I thought you want to find Luffy, Jiraiya said to his pupil. Well, after I find Luffy, I'll search. We won't be in one place for a long time, so I'm bound to get some information. Present time, I also want to find Sasuke, but he told me to find Akatsuki in my dream. They're hunting me down, so finding them shouldn't be that much of a problem, Naruto told himself as he and Zoro walked outside. Let's see who can kill more of these guys, Zoro announced under his smirk. Naruto returned the smile and nodded. Hey, they got out, a merman with a small nose exclaimed. Naruto quickly jumped high into the air. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, he shouted. 4 more Narutos appeared, and all 5 landed safely on the ground. One clone ran towards a merman and gave it a solid fist to the face. Nar. Another clone ran twice as quick, and kicked the punched merman high into the air. Roo! The third clone ran, then jumped till he was higher than the flying merman, and gave it a hard axe kick on the back. 2. The remaining Narutos were forming a Rasengan. After the move was complete, the clone disappeared as Naruto charged towards the falling enemy. Rasengan Renden. Rasengan Barrage. He jabbed the Rasengan deep into the man's anus, causing him to fly forward, knocking a bunch of merman along the way. Zoro unsheathed his katana, and sliced 3 in the chest. That's 3-6, in my favor, Naruto said after counting. Shut up, Zoro muttered, there's more to come. All the merman charged at the 2 escaped hostages. Kokoyashi village. It's time to collect my taxes again, Arlong said in a cheerful voice. He had about 10 men with him. One of them was carrying a glong entered the village. He shouted, everyone, it's time to pay your life taxes again. Don't try and cheat me out. Hearing this, everyone slowly got out of his or her houses. Everyone had a bundle of money in their hands. One by one, they dropped it in the bag. On the roof of a barn, the great Usopp was watching in fear. The merman race, a race of men who are half fish half human. They're 10 times stronger than human. Usopp stuttered. I have to save them, even if it costs my life. He slowly took out his trusty green slingshot. Hey! Arlong shouted at a brown-haired man. He grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. You're short by 300. It's all the money I have. The man whimpered. Well, too bad, for not being able to pay your taxes, you cannot afford to pay for your life. Before Arlong could punch the man on the face, Usopp fired a bullet at Arlong's face, which exploded within impact. After the smoke cleared, the shark man was more angry than ever. Who did that? He roared in rage. It's the long-nosed boy on the roof. A merman replied, pointing at Usopp. With one mighty swing of his merman arm, he smashed the barn to the ground, causing Usopp to fall as well. When he landed on his back, Arlong grabbed him by the nose. You're not very smart by trying to attack me, he muttered. Usopp whimpered under the sight of his scary shark eyes. He dragged the liar back towards Arlong Park. Arlong Park. I totally won. I just counted. 20 of these guys have slash marks, and 21 doesn't. I beat you, Naruto argued. Did you count the one that fell into the river? Zoro asked. Yes, I counted the one that fell in the river. Well, I didn't see you count it. Hearing this, Naruto sighed. You're just scared to admit that I'm stronger. Naruto gave a sly grin to Zoro. Am I right? Zoro's eyebrows narrowed. You are not stronger than me. I've got a 50 million bounty on my head. That doesn't matter. I've been hunting pirates for my whole life. If I've been a pirate, my bounty would be way higher than yours. Zoro walked towards the entrance of the park after yelling. Where are you going? Naruto asked. I think my idiot crew member got himself in trouble. I have to find him, Zoro explained. The one with the long nose. Zoro nodded. I'll stay here, in case Arlong gets back. Naruto leaned on the leader of the merman's throne as Zoro left the park. Hiding behind the throne was Naruto's fear yet to come. Finally, Naruto, you came. It's time to finish this once and for all. Faster than the eye can blink, something lunged from behind and broke the throne. It slammed on Naruto's back and sent him flying into the pool of water. What the hell was that? He yelled in disbelief. When he stared at his enemy, his eyes widened. No, not you again. Yes, Naruto, it's me again, the person replied. Zoro's Pav. Zoro got a free ride to the village by a giant octopus carrying a basket on his back. Where's that Usopp? Zoro ran across a forest and saw a black shadow envelop him. He looked towards the direction of the ocean and saw a giant ship flying towards him. Hey Zoro! Luffy shouted aboard. What the hell? Zoro shouted back before the ship crashed into him. It broke through the giant cliff in front of it. After the ship stopped, Luffy got off and searched for Zoro. He was found piled under a bunch of rocks that were under the ship. Luffy, I hate you, he said. Zoro, where's Naruto and Usopp? Luffy asked. Aw shit. Usopp's in trouble. Zoro shouted as he suddenly remembered what he was doing. If you want to save him, you better hurry, Johnny said as he suddenly entered the scene. Wasn't Usopp with you? The swordsman asked. He was captured by Arlong. Naruto was found badly beaten by one of the mermen. Let's go. It may not be too late, Zoro shouted. Aniki, we won't be joining you. We part ways here. Johnny told the green-haired man as he walked towards Yosaku. Yosaku nodded. All right. Thanks for everything. The two partners nodded and left. All right. To wherever Usopp is captured, Luffy shouted. Arlong Park. Naruto slid across the floor on his feet as he just blocked a blow from his opponent. I know you're half human and half fish, but I really didn't expect you to be part of this low-class merman group, Kisame. Naruto growled at the man wearing a black robe with red cloud designs. He was wielding a giant bandaged sword. Naruto, just come quietly. Arlong was a fool by putting the chakra seal on your foot, but the one I put on you is on your back. It won't last 3 minutes like last time. By the time the seal wears off, you'll be at a near-death state. Just surrender to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The Akatsuki member replied. Kisame. Where is Itachi? Naruto questioned, hope to buy some time. Itachi had some other business to deal with, Kisame answered. Does it have anything to do with Sasuke? I don't know, he didn't tell me. Now, your time is up. Kisame dashed at the young blonde, and swung his giant sword. Naruto jumped backwards, and landed on the roof. Why are these chakra seals so effective? Usually, Kyuubi's chakra can burn through any seal on me, Naruto said. This is made by some of the chakra of other tailed beasts. It isn't as easy to burn as a regular one. You can't win this battle, Naruto. He's right, Arlong barked as he entered his park. I see you've met Kisame. The world government doesn't trust me, so they had to send an Akatsuki member to look over me. I'm pleased to say that anyone else would have gotten on my nerves, but I didn't know another merman was actually an Akatsuki. Bloody fox Naruto, you lose. I have a hostage. Arlong raised his arm, and Usopp was hanging helplessly. I don't even know him. Naruto lied. You can do whatever you want with him. Don't be like that. I don't want to die, Usopp cried. Arlong sat on his throne, dropped Usopp, and impaled a sword next to his nostrils. I should cut off that long nose of yours first. If people saw you, they think you're some mutated merman of mine or something. Arlong observed. Usopp shivered, and stopped breathing. Kisame, finish off Naruto. With pleasure. Kisame jumped into the air, and made some hand signs. Sweeten. Suikoden no Jutsu, water release, water shark missile technique. The pool at the bottom took form of a water shark. It jumped out of the water, and shot out at Naruto. Even with his speed, Naruto could not dodge the entire attack, as his left arm was grazed. Kisame quickly smacked the blonde in the stomach with his sword, sending the boy down to the ground. Naruto crash-landed a few feet away from Arlong. You see, boy? I win again. Arlong laughed. You guys don't play fair. Using chakra seals, just like cheaters. Naruto groaned as he walked out of the hole he made. This is the real world. Life isn't fair, the merman replied. Release the boy. I'll take his place. A fine trade indeed. Your head is worth way more than this loser. Sweeping his hands, he released Usopp, and a group of mermen headed towards Naruto. Stop! Nami yelled. She walked from the side, and stood next to Arlong's throne. Nami. What brings you here? Nami. What are you doing here? Usopp asked. That's none of your business. Nami barked. Yes, that is, Luffy shouted from outside. He started winding up his right arm. Which one of you captured Usopp and Nami? Luffy. Nami betrayed us. Let's just forget about her and get out of here, Usopp replied. That's right. I was just after your treasure. Now get lost, find another navigator and look for your stupid One Piece. Nami ordered while putting her wooden staff together. If you're out of our crew, you have no rights to order us around, Zoro said as he walked inside. Hi Nami-san. Go on a cruise with me. Sanji shouted with hard eyes as he walked into the park after Zoro. Don't ruin your entrance with your stupid crush, Zoro said harshly. I can do whatever I want, Sanji replied while he rose his right leg. Zoro gripped his katana handle. Guys, now's not the time to fight against each other. Naruto is going to be kilomething. Usopp hollered while pointing at the blonde. Who said that? Naruto replied with a grin. My chakra may be sealed, but that doesn't mean I can't fight. Luffy smiled. Let's see how well you fight, ninja. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. Luffy shot his arm at the closest merman near his childhood friend. All right. Naruto jumped into the air and took out some kunai knives. Slice and dice. While landing, he slashed another fishman across the bridge of his nose. Naruto dashed and slashed, killing everyone in his way. Naruto, don't waste your time on these useless fish idiots, Kisame suggested. Fish idiots. Arlong barked. That's right, you dumbass. I gave you the chakra seal to use on Naruto. I told you to put it at his chest area. You placed it on his foot. You going to listen and respect me? I don't care if you are an Akatsuki member or not, Arlong growled. Respect you? Naruto can beat you without chakra. I only agreed to this job so I could get closer to East Blue, where I saw him heading last. What? You used me? Arlong snarled. He slowly got up and walked towards Kisame. Pirates are nothing compared to powerful, chakra-using ninjas. Especially if that pirate is a weakling like you. Hey, I'll be your enemy, Luffy shouted. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. Luffy gave Arlong a taste of his signature move, and sent him sliding across the ground. Suddenly, 3 mermen stepped up. One was a buff guy with a black band tied around his forehead. His fins were larger than shields, and he wore a black vest. The one next to him was short, with red cheek spots. His mouth was long, and he slouched. The one to the very right was the octopus that helped Zoro get to the village. Red, 8 arms, standing upright. In order to get to our boss, you'll have to get through us, the big fin merman announced. Fine, it doesn't matter. I just want to kick his ass, Luffy roared. You can't beat him, Luffy, no matter how strong you think you are. Just give up, don't throw your life away, Nami shouted. Naruto looked at the girl, and smiled. Seeing the smile, Luffy copied. I will never give up, that's my way of the ninja, the two said in unison. I got the octopus, Zoro declared as he reached for his blade. I'll take the big fin dude. Sanji followed while taking his cigarette to give a blow. I got Arlong, Luffy hollered. Wait, then that means, Usopp looked at the short dude. Shoo. He responded. Ah, Usopp shouted as he dashed out of the park. His opponent charged after him. That means, Naruto looked at his past enemy. I got you, Kisame. The foxboy smirked. The seal wore off. Well, I'll just have to place another one on you. Regular spot. The toad sage was busy scribbling down notes in his little notebook. Every single perverted note he ever had was in this green pad of paper. Those girls were perfect, he screamed passionately. Every naked young girl you gaze at is perfect, Shanks teased as he walked to his old friend. Maybe. So, you call me for a reason? Shanks had a bottle of beer in his hand. Yeah. My pupil is more popular than yours. Jiraiya bragged as he showed Shanks his poster. Wanted. Dead or alive Uzumaki Naruto, 70 million belly. Shanks read. He smiled at his white-haired friend. Great. I wonder what's taking Mihawk so long. I hope he received my message. You called him as well? Yeah, I've got some more information about Akatsuki. Red-haired paced around his buddy. Come on, can't you just tell me a little right now? He asked. No. Then I would have to repeat the same thing when Mihawk gets here, Jiraiya explained. You know how long he gets to places. He has no sail, no row, just a floating platform that moves by the currents of the sea, Shanks complained. Too bad. If you're really bored, help me get some more information for my research. I think I'll pass. I'm not a big pervert like you. The pirate gulped down his wine and walked away. Deleted scene. I should cut off that long nose of yours first. If people saw you, they think you're some mutated merman of mine or something. Arlong observed. Hearing this, Usopp got angry at that insult. Hey, don't insult my nose, it's way better than yours, he argued. It is not. Mine is spikier, and it's pointy at the end, Arlong debated. So, my nose is softer, longer, and it bends when I want it to. Usopp pushed his hand against his nose. See? So what? My nose can cut through stone. Oh yeah. My nose is stronger than even a dog's sense of smell. That won't do you any good if you're being attacked. Usopp growled as he got up. At a time like this, when your nose is being questioned, you have to declare a nose war showdown. Arlong finished. I'm glad you know about it. It saves he from explaining it. Arlong got up and laid on his stomach. Usopp did the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a nose war. Both of them chanted as they alternated sides for their nose to be on. 5, 6, 7, 8. Try to keep your nose up. Arlong started jabbing his nose at Usopp's. The liar's nose dodged, and slammed his nose over Arlong's nose. It hardly had any effect. Hee, my nose is strong and durable, Arlong bragged. It doesn't matter. Since your nose is more heavy than mine, I can move my nose quicker than yours. Usopp countered. Everyone in the park sweat dropped. What the hell are you two fighting over? Naruto shouted in confusion. Apparently, over who has the better nose, Kisame observed. Well, what's so important about the nose? You're right. It's all about the hair. The ninjas shouted at the same time. Great minds think alike, Naruto replied happily. Kisame nodded. However, my hair is way better than yours. No way. My hair is sticking up like a shark's fin. It makes you look like Donkey Kong. My blonde hair is spiky. There's only one way to settle this, Kisame announced. We declare a hair war showdown. Naruto replied. The two laid on their stomachs and tagged each other's hair. 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a hair war. All the merman fell over disbelief. Gomu Gomu no, Gatling gun. Luffy hollered as his fists shot out so fast it looked like he had 10 arms. Arlong didn't budge an inch, and took all the blows. Your pathetic punches don't affect me, Arlong announced. How does a Rasengan taste like from a merman's point of view? Naruto roared as he charged at Arlong. The blonde drove his chakra sphere into the shark man's face, sending him flying into a column. It crumbled from the force and left the leader of the merman race buried in a pile of rubble. Naruto, weren't you fighting the other one? Luffy asked as he pointed at where Kisame was standing last. The Akatsuki member was not there. He's in the water in order to try and mock me. I thought I'd try and help you. The ninja replied. Kisame functions best in water, however, I have a trick up my sleeve. Naruto walked slowly to the pool, and took a small breath. It's now or never, Naruto, he told himself. I'm not as good as Sasuke, but it's time to put my skill to the test. Naruto performed some hand signs, and raised his palm facing up. At first, nothing happened, but soon small crackles of electricity were heard. No longer later did lightning dance around Naruto's hand. Raiden. Hyabiri, attempted lightning release. Spark shock. Naruto drove his arm into the pool. The lightning quickly traveled all around the surface of the water. Kisame quickly jumped out of the water looking a bit irritated. You have lightning-based chakra? Kisame questioned. I'm not nearly at the level of Sasuke's lightning jutsu. That jutsu alone was about a C rank. Naruto clenched his fist. Stop hiding in the water. Fight me. The bandaged sword wielder chuckled to this statement. You may think you are strong, Uzumaki Naruto, but you overestimate yourself. Akatsuki has been keeping track of you ever since you went to Kumo, Hidden Cloud Village. You think you have the Kyuubi under your control, but it's far from it. Kisame tossed his sword from one hand to the other. Are you mocking me? Naruto growled. No, I'm telling Tien side of you isn't fully tamed. You can activate the tailed forms, but the more you use it, the weaker the seal gets. Soon, the seal will be destroyed, and the Kyuubi will take over your body. But, soon will take too long. So, I thought I should just mess with the seal right now. After Kisame said his last word, he turned into water. Water clone. Naruto said out of shock. That's right. The Akatsuki member jumped from the roof, and landed on the blonde's right. Naruto tried to avoid attacks by jumping backwards, but Kisame was a second faster and drove his bandaged sword into Naruto's gut. Samahada eats up chakra. Not only that, but this sword can also give me the chakra it ate. Kisame explained as Naruto tumbled backwards. Observe. The man walked to the fallen fox boy, and lifted his suit to reveal his belly button. Over it was a black swirl pattern. This is the famous seal of the fourth Hokage. Too bad it has to be erased. Samahata, give me some of the Biju chakra. Any one of them will do fine. The bandages on the sword started rumbling. Soon, Kisame and his sword was glowing yellow. Naruto tried to squirm his way out of Kisami's tight grip, but the fishman was too strong. Time for an improvement, the shark man shouted as he drove his palm over Naruto's seal. Ah! Naruto screamed. The seal was no longer a black swirl. It had the Akatsuki man's handprint over it. Naruto felt pain arising all over his body. No matter what he did, all he could do was resist the endless amount of suffering happening inside his body. What did you do to me? Naruto panted as he fell to his knees. I added another tailed beast's chakra into your body. As you know, a human body always takes foreign chakra as a threat. So, your body is trying to get rid of the chakra. But, the body also thinks some of the Kyuubi chakra inside your body is also the invading chakra. So it's attacking your demon as well. Since I slammed my palm on your seal, your white blood cells is eating away the chakra, as well as the seal keeping the Kyuubi from taking over your body. Obviously the cells are just killing themselves. Kisame explained. You sick bastard, Naruto groaned as he collapsed onto the ground. Naruto's mind, come to me. A deep voice echoed through the sewers. Naruto woke up with a jolt, and looked around. He knew where he was, and hated the sight of it. The boy got up, and walked around the maze until he got to a room with a lot of killing intent radiating. There was a giant cage, with a piece of paper preventing the cage to be opened. The seal was glowing yellow, and white jelly things were covering the frame of the paper. Behind the bars, was a giant pair of blood-red eyes. I never thought I had to see you again, you stupid fox, Naruto spat. Well, I didn't want to see you either, the fox replied. Black chains tied up his arms, tails, and legs. As every second passed, the chains started losing color. What do you want? The blonde roared. Perhaps getting these stupid chains off me. In your stupid dreams, Naruto, in case you haven't noticed, the seal is being destroyed by your white blood cells because the foreign chakra entered your body. Some even think that my chakra is also part of the foreign invaders. Kyuubi observed. Why would I release you? The fox boy argued. You're just a stupid chakra fox that only cares about killing. You caused my sufferings when I was young. When the seal is gone, all of that won't matter because I will be free. My chakra will shoot all over your body after the seal is weak enough. Your pathetic little body will burn from the inside out. I won't be able to control them in time because of these stupid binding chains. If you don't free me now, you will die. Why are you so concerned? I thought you wanted to be free of the cage you are in. The fox chuckled in a deep, creepy voice from this response. After my chakra burns your body, these chains will slowly wear down. By the time I am out of these, I can't stop my chakra in time to save you. Plus, your body is not nearly strong enough for me to take over for a long time. I will probably be free for only about 2 days. If I have to die, I don't want to be free for that short of a time. If you free me from these chains now, I can prevent you from dying. So Naruto, will you free me, or will you die? Naruto growled from this sentence. He hated bargaining with his roommate every single time. It's always a win-win for him. Naruto cursed. Fine. I'll free you. Tell me how to destroy the chains. Naruto decided. Good boy. All right, to destroy these chains, you are going to have to store all of my chakra you can control in this cage to the chains. That way, some of the white blood cells will hopefully wear down the chain while trying to destroy my chakra. The demon fox replied. I don't think my chakra control is good enough to focus there. Over the years I have been sealed in a brat like you. I've watched how you have developed. Don't you dare chicken out now. This is just like jumping across stepping stones. Naruto closed his eyes and made a ram seal. Kyuubi's chakra was flying wildly inside the cage. Naruto drew the chakra inside the cage and did his best to store it all on the black chain. His chakra control wasn't perfect, but 75% of the chakra he controlled got onto the chains. Some new white blood cells flew into the room and straight into the cage. Many got burned away in the process. I have a bad feeling about this, Naruto told himself. Outside Arlong Park, Naruto, Luffy shouted as his friend fell to the ground. He turned to Kisame, and pointed an angry, vibrating finger at Kisame. Pointing at people isn't polite, boy. The fishman snickered. What did you do to Naruto? Luffy hollered. Hey, Straw Hat, pay attention to me. Arlong roared as he got both his hands together, and smashed Luffy's back. The Straw Hat flew into a wall, and got buried under a pile of rubble. Relax, boy. Naruto isn't dead. I still need him alive. You should worry more about yourself. Kisame pointed his giant sword at the fallen Straw Hat captain. I won't let you hurt Naruto, Luffy growled. Gomu Gomu no. Luffy started winding up his arm. Pistol. He shot his arm at the Akatsuki member, but the move wasn't fast enough to land a blow. Kisame grabbed Luffy's wrist when his arm couldn't stretch any farther. You attack recklessly. The shark man pulled back, sending Luffy flying towards him, and got smashed in the face by the bandaged sword. The rubber man was sent flying back into a stone column. Hey, watch where you're punching the brats, Arlong snapped. My job here is done. Kisame picked up Naruto and headed for the exit. Where are you going? Arlong shouted. His sharp shark teeth sparkled in the sun. Away from here. I just wanted the fox ninja. Everything else is your problem. Kisame snorted as he walked out. Wait. Kisame turned around and saw Luffy all bruised up. He looked at the man in the black robe, shooting beams of hatred at him. You put Naruto down right now. The only place he's going is my pirate ship. Luffy roared. Kisame chuckled as he dropped Naruto on the ground. You really think that you can beat me? Some pirate that doesn't even have a bounty on them has no chance going up against an Akatsuki. Kisame stated. Hoshigaki Kisame, also known as No-Tailed Kisame, is one of the ninjas of the group Akatsuki that work directly under the command of the world government. According to them, has a 500 million bounty on him. Arlong added. 500 million? Nami whispered under her breath. Luffy, don't fight him. He's too strong. Luffy took off his hat and stretched his arms to put it on Nami's head. Nami, take care of my hat. Things are about to get rough. Naruto's mindscape. Ah! Naruto shouted. He fell to the ground, panting hard. Get up, Naruto. You need to go again, the fox roared. This is killing me. I've been trying to control the chakra forever. Whenever a cell gets near you, it burns and dies. Are you sure there isn't any other way? Naruto argued. Why, but it's a bit risky. What do I have to do? After the seal disappears, you're going to have to charge in here as fast as you can, and destroy these chains. Naruto gulped. It sounds easy, but is there a catch? Naruto asked nervously. Yes, there is. If you don't destroy these chains fast enough, my chakra will be free, and fly around in your body. For every part of your body that gets attacked by my chakra, will turn into me forever, Kyuubi said. I didn't really get that. To put it simply, if you don't free me before my chakra roams around your body, you will look more like me from the outside. All right, so I just have to destroy the chains, right? Naruto asked as he made 7 shadow clones. Everyone, prepare a Rasengan. After 4 of the Narutos got a Rasengan ready, the extra clones disappeared. You get the chain around the fox's left arm. You get the one on his left leg. You get the one on his right arm. Naruto ordered his 3 clones. I'll get the one on his right leg. Get ready. The white blood cells over the seal engulfed all the yellow chakra, and most of the seal was gone afterwards. The cage doors groaned and rumbled. Naruto, you're going to have to rip off the seal. Kyuubi observed. The blonde made a clone go. On my count, you rip off the seal. Everyone else charge in. Got it? Naruto asked. Got it. All the clones responded. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. The clone on the cage ripped off the seal, and the doors swung open. Red chakra flew out like angry boars locked in a tight cage. The clones disappeared whenever it was touched by the red stuff. Naruto got his chain done, but all the clones disappeared already. Don't just stand there. Get the rest. Kyuubi roared. The ninja made a clone in a split second, but it disappeared just as quick. I can't make clones here. The chakra is too strong for them to maintain a solid shape, Naruto argued. Well, think of something. You're going to die if you don't. The boy attempted to make more clones, but all the results were the same. Damn it! Naruto shouted as he punched a chain. The impact grazed his hand. The chain, however, had no damage from the attack. Son of a... Naruto, stand back. The fox used his free hand to grab on the chain around his other arm. He easily snapped it loose. Why didn't you do that before? Naruto yelled angrily. I just felt a bit of my power come back. Kyuubi explained. However, I'm too late. Why? Even if I go as fast as I can, half of your body will no longer look human anymore. Arlong Park. What is happening? Luffy shouted as red chakra swarmed around Naruto. It's already starting, Kisame said. Soon, Naruto will be a killing machine. That's a lot of red stuff. Luffy commented. Some of the chakra covered over Naruto and changed his appearance. Slowly, his right arm started glowing dark red. The chakra was spreading quickly. Within a few minutes, Naruto will no longer exist, Kisame declared. Naruto. The pirate shouted. Naruto's body continued to change. The right side of his face looked like a fox. Red pointy ears, 3 red tails, and sharp teeth. Come on, just a little more. The Akatsuki muttered. Fortunately, the transformation stopped after half of Naruto's nose was done. The young ninja slowly opened his eyes. His right eye was no longer the sapphire blue color. Instead, he had the eyes of the 9-tailed fox. What happened to me? Naruto gasped as he looked at his arms. There are good news and bad news. The good news is that your dad did repair the seal back to normal. The bad news is that the seal is not as stable as before. However, that can be a good thing. Now, I can take control of half of your body whenever I want. The fox chuckled inside Naruto's body. It seems you only went through half of the transformation. Kisame chuckled. Now, you will remain a monster forever. Just another reason for us to rid you of this world. With no hesitation, a moment later Naruto dashed so quickly, he didn't even appear as a blur for the human to track. His new right arm gave a solid fist to Kisame's stomach. The result sent the fishman flying into a wall and crashing out of Arlong Park. Naruto clenched his fist as he stared at the fox's arm. How did I? You didn't do that. I did. Kyuubi cut him off. Just trying to get used to the part of your body I can control. I will never be able to use my right arm and leg ever again, the blonde asked his demon. No, you will be able to. Only when I am not in control. I just wanted to test out what your body can handle. Naruto, you have tails? Luffy shouted. The boy looked behind him to see the red tails swishing behind him. He tried to pick up a pebble with one of the tails, but the tails had a mind of their own. How do you control these things? Naruto asked. It takes practice, the fox replied. Hey, I'm still here, Arlong shouted, waving his arms in the air like a maniac. You better take him down, Luffy, Naruto stated. Luffy nodded as he cracked his knuckles. Fool. You think you can beat me? There's already something that proves I am way stronger than you, Arlong said. Noses? Luffy asked. The merman narrowed his eyes a little. Nope. Keep trying, Luffy, Naruto suggested. Big-ass chins? Luffy questioned. Arlong clenched his jaw so tightly. If anyone saw his face, it would have been vibrating. Strike 2. Naruto commented. I got it, Luffy shouted while smacking his left hand with his right hand in a fist. The webbing between our fingers. No. Arlong hollered as he swung his arm with all his might. Luffy ducked before the merman could land a blow. It's our goddamn race. All humans are useless except for Nami. That girl draws amazing maps. Luffy's anger shot up like a rocket when he heard this. Nami is my navigator. She would never work for a bastard like you. You must have done something, Luffy argued. He did. Nami cried. When I was a baby, a marine found a little blue-haired girl carrying me in a ruined town. She saved both of us, and became my foster mother, Belmere-san. She owned an orange farm but did not have a lot of money. One day, Arlong and his crew came onto this island. He stated that everyone had to pay for their lives. Belmere-san could either afford her life, or both my sister, Najiko and me. She gave up her life to save us both. Tears streamed down the girl's face. Then, Arlong captured me and forced me to work for him. The only way I could free the village was to buy it back for 100 million berry. Speaking about the money, Nami, a friend dropped by here a while ago. He was a marine investigating your mother's orange crop. Arlong said slowly. Nami's eyes showed fury as she ran out of the park. What did you say that made her react like that? Naruto questioned. I heard that Nami hides all the money she stole in her mother's crop field. It's just a theory though. Now let's back to our fight. Hey Luffy, the octopus is out. Zoro announced while brushing dust off his shirt. His enemy had numerous cut bleeds all over his body. The big fin dude had strong karate moves, but it was no match for my kicks. Sanji added as he smoked a cigarette. That leaves the long-nosed coward boy and the weird short merman. I go see how he's holding. Naruto decided as he ran out of the park. So, it's a showdown between humans and merman, Arlong observed. I'm defiantly going to kick your ass, Luffy stated boldly as he started an attack. Naruto's Pav the half-fox ninja dashed out of the park. He met along a person he sent flying along the road. Kisame had no sign of injuries whatsoever. I don't have time to deal with you, Naruto shouted. Whatever, I'm done here. I just came here to destroy your seal and unleash the Kyuubi inside you. Then capturing you would have been easier. I have nothing else to do. I'm leaving. Arlong pisses me off. Kisame hissed. Wait. Where's Sasuke? Like hell I'm telling you. I don't know much, but I heard he got rid of Orochimaru. He's working under some new person that calls himself God. Another strong ninja goes to waste by throwing their El Pirate. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto spat. Most of Konoha's strongest ninjas end up as pirates in the end. One of the Sannin of Konoha. Toad Sage Jiraiya is an example. He took the occupation of spy on the legendary pirate crew of Gold D. Roger. The bandaged blade wielder replied. Furthermore, his best apprentice also trained to become a pirate. He had a strong bond with the other apprentices, like red-haired Shanks. You know him as your legendary fourth Hokage. The yellow flash of the leaf. Ero Sennin and the Hokage were pirates? Naruto asked. Kisame nodded. And now you. Uzumaki Naruto, also known as Bloody Fox Naruto, is a pirate of the Rubber Brat. It's already certain that his pirate crew will be infamous very soon. With that last sentence, Kisame turned into a puddle of water and vanished. I should go after that weird dude. Naruto told himself as he charged for Usopp. Ero Sennin, the fourth Hokage, and me are all pirates. I will surpass them both. Deleted scene. No, Arlong hollered as he swung his arm with all his might. Luffy ducked before the merman could land a blow. It's our goddamn race. You want to race? Luffy asked. No, I mean our race, like merman. It's better than the human race. Arlong argued. Naruto suddenly got a mischievous idea. Luffy, Arlong doesn't know what you're talking about because he never saw a race. The blonde shouted to the straw hat. Oh, really? Well, it's simple. A race is when two or more people run around. The fastest person who crosses the finish line wins. Luffy explained. I know what a race is. I'm talking about the other race, Arlong hollered in rage. He means relay race. Naruto said. Oh, relay race is easy as well. Relay race has about 4 people in a team. You carry this stick thing, and you run. When a person gets to the starting point again, the person passes the stick to the next person. The first team that has everyone who ran with the stick wins. Luffy lectured. Not that stupid race. I mean the type of person you are. Arlong exploded. That is called personality, Naruto corrected. Naruto, go FK around somewhere else. I mean like the kind of person you are. An example is that I am a merman, and both of you guys are humans. The merman shouted. But I'm a rubberman as well. Does that mean I have 2 races? Awesome, Luffy asked. Wahahahahaha. Naruto laughed as he fell onto his back. For the rest of his life, Arlong read a bunch of books that will help him counter the debate against Monkey D. Luffy. Kisame, you failed your mission. An image of a fuzzy man said calmly at Kisame. No boss, I made our lives easier, Kisame chuckled. How? It would have been harder to capture Naruto if the fox was unleashed. Since only half of his body has been lost, we still have a chance. No more chances for you. You've used them all up. The figure fuzzed. I'm giving the capture of Naruto to Sasori. Whatever. The fuzzy picture disappeared, and the fishman walked away. Luffy's POV. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. Luffy shouted as he shot out his arm. Arlong just opened his mouth, and let the rubber arm shoot right into it. He slammed his teeth together. The jaws of a shark are strong enough to break bones. The shark man replied as Luffy winced in pain. My turn. Zoro announced as he charged with his hands gripped on the hilt of his white blade. Fighting with one sword makes you weaker, pirate hunter Zoro. Arlong laughed as he dodged a sword slash. After all, Arlong cupped some water in his right hand. All I need to defeat all of you is a little water. Naruto's POV. Where is that idiot? Naruto cursed himself as he ran around the land. What to do? What should I destroy first with the part of the body I can control? The Kyuubi asked himself. You're not destroying anything. You only come in control when I say so. If you break that rule, then I'll commit suicide to kill both of us. Naruto shouted in his mind. So strict you are. The fox muttered. Usopp hammer. Usopp shouted as he swung down a 5-pound hammer onto the merman. He left 6 giant marks of bumps all over the face. While the merman was floating unconsciously in a shallow pool of water, Usopp cheered as he fell to the ground. Whoa! It's a monster! Usopp screamed as he ran away from Naruto. I should hide my face. It might scare people. Naruto took note as he chased after Usopp. Hey long nose boy. I'm still Naruto. I just had a problem and I'm stuck like this now. Naruto explained as he ran after the coward. Nothing you say will make me stop. Naruto gave an irritated sigh as he leapt into the air and landed in front of Usopp. I am still me. So stop running. Your captain is fighting Arlong already. Get your ass over to the park. Naruto ordered. Oh, I'm having my if I fight Arlong I will die disease. Usopp ed as he fell to the ground while clenching his chest. Well, you're about to get a Naruto will kick your ass disease if you don't go help your captain. The ninja threatened. Aye aye. Usopp saluted as he took off with a burst of speed. Naruto ran after him. Arlong Park. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. Luffy shouted as he shot his arm at Arlong. The merman opened his jaw and bit the rubber arm. Your puny human attacks have no effect on a merman like me. Arlong said deeply. While Luffy was trying to pull his arm free, Arlong opened his mouth to send Luffy flying backwards into the pool while he was still pulling. Sanji jumped below to Arlong and shot his leg upward, aiming for the chin. After the merman moved away, Sanji quickly pushed his hands upward. Then, he gave a downward kick for the head. Arlong shifted his head slightly and grabbed onto the chef's leg and threw him into a wall. Zoro dashed and unleashed his blade in the blink of an eye. He attacked upward as Sanji did at first, and tried to slash Arlong's stomach. After the leader of merman stepped back to avoid the attack, Zoro charged forward and attacked at the same spot. The result was a success as Arlong got a new scar on his stomach. The fish flinched for only a second before punching Zoro into the water. Haha. All of your nakama is defeated. Straw Hat human, you lose, Arlong bellowed. Sure killing shot. Firestar. Usopp shouted as he launched a bullet from his slingshot. Right when the star hit Arlong's face, a giant explosion hit his body. This is for humiliating me. Naruto roared as he charged into the smoke. Rasengan, he shouted as the mighty merman flew out of the smoke and into his palace. When the smoke subsided, Naruto ran to Sanji. Hey perverted guy. Where's Luffy and Zoro? Naruto asked as he shook the boy. Sanji took a while to recover from the fight he had. Luffy went into the water. I don't know about the swordsman. Sanji replied. Naruto cursed under his breath as he quickly jumped into the pool. Orange Farm Nami quickly ran to her mother's farm. All the money she stole from pirates was hidden under the crops. She had to pay 100 million berry to Arlong so he would stop hurting the people. Now her money might be taken. By the time she got to the field, many Marys were already walking around the orange crops. I want you to search every speck of dirt. Find all the money. A marine with whiskers commanded. He was very skinny, and easily beaten by anyone with fighting experience. Stop. Nami shouted as he quickly put her staff together and smacked a marine taking off an orange from the plant. We know you're hiding a whole stash of cash in here. It's only a matter of time before we take it. The skinny captain chuckled. The orange-haired girl lunged at the captain. She attacked his nose, which ended in a bloody mess. Sir, are you all right? A marine soldier asked. Forget about me. Just find the money, the Whisker Marine ordered. Arlong Park. Damn it. I lost a bunch of cigars. Sanji cursed as he lit one in his mouth. He gave a quick blow of smoke as Arlong jumped from the second floor he crashed into. A large echo followed by his landing. Where's that damned fox kid? I want to kill him, the merman growled as he searched around for knack for his friend. Sanji replied. Arlong gave a loud laugh after he heard this. That idiot chose the wrong time to go in the water. His chance of survival is 0. Arlong announced as he jumped into his pool. Sanji. Why did you tell him that? Usopp asked angrily. Would you rather want to fight him? Sanji questioned. I hope Arlong shows mercy. Usopp prayed, underwater. Where is he? Naruto swam around searching for his captain. Luffy could easily die underwater. It was a race against time, with an annoying fish trying to get his revenge. Arlong quickly sailed past the ninja and stood in front. You may have landed a blow against me, but this is the last moment of your life. A merman is 10 times stronger than a human, but they get 10 times stronger and faster underwater. There is no way you can win. Arlong chuckled. I don't have time to waste on you. Let me find my friend, and then we can fight again. Naruto replied as he tried to swim around the fishman. Like hell you are. Arlong shouted as he kicked the blonde in the stomach. Bubbles floated swarmed around the shinobi as he took the blow. I'm running out of air. Naruto strained in his head as he clenched around his neck. I love seeing you suffer. This is your end. Arlong swam at lightning speed and ready to punch. Looks like it's time for me to show you what I can do. Kyuubi chuckled. Before the merman could land his blow, Naruto flashed. The water around him turned blood red as the left half of his body matched his right side. Arlong flew backwards from the flash. When he looked at his enemy, he saw a red fox with crimson red eyes staring back at him. It feels great to enter the world again. The cage scenery was getting boring. The fox joked. We're fighting in my water, you lose. It doesn't matter what kind of water I'm in. As long as I'm in water, I can never lose. Arlong the Saw argued. Is that what you think? Your body is slowly burning even as we speak. You may not feel any suffocated, but your cells are being killed. Kyuubi said. The merman's reaction was to look at his arm. The skin was wrinkling and turning black. Damn you. Arlong cursed as he quickly swam to shore. Now where's that kid Naruto was trying to save? Kyuubi asked himself as he swam around the pool. Arlong Park. Whoa, the water is red. Usopp said in amazement. That is strange. Sanji added. The merman jumped out of the water. Both Usopp and Sanji looked at him. Yeah, but a merman with badly burned bruises and wrinkled skin shooting out of red water is weirder. Usopp corrected. Arlong panted hard as he struggled to get onto his feet. That boy has a powerful devil fruit, the injured being commented. Naruto ate a devil fruit? Usopp questioned. If he did, he couldn't have performed all of the ninja jutsu. There must be another reason why he can turn into a fox, Sanji replied. Hey, there are bubbles over there, Usopp shouted as he pointed to the location. Zoro swam out, carrying Luffy and Naruto on his shoulders. These two are heavy, Zoro complained as he dropped them on the ground. What happened? Sanji asked. Something made me wake up, and I realized I was in the water. I saw these two next to me. Zoro answered while pointing to the two unconscious boys with his thumb. The spiky blonde kid was battling me a minute ago. Arlong gasped. However, with him out of the way, there's nothing I fear from you weaklings. You're in no condition to fight. We have you outnumbered, Usopp shouted as he aimed a bullet at the merman's face. Run or stay? The chef asked Zoro. Like hell I'm running. Zoro replied. In response, he gripped his katana handle. Usopp, fire away. Sure killing shot. Smoke star. This time, the star exploded in smoke within contact. Zoro and Sanji charged forward. Unfortunately, the enemy was not in the smoke. The three realized the situation when the smoke subsided. He jumped into the water again. Sanji muttered. Well, I guess we just have to wait, Zoro replied. Change of location to Jiraiya's POV. So then Tsunade said, Naruto sure takes after you. He can travel anywhere, and we quickly lose sight of him. Jiraiya chatted with a mug of beer in his hand. Ha ha. Leave it to Naruto to stay hidden for a year. Red-haired Shanks commented as he took a sip of his beer. I wonder when Mihawk will get here. It's boring without him. He would always make some serious comment that stands out so much from our conversation it sounds hilarious. You got that right. I wonder how Luffy's doing. Naruto probably found Luffy already. Jiraiya slammed his mug onto the table. It would explain why Konoha can't find him. Naruto can't stay hidden forever. If he did find Luffy now, they will get into the Grand Line. Konoha could track them easier then. You're right, but Naruto isn't that weak brat you saw 10 years ago. He can take care of himself. Hopefully. The two friends gave a toast, as they chugged down their drink. Arlong Park. Sharks on darts. Arlong shouted as he shot out of the water. He was flying into Sanji, who dodged in the nick of time. The merman's nose got stuck in the wall. With one quick yank, Arlong freed his nose and jumped into the water again. That move is annoying. Zoro said angrily. This shitty fish is giving us a lot of trouble, Sanji added. You guys should probably wake up Naruto. After all, his bounty is higher than Arlong. He can beat him, Usopp suggested. Asking help would be the last thing I'd do. Both the chef and swordsman yelled back. Sharks on darts. Arlong shot out of the water again. Shitty swordsman, block him with your sword. I'll fry his ass, Sanji planned. Fine, but let me do the cutting before you fry him, Zoro replied. The two did not move an inch, as they waited for the annoying fish to shoot out again. Sharks on darts. Arlong shouted as he soared at the duo. Zoro quickly drew out his katana, and held it in a defensive position. He crouched, and the spiky part of Arlong's nose was stuck on Zoro's blade. Kick now. On cue, Sanji gave a powerful upward kick to Arlong's chin, sending him flying into the air. Zoro followed, and slashed the merman's shoulder. The swordsman landed neatly on his two arms and legs while the injured fish guy tumbled into the ground. And they ask me why I don't get a job cutting sushi, Zoro joked as he put away his blade. Naruto's flashback. Naruto, you failed at making a proper transformation again. A man concluded. He had a Chunin vest and was holding a paperclip and pencil in one hand each. On the bridge of his nose was a long scar he obtained from the attack of the Kyuubi. Naruto at everything, everyone shouted. Laugh all you want. I'll beat all of you, I'll be so strong, you all would feel guilty about this time in your childhood you ever insulted me. Naruto barked at his classmates. Sure, because you want to be Hokage, keep dreaming, a boy shouted. No. Everyone hates me so much, they wouldn't accept me anyways. I'm going to be in a position where everyone believes it fits. Naruto smiled innocently at everyone. I'm going to be a pirate of the sea. Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs. Naruto, watch what you say. The teacher scolded. You can't be a pirate. Betraying your people is the ultimate dishonor a ninja can receive. Iruka-sensei, I'm being betrayed. I made one friend 4 years ago. I promised I would join his crew. I'm going to be a pirate, and that's that. The blonde stormed angrily out of the room. He left his entire class speechless. While running to the giant tower in the middle of the village, next to the tower was a mountain. 4 giant faces were on there. From left to right were the 4 great Hokage that ruled the village. Naruto opened his eyes and saw the great cage that sealed his tailed beast. Did you enjoy that memory you had? There's a bunch more if you want to watch, the fox boomed. I remember that so well. It was the time I decided I shouldn't hide what my true intention was just so the villages wouldn't hate me even more. I had another angry mob of people chasing me out of the village again. Naruto sad that was. You want to see more? What? No, I shouldn't be reviewing my past. I need to get back and help Luffy. I already saved him. He's lying unconscious next to you at this very moment. Naruto's ears twitched when he heard those statements. Why did you save him? I thought you hated me, the ninja questioned as he walked up to the fox. Yes, I do hate you. But, that was only because I was imprisoned in you. Now that half of my body is free, we'll call it a temporary friendship. Naruto stepped back slowly. This is kind of awkward. The blonde commented. Don't worry, I'm sending you back to your crappy life. Kyuubi replied. Back to reality. You think he's dead? Sanji asked as he leaned over to stare at Arlong's body. Doubt it. Zoro replied as he sat down. Food. Luffy ed as he woke up drowsy. He walked over to Arlong. Fish. Luffy picked up a leg and bit it as hard as he could. The scream Arlong gave was loud enough to wake anyone from deep slumber. Huh? Where am I, and why is there a leg in my mouth? Luffy asked. Stop biting my leg, you asshole. Arlong cursed as he shook his leg free. I'm awake already. Naruto groaned as he sat up. The fish is awake. Usopp shouted from behind the window. Guys, go kick his ass, I'll back you guys up. Arlong, get the hell off your island. A man shouted behind Usopp. Genzo had all the villagers behind him carrying weapons. The little pinwheel spun in a blur. Where's Nami? Usopp asked the pinwheel man. She's still recovering from the fact that she couldn't help us. She tried to steal 100 million berry to free this land of Arlong. Her money got taken away by marines. A villager explained. Luffy, you take him down. I'll go find Nami for her to see the final battle, Naruto decided. Hurry up. I want to show her I can beat this stupid fish, Luffy commanded. The ninja gave a nod, as he ran out of the park on all fours. Did that boy have half of his body as a red fox? A woman questioned as Naruto ran past the crowd. Don't worry about it. He may look scary, but he's the only one in the crew with a bounty. Usopp answered. A light bulb suddenly dinged above his head. Naruto, let me find Nami. You help Luffy and everyone else fight Arlong. Usopp shouted as the fox boy disappeared from sight. Looks like you're staying. A man concluded. Why me? Usopp cried. The village, I failed everyone. Nami sobbed as he fell to her knees. Endless stream of tears were flowing down her face. What are you doing here? The girl who helped Usopp asked as she walked up behind Nami. Najiko, go away. I want to weep in peace, the orange-haired girl snapped as she turned away. I can't do that. I'm supposed to help my little sister when she's upset. Everyone already left to challenge Arlong. I'm going right now. You don't want to come? Najiko asked. Nami shook her head as she bent down lower to the ground. The blue-haired girl ran towards Arlong Park. Nami took out a dagger, and began to stab at the tattoo of Arlong's flag on her right shoulder. Arlong. Damn you. She cried as she drove the dagger deep into her skin. Just when she was going to strike for the 6th time, someone stopped her. Nami looked up and saw her captain's face. Go away, Luffy. I don't want your help. Get off this village, Nami screamed. I'm not Luffy. Luffy poofed in smoke and emerged as Naruto. Your captain is fighting against the man who ruined your life. You're not coming. Why do all of you have to go into my business? Nami sobbed. Because we care about you, Naruto barked. You think we decided to fight Arlong just for fun? Luffy is mad at him because he caused you to suffer. If you're not going to support your captain, I'm going to go right back and telling Luffy this is all a joke. We'll leave, and you'll never get another chance to get rid of that annoying merman ever again. Naruto shot solid glares at Nami. Prove that he cares. Nami demanded after a long moment of silence. The proof is on your head. The ninja replied. Nami went to feel her head, and took off the straw hat Luffy gave her. That straw hat is Luffy's treasure. It was given to him by his role model, red-haired Shanks 10 years ago. Luffy's dream is to be Pirate King, and prove to Shanks he's a powerful pirate. He's going to need everyone he can. Our captain wouldn't have given that straw hat to anyone. However, if you feel you don't want to be a part of our pirate crew, give me the hat. Naruto extended his arm, and moved his fingers back and forth, asking for the hat. Nami gripped Luffy's treasure, and slammed the hat onto her head. I'm not going to let our captain down, Nami said as she stood up. She just noticed that Naruto's body changed. What happened to your body? She asked. That's irrelevant right now. Hop on my back. We'll get there in a flash, Naruto commanded as he got on all fours. Arlong Park. Gomu no, pistol. Luffy shouted as he shot his arm at Arlong. The fist made contact to Arlong's chest. "You are annoying brat," Arlong growled as he smashed a wall of his palace. When his hand came out, he was carrying a super long black blade that looked like a saw. "Gomu Gomu no." Luffy charged at Arlong, and extended both his arms backwards. "Bazooka!" He shot out both his arms at the same targeted place. Arlong flew onto the ceiling, and Luffy followed. "Take this!" Arlong roared as he swung his mighty blade at Luffy. The rubber man quickly ran into a window to dodge. "Wow, there's a bunch of paper in here," Luffy observed. All those maps were drawn by Nami. "Her map drawing skills are too perfect to be wasted on a brat like you," Arlong explained as he jumped through the window. Luffy narrowed his eyebrows. He roared as he threw the desk outside the window. Papers flew wildly out the window as well. Naruto and Nami made it just in time to witness the event. "That's the desk I spent hours working on to draw maps," Nami cried. "Thank you, Luffy," she whispered under her breath. "Don't ruin the maps," Arlong raged as he swung his blade. It missed Luffy and sliced a huge stack of papers instead. "I can't let this room or the maps exist. All of this stuff hurt Nami. I won't forgive you," Luffy roared. He shot his right leg high into the sky. "Gomu Gomu no." Oh no, he quickly sent his leg down, and smashed Arlong's back. The result crumbled the floor. The two were on the third floor, as both tumbled back to the ground. Arlong's palace collapsed. "The Straw Hat Boy did it," a man cheered. Everyone waved their weapons in the air in unison. "Did Luffy make it out alive?" Usopp asked in fear. "Don't worry about it," Naruto answered, slapping the boy on the back. "He's not a weak coward like you." "Nobody asked you." Usopp barked at Naruto's face. Monkey D. Luffy stood on top of the rubble, and looked at his navigator. "Nami. You are my nakama," Luffy declared. The girl's eyes started wetting tears of joy as she nodded. After Arlong had fallen, all the villagers cheered. The skinny marine tried to ruin everyone's fun by going to Arlong Park and declaring that Arlong's bounty money goes to the marines, but Nami scared him away. "The person has recorded Luffy's name, and will get his revenge." Afterwards, everyone partied for 3 days and nights. Nami got her tattoo of Arlong replaced with a tattoo of a tangerine. After the Straw Hat Pirates left, Nami quickly jumped into the ship as it was leaving, and stole everyone's wallets during the process. She was able to get some of her mother's tangerine crop onto the ship. Luffy slowly extended his arm to try and snatch a tangerine from the bush, but his hand was rejected by Sanji. "Come on Sanji, just one orange, please?" Luffy begged. "No. This is Nami-san's special crop. I will protect it with my life," Sanji said passionately. "All right, if I shoot this flame star at the eye, I will be unstoppable," Usopp concluded as he painted a slingshot bullet. "Meditation helps calm the mind, but makes me want to stop at the same time," Naruto noted in his mind. Using his newly gained tails, he was hanging upside down from the sail pole. "Sanji-kun, can you wait longer?" Nami called out as she opened her daily newspaper. "Yes Nami-san," Sanji answered. "You're an idiot love cook," Zoro snapped as he laid down for a nap. The wind blew strongly, and the seagulls called out to one another. Luffy's pirate flag shined under the bright sun, showing today will be great. Loungetown a long yawn came out of Shikamaru's mouth as he stretched for the morning day. He rubbed his tired eyes as the same scenery for the past 3 weeks of the ocean was seen. "It's been 3 troublesome weeks, and still no sign of Luffy," Shikamaru stated under a yawn. "Morning Shikamaru," Choji replied as he carried a bowl of rice and meat. "Morning. Any sign of our pirates?" "Nope. But I wouldn't mind staying here. They've got great meat." Choji quickly engulfed his entire bowl of food. "I'm going to get more, see you." "Since nothing's happening, I guess a morning nap couldn't hurt." The lazy ninja slowly walked back to his hotel room, not expecting the arrival of the people he was looking for. "Going merry. This stuff is really good," Naruto muffled between bites of food. "That's why I picked Sanji as our chef," Luffy replied as he started snatching food from Usopp's plate. "Naruto, what are you in this pirate group?" Usopp questioned while jabbing a fork into Luffy's arm as Luffy tried to take some meat. I'm the spy, ninja, and assassin. I gather information for you guys, and help examine islands and stuff. There aren't many ninjas in pirate groups, Nami commented. That's because ninjas hate pirates. It was believed that a group of jealous people who couldn't become ninjas left their village. They lived out by sea, and found devil fruits. They were known as pirates. There were a few ninjas that were part of pirate crews. Naruto swallowed a piece of ham before continuing. One was a perverted hermit known as Jiraiya, a legendary Sannin of Konoha. He sailed around the world. He was my sensei for a while. Oh, you mean the person with the crazy white hair I saw with you 10 years ago? Luffy mumbled with his mouth full of food. Yes, that guy. He was part of the Pirate King's crew. Gold D. Roger was one of the few pirates that had a ninja as his nakama. Hold it. If ninjas become pirates, aren't they considered as bad ninjas or something? Nami asked quickly. Before answering, Naruto untied his headband. Yes, but no one from my village knows Ero Sennin was a pirate. He always went on adventures, so no one kept track of him. However, Konoha may have already discovered I found Luffy. The ninja slammed his headband on the table. If I become a pirate, I will be an enemy to my village. That's a pretty hard choice to make, the chef replied. Well, a hero to one eye is an enemy to another, Zoro added. I know the consequences. I already swore to Luffy that I would help him. I'm not backing down now. Naruto quickly took his headband, and showed everyone the symbol. Ninjas with headbands that have a slash over their symbol becoming missing nin. It's the village's job to capture their missing nin. Is it alright with everyone that we may always have shinobi from Konoha chasing after us? The demon boy asked his friends. No, Usopp shouted. I couldn't care less, Sanji answered. It would make our adventure more fun, Zoro added. Naruto, we are your friends. No matter what happens, we'll always be by your side, Luffy said loudly. Then it's settled. Naruto quickly took out a kunai, and slowly marked his headband. The high-pitched, screeching sound rang in everyone's ears. I am now a Straw Hat pirate. The ex-shinobi shouted at the top of his lungs. Cheers! Everyone roared in reply. Naruto tied his headband tightly around his forehead. I have friends I can trust. This was the one thing I wanted more than anything. My only goal now is to help them succeed their dreams. Marine headquarters. Yes. I want a damn bounty on this Monkey D. Luffy, the skinny whisker captain shouted over his denmushi. Okay, we got it. Do you have a picture of the pirate you were talking about? A voice asked. Yeah, right here. I also have a picture of Uzumaki Naruto. He was helping this pirate, and looked different from before. The guy inserted his pictures into a scanner. Is that all? Yes. Make sure that Luffy guy gets a bounty. The captain slammed the receiver on the hook, and stormed out of his office. Going merry. Finally, the newspaper is here, Nami exclaimed as a delivery bird flew onto the ship. The orange-haired girl dropped a coin into the coin box attached around the bird. In return, Nami got a newspaper. She sat on a folding chair and started reading. You sure are determined, Zoro, Naruto observed as he dodged multiple amount of sword slashes by the swordsman. This is for humiliating me at that restaurant, Zoro growled as he swung like crazy. At least let me fight with a sword to even the playing field, Naruto complained as he jumped into the ocean. You can't catch me now, Naruto mocked as he ran around the ship. Wow, I want to try that, Luffy shouted excitedly as he jumped off the boat. You idiot, don't try that, Sanji cursed as he pulled his stupid captain back onto the boat. You're no fun, Luffy muttered. Nothing interesting in the news, Nami said to herself as he flipped through the pages. As she flipped, 2 square pieces of paper fell on the boat. Nami picked it up, and her eyes flashed when she saw what it was. Everyone, get over here, she ordered. The entire Straw Hat crew quickly crowed around their navigator. What's wrong, Nami-san? Sanji asked in a loving tone. We really made a scene back at Arlong Park. The girl flipped over the papers. One picture had a very happy Luffy waving at the screen. The other was Naruto in his half-demon form narrowing his eyes. His red tails were very blurry behind him. Luffy's amount was 30 million as Naruto's was 75 million. Ha ha ha. I have a bounty now, Luffy laughed as he picked up his picture. Mine went up by 5 million. Not too bad, Naruto concluded. How come I didn't get a bounty? Sanji snapped. It's because you weren't cool enough, Usopp answered. We would have already had Marine tagging against us with Naruto's original bounty. Now Luffy gets one, and Naruto's bounty increases. We also have Konoha's shinobi chasing us as well. This is going to be one hell of an adventure, Zoro said to himself as he lay down to take a nap. Konoha. Hokage-sama, bad news, a ninja reported to his leader. What is it? The Hokage replied in a sleepy tone. There were 2 new bounties made. The ninja slapped the papers on the desk. Tsunade tiredly took it up, and gazed at it. What? She roared as she couldn't believe her eyes. Naruto got a higher bounty. That's not all. Look at the other poster. She changed to the other picture, and had so much rage building in her that she ripped the papers. Get me any AVALIABLE ninja now, Tsunade ordered. Hi. The reported replied as he ran out of the room. Naruto just won't let me get a damn break, will he? Also the monkey D. Luffy had a bounty of 30 million. I hope Shikamaru will be able to stop them. Loungetown. The Straw Hat Pirates landed on the town where the Pirate King was born and executed. Other than Luffy, everyone had plans to shop. The captain wanted to see the execution platform that the Pirate King was killed on. Darn it. Where is that platform? Luffy asked himself as he wandered in random directions. He eventually walked up to a grayish blue-haired man with a white jacket. The man also had a jute strapped behind his back, and was smoking 2 cigars. Hey, do you know where the execution platform is? I'm lost, Luffy said to the man. In return, the man exhaled a puff of smoke, which revealed an arrow pointing to a direction. Just go that way, he replied. Thanks. Luffy quickly charged for the location. Sword shop. A bell dinged when the door opened and closed. Zoro looked around the shop, and found a bunch of barrels with swords filled inside. Welcome to my shop. What do you want to buy? The shop owner asked. How much can I get for this amount of mon-placed coins and bills on the desk? With this little, you can't even afford a crappy sword, the owner joked. His brain sparked when his eyes focused on Zoro's white blade. Could it be? May I see that blade? The green-haired swordsman dropped his katana on the desk. The owner took out the blade, turned it at different angles to see, and tapped on it gently. This is the real deal. This blade is in a very bad condition, however, I'll give you 300,000 berry for it. You can afford 3 fairly good blades for that amount, the owner bargained. I'll pass, Zoro replied. I'll give 500, 600, Zoro shook his head as he retrieved his blade back. This blade is special to me. I'm not going to sell it. Just as he walked outside, a woman walked past her. She had short blue raven hair and a yellow shirt with pink flowers. Her pink glasses always fell off her nose, which she always had to push back on. Oh hi, are you going in here as well? She asked the green-haired swordsman. She looks a lot like Kuina, Zoro's mind suddenly shouted. The man quickly shook his head to get the thought out of his mind, and quickly walked away. Hold it, the woman yelled, stopping Zoro dead in his tracks. What is that blade you have there? She quickly opened a book, and flipped through the pages. This katana is a special one that my friend wielded, Zoro answered. That is Wado Ichimonji, one of the Ryo Wazamono. She looked eager to snatch the blade. That is worth millions of money. Oh, so that guy was trying to trick me, the moss head thought angrily. Are you coming in? Her innocent smile made Zoro feel uncomfortable. I still need some swords. He followed the girl into the shop once again. Naruto's POV. I'm so bored. The blonde ninja yawned while strolling through town. He was able to convince Luffy to let him wear his straw hat to prevent other people seeing his half-fox body. Naruto hid behind a building when Marines came into his sight, but he was just far enough to hear the conversation they had. Why couldn't you just use a transformation? The fox inside questioned. I never thought of that. Maybe I should have done that instead. Naruto looked ahead and saw a Marine captain. He had soldiers running up behind him. Captain Smoker, the bounties just came, a Marine soldier reported as he saluted. The captain took the papers and growled. So, that was Straw Hat Luffy? Everyone, get to the execution platform. That's where Straw Hat Luffy is. Smoker shouted. Everyone ran towards their destination. Behind a building, Naruto cursed. Damn it, they know where he is. We have to get to Luffy. But, I don't know where the platform is. Naruto cursed. Better start running. Kyuubi suggested. We could get caught running around town, Naruto argued. Luffy already got caught. It doesn't matter now, since you will be spotted sooner or later. Good point. Naruto quickly tied the string of the hat around his neck, and took off like a rocket. Even though he ran with a blur of speed, a few people were able to see his body. That's a criminal, a man shouted. He's with Straw Hat Luffy. It's Bloody Fox Naruto. Call the Marines. I didn't want to be spotted at least till we get to the platform. Naruto complained in his mind. Shikamaru's Pav. Why'd I have to patrol the town? The lazy shinobi yawned as he walked around town. The team had received orders to be on full alert. Apparently, 2 new wanted posters came out, and it was the 2 culprits they were trying to capture. Ino went to inform the captain of the Marines, while Choji asked around town for the criminals. Shikamaru had to make sure no trouble happened around town. Shikamaru, we have bad news. Choji roared at the top of his throat as he ran up to his best friend. What? Shikamaru asked. A few people said they saw Naruto running around. Ino also told me Captain Smoker went to execution platform, stating he knew that Luffy would be there. Choji reported. All right. Tell Ino to leave Luffy to Captain Smoker. We'll capture Naruto. Shikamaru ordered as he ran off. Luffy's Pav. Yes, I finally made it, Luffy cheered as he charged towards the platform. Using his rubber arms, he launched himself to the platform. Hey, you're not allowed to climb the execution platform. Get down, a Marine soldier shouted. Ignoring the command, Luffy continued crawling up like a monkey. Monkey D. Luffy, I finally found you, Smoker roared. The rubber man turned around to see the person who helped him get to the platform. Oh, you were that smoking person who helped me, thanks. Shut up. I didn't know you were Straw Hat Luffy, but now that I do, I'm going to capture you, Smoker crouched. Just try, Luffy replied. He stretched his arms at one of the supporting beams of the platform. Gomu Gomu no, rocket. However, one of his legs got stuck inside the platform, and Luffy dangled 10 feet above the ground. So you have a devil fruit power. That won't save you. Smoker shot out his arm. It turned to smoke, and covered the Straw Hat captain from sight. Pulling back his arm, he ripped Luffy out of the platform, and sent him smashing to the ground. Luffy. A voice echoed. The boy looked up, and saw his trusty fox ninja charging towards him. Naruto. Get everyone ready, we're leaving, the captain commanded. Naruto? Smoker looked behind him, and saw the other criminal he wanted to catch. That's Bloody Fox Naruto, with a bounty of 55 million. Everyone, catch him as well. The captain of the Marines ordered. Everyone got out swords and rifles. They aimed towards Naruto. Like that's going to stop me. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. He created 4 clones running next to him. Naruto jumped on the clone to his left, and leapt into the air. While falling, his arm glowed blue. Futon. Great Tenku Karite, air release. Great air cutter. With a swing of his arm, the air shaped into a slash, and flew straight into the group of Marines. Naruto landed in front of Smoker. His clones vanished. I'm starting to really detest you people. The captain cursed as he drew his jute that was originally tied to his back. The fox boy growled as Luffy got up. Hey, what does detest mean? Luffy asked. Everyone fell to the ground in amazement. How could a complete idiot like him be worth 30 million? Smoker questioned himself. Luffy, that is really irrelevant right now, Naruto said to his captain. Detest means to really hate someone. It's a way of expressing even more hatred against someone. A man's voice answered. Appearing from behind the crowd of Marines was Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji. Hey, it's those ninjas I met from that fat woman's ship, Luffy exclaimed. Naruto, you have a bit of explaining to do right now. Shikamaru huffed at his friend. Naruto looked away. He didn't want to see the face of his past friends. I don't feel obligated to tell you anything. What I do is my business. I was hoping we could avoid a fight with you, Naruto, but I already predicted you weren't going to make our lives easy. So, I already prepared a plan. Shikamaru crouched down. After a hand seal, his shadow started stretching towards Naruto. Kagemane no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique. The lazy shinobi shouted as his shadow shot towards the blonde ninja. Whoa! His shadow just changed, Luffy shouted in excitement. That isn't a good thing. If his shadow connects with yours, all of your movements will be the same. Let's get everyone else and head for the Grand Line. Naruto jumped to the side and charged at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, his face, yeah, I can see. A lot happened to our missing ninja. Shikamaru cut off his friend. That's not all that's changed about me. Why don't you check out my forehead protector? The hyperactive blonde bragged. His two ninja buddies widened their eyes. A slash through the symbol of Konoha, Choji gasped. Naruto, if this is another prank of yours, it's not funny. Shikamaru growled. This statement angered the fox boy, as his arms started glowing yellow. Who said I was joking? I'm dead serious. A ninja who becomes a Pira to his village. Naruto smashed his arm into the ground. Raiden. Denatsu Jishin, lightning release. Voltage earthquake, Naruto bellowed as the ground crumbled. Every crack that was formed shot up a huge amount of lightning. Marines wobbled around the ground. Some witnessed the power of the jutsu and had major body burns. Luffy, let's go. Naruto hollered. All right, Luffy extended his arm to one of Naruto's fox tails. Once he got a grip, the fox child dashed towards the docks. Don't let the two escapes, Smoker ordered. The Marines that didn't get fried charged after the two pirates. Naruto can use lightning jutsu? Choji said in shock. Every second that passes, Naruto gets even stronger. Go get Ino Choji. We can't afford to lose this one chance we have on capturing our missing nin. Shikamaru assigned. Choji nodded in agreement as he ran in a random direction. Sword shop. What was that? Tashigi exclaimed as the ground shook below her. Earthquake, Zoro suggested. He tugged on the newly attained blades he got. One katana was accursed, so he had a battle of the blades curse versus his luck. He threw the sword into the air and stuck his arm out. The blade missed his arm, making Zoro eager to take it. The store owner seemed to respect Zoro's courage and gave him another Ryo Wazamono blade. A weird noise that sounded like blah came from Tashigi's pocket. She took out a very small den mushi. The snail clicked, and a man's voice came from the animal. Commander Tashigi, we have trouble. Straw Hat Luffy and Bloody Fox Naruto just escaped. They're headed for the docks, a marine reported. I'll be there as soon as possible, Tashigi replied. Quickly charging for the door, she ran into a wall. Ow, she said as she rubbed her forehead. You should probably wear your glasses, Zoro suggested. Shut up. Tashigi shot back as she dashed out the door. Zoro quickly followed out of the store. Come again. The shop owner said. Luffy's pav, it's a good thing you can run fast. Luffy said while riding on his ninja friend's back. Hey, either you shut up or run on your own feet. Naruto snapped. Looking backwards had about 50 marine soldiers chasing the two pirates. Captain, at least fight the marines while you're sitting up there, Naruto suggested. Great idea. Gomu Gomu no, Gatling gun. The rubber man cried as his two fists shot out so fast it looked like Luffy had about 20 arms. One by one, the soldiers collapsed onto the ground. Naruto ran on walls, leapt over buildings, but still could not chase off the marines. The dock isn't far ahead. Luffy, we need to get everyone. Let's split up and search. The blonde pirate requested. Luffy accepted the request as he jumped off. The two ran in opposite directions. Sanji's pav Sanji just won an elephant tuna from a cooking competition. The giant tuna was slung over his left shoulder as he slowly walked towards going merry. I wonder what I should make with a giant tuna. While Sanji was busy wondering about new recipes, an earthquake made him lose his balance. He fell to the ground as the tune slid off his shoulder. Before the fish could flop too far from the quake, the blonde cook quickly snatched the fish. Sanji, wait up! Usopp called from behind. The sharpshooter had two giant bags full of accessories and gadgets. He had a new pair of goggles around his bandana. Sanji stopped for a moment to let his friend catch up. What the hell is all this garbage? Sanji questioned as he dug through a bunch of clothes and slingshots. These are souvenirs. When I look back at these items, I will remember the time before I set foot in the Grand Line. Usopp replied proudly. I bet half of these will end up in the trash. Sanji muttered. Ignoring the comment, Usopp shoved his souvenirs back into the bags. By the way, did you feel that earthquake? The liar nodded. Yeah, I did. I don't know what happened. Maybe a storm is coming. Usopp wondered. Did you hear? Straw Hat Luffy is in town, a man told a woman. Someone said it was his teammate, Bloody Fox Naruto, who caused the earthquake. The entire section of the middle of town has faults. Buildings also fell over. The woman answered. Well, I'm guessing that's the sign. Let's go to the ship. Sanji suggested. Usopp nodded in agreement. Nami's Pav. Are you sure you want all of these clothes? Nami was clothes shopping. Next to her lay a mountain of clothes. No, there's nothing I want. Nami concluded as she walked out of the store. Not a second later, she tumbled to the floor from the earthquake. Better get to the ship. While running back to the dock, Nami felt a cool breeze blowing against her. She knew a storm was coming to the island. Concluding her hypothesis, she ran faster to the docks. Naruto's Pav. Don't these guys ever get tired of running? Naruto cried as his crowd of Marines chasing him increased to 50. I'm positive every Marine that gets tired two more replace their spot. Kyuubi observed. Naruto sighed as a crossroad appeared. He smirked as clones appeared to his side. There were 3 different paths. The real ninja took the center, while the clones ran in the others. The population of Marines chasing the Fox Blonde decreased to about 15. Dashing around alleys and leaping over buildings, Naruto was able to outrun the Marines. I need a rest. Naruto panted as he sat down. You don't get a rest. The blonde growled as he looked up to find Shikamaru's trio squad. Come on, let me get a break. I'm trying to leave the island without harming a lot of people. The fox boy snapped. He slowly got up to face his new enemies. But I'll take the fight. Naruto's ember eyes grew bloody red as he hissed. Come on, let me get a break. I'm trying to leave the island without harming a lot of people. The fox boy snapped. He slowly got up to face his new enemies. But I'll take the fight. Naruto's ember eyes grew bloody red as he hissed. Naruto, you better give us a good explanation to us. Ino snapped. Naruto growled. It's because of you, friends. Everything I did was for you guys. But no one cared about me. The one person who cared about me is dead. When she died, who the hell cared? Huh? Tell me, Naruto roared. Flashback. Look out. A 5-year-old Naruto cried as a kunai knife flew straight to a girl. She was 8, 3 years older than Naruto. Her long black hair fluttered with the wind. She had black eyes, and a red t-shirt with blue pants and black sandals. The girl used her nimble feet to quickly dodge the incoming attack. If you're trying to kill me, you'll have to do better than that, the girl said. Sorry Emi-chan, my aim was off that time. Naruto explained while rubbing the back of his head. Emi tossed the kunai to her friend. It's okay. Just work on the wrist. The setting sun gave off an amber glow to the forest the two were training in. Looks like it's almost nightfall. Let's go back to the village. Emi suggested. Naruto nodded as the two walked back inside Konoha. Present time. She was one of the few friends I ever had. Naruto cried as tears dripped from his face. Uchiha Emi? Choji asked. Wasn't the girl that never awoken her Sharingan? I believe so. All of the Uchiha saw her as a barbarian. Shikamaru added. Naruto got up, as his body started changing. Shikamaru. The fox ninja's voice got surprisingly deeper. Do you know what people said in response to her death? The lazy ninja shook his head. Sasuke Teme said. The weak will get what they deserve. Naruto. Her death was predictable. Everyone agreed with him. Naruto roared. His tremendous battle cry shook the floor again. Her parents didn't shed one single tear. No one did. Naruto's left body started to mirror his right side. What do you have to say? All these years, I've tried to control the anger deep down in me. Now, I will unleash it. The blonde now became a full red fox with 4 tails swishing behind him. From the tip of his tails, blue shot down his body. Full fox mode, wind fox beast. Naruto shouted. He disappeared in a nanosecond and appeared 3 centimeters in front of the trio. Another nanosecond. He could even be surprised at the new speed. Naruto smashed the ground. The shockwave sent the three flying into the air. Dashing like the wind, Naruto flew left and right. At each new location, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino gained a new scar on their body. When the fox settled in one spot, the blue aura disappeared. Instead, a yellow one wrapped around the beast. Full fox mode, lightning fox beast. Naruto raged. His tails crackled electricity like crazy. Electricity built up at all 4 of his tails. Shooting the bolts of electricity into the air, black thunderstorms appeared above the town. Naruto, calm down, Shikamaru yelled. In response was a deep mocking laugh. Why should I? I'm going to kill every single Konoha ninja I see. The bloody eyes got brighter with every word. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. Out of nowhere, an arm smashed Naruto's right cheek. The impact sent him flying into many buildings. Hey ninjas, get out of here. Unless you want to die. Luffy commanded as he put on his straw hat. Naruto quickly got out of the rubble and faced his captain. Luffy, get out of my way. I'm giving those bastards what they deserve, the fox roared. No, Naruto, I know you're mad at them, but stop this madness. Your rampage is going to kill innocent people, Luffy replied. Who gives a damn about them? Did they care about my dying friend? If you don't get out of my way. Electricity shot out of Naruto's body like needles were impaled inside his body. I'll make you. I'm going to beat some sense into you. This isn't like you. Naruto, listen to me. I know this is not you. Snap out of the berserk mode. We'll solve your problems together. That's what friends are for. Luffy hollered. The demon flinched from the remark. The electricity vanished, and the left half of Naruto's body returned to normal. Naruto fell to his knees, and tears streamed down his face. Captain, I'm sorry. I lost my temper and let my anger get the best of me, Naruto cried. Don't worry about it. Let's go into the Grand Line. Everyone is waiting for you on Going Merry. Luffy helped his nakama up to his feet. However, Shikamaru and his team stood in their path. Hold up a second. We're supposed to capture you. We're not letting you get away, Shikamaru said. Luffy, let me fight them. I won't go berserk again, Naruto requested. The captain nodded as he stepped aside. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, shadow replication technique. 2 clones stood beside the original. Each one formed a Rasengan in one of the original's hand. Ino, Choji, we're using our old formation. We will paralyze him and then attack, Shikamaru commanded. His 2 teammates nodded as they took their positions. Double Rasengan. Naruto smirked. One had white lines swarming around the sphere. Another was being surrounded by lightning. Naruto smashed his 2 elemental Rasengans together, which resulted in a bigger sphere. The new Rasengan was a combination of the 2 original. Elemental Wind Lightning Rasengan. He charged at the 3. Ino, back me up, Choji. Stall him, Shikamaru ordered. Choji grew in size as he curled into a ball. Ino made a circle with her hands while Shikamaru's shadow started changing. Nakuden Sensha, Human Bullet Tank, Shinrenshin no Jutsu, Mind-Body Disturbance Technique. Kagemane no Jutsu, Shadow Imitation Technique. Choji started spinning and charged at Naruto while Shikamaru's shadow linked with Choji's. Naruto sidestepped the attack and charged straight towards the 2 supporters. However, he could not move. Once he looked down, he realized his shadow was linked with Shikamaru's. What the? Naruto questioned. When you sidestepped Choji's attack, I could easily get your shadow, the lazy boy explained. You just forgot that I can make clones to substitute my spot. With that, Naruto disappeared in smoke. He jumped down the air and aimed his Rasengan at Choji. However, a sudden pain shot through his body as he missed and fell flat on the ground. Get him now, Choji, Shikamaru shouted. The fox modes are a killer. With that remark, the blonde closed his eyes. Choji charged another attack at the unconscious ninja. Gomu Gomu no, bazooka. Luffy fired his move at Boulder Choji. The attack was enough to deflect the course of the move. Luffy quickly slung Naruto's body over his shoulder and charged towards the docks. Moments away from his ship, a white smoke rose around him. Suddenly, Luffy got punched in the face. He tumbled with his ninja's body. "I'm not letting you go," Smoker hissed. The rubber man slowly got up and dropped his straw hat over his companion's face. "Gomu Gomu no. Gatling gun." Smoker did not even blink while the attack charged towards him. With every fist colliding with his chest, it left holes. Smoke rose from the holes. "I'm also a devil fruit user. Your pitiful attacks won't hurt me." The captain turned his lower half of his body into smoke and charged to Luffy. He gave the boy another punch. "If you can't even beat me, you won't survive 1 second in the Grand Line. You have an injured comrade with you. I doubt you can beat me and protect him at the same time. Save both of your asses by turning yourselves in." The hunter sneered. Kaden. Kabaku Kasen. Fire release. Exploding burning arrow. A blazing arrow flew to Smoker, and exploded within contact of the captain. The delay was long enough for Luffy to escape to his ship with his friend. Captain Smoker turned to the direction of the arrow, and saw 2 hooded figures. "Nice accuracy as always," the taller clocked man commented. The shorter person slung the bow around the body. "You," Smoker hissed. "It's not time for you to capture Luffy's crew yet. I still want to see him in the New World." Tall cloaked guy replied. His face had painted marks all over. The shorter one did not reveal its face, but a little black hair flew out of the hood. "Going merry, Luffy," Usopp shouted as his captain climbed aboard the ship. "If the explosion didn't happen at that time, you might not have escaped," Sanji stated. "Do you know who made it?" The rubber man shook his head. "We're finally going to the Grand Line," Luffy cheered. "Let's make a toast, and some goals to achieve in the world's famous ocean." Sanji took out a barrel. He slammed his leg on the barrel. "My dream is to find all blue." Luffy joined. "My goal is to become Pirate King. I'm going to make a map of the world. I will become the strongest swordsman. I will be a brave warrior of the sea." Without noticing, Naruto walked up and slammed his leg slowly. "My dream is to help all of you achieve your dreams," the ninja stated weakly. All of them unleashed a cheer and shot their leg high into the air in unison. "Grand Line. Here we come." Quickly afterward, Naruto fainted again. Everyone agreed that finding a doctor was their first priority when entering the Grand Line. Shikamaru's pav. "Damn it, we lost him," the lazy ninja cursed. "The Hokage will not like this," Choji added. "It's all because of that person who made an explosion," Ino growled. The 3 was on a ship to sail back to Konoha. It was a large battleship with Captain Smoker and Tashigi. "Chase down the Straw Hat Pirates. We can't let them escape," Smoker barked. Soldiers quickly rushed from place to place. "I can't believe he would show his face around here," the captain added. "Who were the cloaked people?" Choji questioned. "You don't know? He's a very dangerous man. He is none other than Going merry. The only way we can get over the red line is using Reverse Mountain. The currents will shoot us upstream, so we can climb the mountain," Nami explained. "Because the current is so strong, we can't turn back if we're headed into one of the rocky zones," Sanji concluded. "That means we only have one shot at this. If we fail, we all die," Zoro declared. "Everyone, take your positions," Nami ordered. Sanji took the helm as Usopp and Zoro scrambled to the sails. Luffy laughed as he sat on the head of Going Merry. Nami gave directions to everyone. "We're not going to make it. We're headed straight for the gate," Usopp cried. Luffy jumped off the seat, and when Gomu Gomu no, Fuusen, balloon. His stomach expanded into a ball. The ship crashed into his enormous belly, and Luffy pushed the ship into the stream. He quickly shot his arm that was caught by Zoro and Usopp. "We're going to the most dangerous ocean in the world," Luffy cheered. The ship leapt into the clouds before pluming back into the current. Going Merry sped down like a rocket. Before hitting the bottom of the ride, all of the conscious Straw Hats heard a loud "What was that?" Zoro asked as he grabbed the hilts of his katanas. "Look at the size of that rock," Usopp gasped as a giant shadow came into view. "That's not right. There shouldn't be any rocks after we cross Reverse Mountain," Nami cried. The giant shadow got larger with every passing second. "That's not a rock. It's a giant whale," Luffy cried when a giant blue nose appeared. Jumping off of Mary's head, the rubber man went below deck. If that whale doesn't move, we'll crash into it, Usopp cried. He panicked and ran around deck like a madman. Zoro punched him upright on the skull to stop him. Without an alert, a cannonball was fired at the whale. The explosion caused the whale to panic and go on a rampage. It accidentally smashed the head of the Going Merry off. That was my special seat, Luffy roared. When they sailed past the whale, Luffy shot a pistol punch at the whale's eye. While Luffy retrieved his arm, his other nakama gasped with their mouths wide open. Nami was the first to beat up the captain. Luffy, are you trying to get us killed? She barked. It's the stupid whale's fault for breaking my seat, Luffy argued. The whale chose the time to face the Straw Hats and quickly enveloped the ship. Jiraiya's POV. Look who finally decided to show up, Jiraiya exclaimed as Mihawk entered the bar. The swordsman sat down next to Shanks. What was so important that you had me get here? Hawkeye's questioned as the waiter brought him a drink. The man took a quick gulp and then slammed the cup on the table. It's about the Akatsuki. I found out something about Itachi and Kisame, Jiraiya reported as he finished his sake. You mean, Sharingan Master, Itachi that has a bounty of 550 million, and, no-tailed, Kisame with 500 million? Shanks clarified. Those two are the ones. I found out that Kisame somehow disabled Naruto's seal, allowing him to somehow merge with the Kyuubi. Normally that would be a bad thing, but Akatsuki can't absorb the chakra of Naruto that easily now. I think they are somehow on our side, Jiraiya concluded. No offense Jiraiya, but ninjas are kind of self-centered. Especially the ones in Akatsuki, they just do whatever benefits them. Kisame can probably absorb the chakra, but wants something from the Akatsuki in return. That's how the ninjas I encountered work. Mihawk commented as he took another sip of his drink. Probably, but Kisame could have easily killed Luffy. I can't figure out why he would want Luffy alive. Maybe someone stopped him. Or, Luffy is stronger than you think. Red-haired stood up and glared at the hermit. I do believe that Luffy has gotten stronger over the years. The pirate walked out of the bar. What's his problem? Mihawk asked as he finished his drink. Jiraiya shrugged as he ordered another drink. Inside a whale, the inside of the whale's stomach fascinated the Straw Hats. Instead of seeing organs and guts, they feasted their eyes on clouds and birds. There was even a house floating with the water current. On the island next to the house was a chair and umbrella. A man wearing a pink shirt with green stripes and yellow circles, sky blue shorts, and petals on the back of his head walked out of the house. Once past the introductions of the Straw Hats aiming a cannon at the man's head, the water stayed making rough waves. We are in the whale's stomach. The acid will come soon, so you better protect your ship, the old man warned as the pirates got the ship out of the stomach. The old man had pointed to a giant metal door to lead the ship out. Hey Flower Osan, why are you living in a whale? Luffy asked excitedly while jumping on Mary's head. I have to take care of this whale, Laboon. I figured it would be much more convenient to live inside him. My name is Crocus, by the way. Crocus answered. Your name is too hard to remember. I'll just call you Flower Osan. Are you a doctor? We have an injured nakama below deck. Can you check on him? Luffy requested. Sure. Let me just give Laboon his shot. From time to time he always rams against the red line. If he keeps this up, he'll die. After applying the shot, the old man went below deck to look at Naruto. The rest of the crew followed. After inspecting the ninja, Crocus sighed. What did this boy do exactly? Crocus questioned. Naruto turned all red and fox-like. He was rampaging Loungetown. He fainted shortly after that. Luffy answered. Did this boy eat a devil fruit? He shouldn't be able to turn into a fox physically. But that's not the problem. He has a lot of fatigue. I don't have the proper equipment, but get him a body check. Also try to prevent him to go into that form again. His body has been damaged tremendously, and he can kill himself if he uses that form too much. Crocus took out a couple of bandages and medicine bottles from his little suitcase. He quickly wrapped the weakened parts of Naruto with bandages, and applied some medicine to parts of his skin. He's a ninja. Does chakra have anything to do with this? Sanji stated. Even for a ninja, this is still beyond normal, Crocus observed. He did make lightning appear. When I saw him, it looked like lightning needles were piercing him. but Naruto didn't act or look like he was in any pain. Luffy concluded. So he's a lightning chakra user. Ask this boy if anything ever happened to him. I feel like I'm missing a big piece of information. Crocus finished operating Naruto, and walked back up to deck. Naruto's paw of the ninja lay in the pond next to a giant cage. His eyes were closed. Kyuubi never stopped watching his host. After what seemed like ages, Naruto finally began to stir. He slowly sat up to face the fox. Did you enjoy your sleep? The fox snarled. What happened? You called me in your battle. I let your anger decide the strategies. You're still mourning over the death of that girl. Hearing this, the ninja looked as if he would burst in tears. Why did she have to die? The ninja whispered. He smashed his head on the floor. I've been trying too hard to forget about her death. Naruto's voice echoed throughout the room. The only noise that was heard was water dropping from the ceiling to the floor. I wouldn't know anything at all, since I'm not a baby like you. All I'm saying is you better get over her death, because yours will follow if you do not. Now I will state the important matter. The Kyuubi directed Naruto to look at his feet. Over the water he was standing on pictured the Straw Hat crew. What's so important? It's just Luffy and the others. If you continue to act weak over some stupid incident in the past, or unable to fight our enemy for some reason, it will affect the present. After the quick statement, the picture of the cheerful crew changed to a dreadful one. The Going Merry was in flames as it sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Aboard the ship was the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro and Sanji were nailed to the mast by knives piercing their chests. Usopp's spine was snapped, was blood gushing out of his stomach. Nami's entire face was covered in blood, and her nose was broken. A giant shadow figure crushed Luffy's neck, and tossed him into the sea. By the dead bodies of Zoro and Sanji lay a blond boy with his forehead to the floor. Tears streamed down his face as the figure approached. Stop this, Naruto gasped. The thing removed the knife pinning Zoro and Sanji, and threw them next to Usopp and Nami. He then smashed his fist on the deck to make a large hole in the ship. Naruto, this is what will happen if you will not put your act together. I am not talking about just your weakness over a friend's death, but also over your strength. Very powerful people will come after this crew because of your bounty. Playing by the rules will get you killed. Everybody cheats in the world, and you have to as well. After the fox gave his message, the water returned to normal. What are you saying? The ninja asked, still recovering from the scene. Stop hiding me from your friends. They will learn about me eventually. Right now, they are probably confused about you right now after you battle with your past friends. I want you to test their friendship. If they get scared of you, it proves my theory that trust is some stupid thing only idiots believe in. If they accept you, it still proves trust is a stupid thing because you are an idiot. Kyuubi grumbled. So you're saying that I'm an idiot either way? And what does that have to do with cheating? Naruto questioned. That's not the point. When your body heals, tell them what happened 14 years ago when you were born. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some important fox business to attend to. After the Nine Tails gave his speech, Naruto entered a black void. After a few seconds, he saw a glimpse of light that got bigger as a second passed each time. Inside a whale Crocus just protected Laboon by two people, a guy and woman. The guy had a gold crown and orange hair. He wore a green suit, and number 9s were drawn on both his cheeks. His partner in crime had long blue hair, a green fur coat, and blue boots. One of them fired a bullet at Laboon while inside him. Crocus blocked the attack. However, he remained uninjured after the bullet exploded at him. What do you think you're doing? Luffy growled. We can kill this whale to supply our entire village with food for weeks. Isn't that right, Mr. 9? The woman directed attention to the crown dude. That's right, Miss Wednesday. Mr. 9 replied. I won't let you, Luffy roared. Gomu Gomu no, pistol. He shot out his arm and smashed Mr. 9 right in the face. The crown man splashed into the water. He repeated the move at Miss Wednesday, and she followed her partner quickly after. Those two have been here constantly trying to kill Laboon. Flower Man grumbled. Well, let's get you guys outside. The exit is through that door. The pirates sailed outside. Not realizing the two criminals they just beat up snuck a trip. Twin Peak. This giant fish is really good, Luffy cried as he stuffed fish in his mouth. Sanji kicked him in the face for eating the entire elephant tuna, Zoro sighed as he took out his two new katanas. He weighed the new blades in his hands to familiarize them. The Grand Line has magnetic rocks all over the place that makes a compass useless. To navigate around this place, you need a special compass called a log pose, Crocus explained to Nami. Where do we get one? The navigator questioned. The flower man took out a weird watch that looked like a compass in a sphere. You can have mine. I'm not going on any trips soon anyway. Nami thanked the man as she put the log pose on her wrist. Suddenly, Laboon started tackling against the red line. He shook the earth around him. Why does it ram against the red line? Sanji hollered. When this whale was a baby, it was brought here by a pirate crew. The crew continued into the Grand Line, and left Laboon behind. They say that in 2 to 3 years that they would come back. That was 50 years ago. Laboon thinks they went back to South Blue. It's trying to smash the red line so it can try to find the pirate crew. Crocus answered. That explains why it has so many scars on its face. Usopp observed. Luffy suddenly gave a battle cry as it ran up the whale. The rubber man carried Mary's main mast above his head. Stop breaking apart our ship. The remaining Straw Hat pirates yelled in unison. The captain impaled the mast into Laboon's blowhole. The whale cried in pain as it shook Luffy off its head. The idiot captain gave a rubber pistol to the whale, which triggered another whale. Laboon smashed his head against Luffy, knocking him into the mountain. Laboon charged at the injured boy. Stop! Luffy cried. Laboon obeyed. This fight isn't over. I'm going to sail around the Grand Line. When we come back, we'll finish our match. I'll get stronger. Luffy grinned as Laboon began to tear up. It gave out a cry of joy. Everyone smiled to Luffy's decision. Minutes later, the rubber man painted a horrible drawing of the Straw Hat Pirate's Jolly Roger on Laboon's face. This is our promise mark. So don't go messing it up until we get back, the Straw Hat boy commanded. Zoro's instinct suddenly went off as he quickly drew his katanas. He pointed his blade at a couple of rocks. I know someone is behind those rocks. Come out to save your pain, he stated. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday slowly walked out. We need to ask you guys a favor. Can you get us back to our hometown? Mr. Nine asked. Why the hell would we do that? Nami shouted. She quickly built her staff and smashed it to the ground. Yeah, after you tried to kill our friend. Luffy added. He started winding his right arm for a punch. Look, we just wanted to kill the whale for food. Our village is not in the best condition. We mean no harm. If you take us back to Whiskey Peak, we won't try to kill the whale anymore. Miss Wednesday promised. Luffy stopped his attack and agreed. Why did you change our mind? Nami barked at her captain. They need help. And plus, if they cause us trouble, we can just throw them into the sea, Luffy replied. That's not the way to treat our guests, Mr. Nine argued. After seeing Zoro and Sanji's death glares, the prince quickly shrank down. All right, since I made my promise with the whale, our mission here is done. Let's set sail to Whiskey Peak. Luffy shouted. Everyone, but Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, cheered in unison. Naruto's flashback. Since this is our first time together, let's introduce ourselves. Kakashi instructed. You must state your name, likes and dislikes, dreams, etc. Can you show us? Sakura requested. Fine. Hello everyone. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. My dream, I never thought about. My likes and dislikes, I don't feel like telling you. The Jonin reported. I didn't get anything out of that other than his name. Sakura said in her mind. Kakashi pointed at Naruto, who was giving off an evil frown. Your turn. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto announced. I don't feel like telling you anything about me. All I am willing to give out is that someday, I'm going to be a pirate. My captain will be a friend I made by the name of Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to help him find One Piece, and I'm going to kill any person who upset me or my friends. The blonde turned his glare to Sasuke. That means if you anger me by hurting my friends, I will decay your existence in this world. Naruto growled. He quickly turned away from the sight of his hater. I'll show him for insulting Emi. Just wait, Sasuke. I'm not going to be friendly with you. That was interesting. Naruto, I suggest you give up your dream of being a pirate. Members of the Elite Council have already assigned Elite Jonin and Anbu ninjas to watch over you ever since you declared that dream. Kakashi stated. Naruto spat on the floor. And why should I listen to you? He spat. I'm going to do whatever I want. I don't care if you're a Jonin, or if everyone in this village respects you. I will tell you this. Konoha will be gone. Anyone who has treated me decently will be spared, but anyone who doesn't, like you, Naruto punched the ground so hard the stone cracked, will crumble away like this stone floor. The fox ninja sat back down. He ignored the angry and shocked faces Sakura gave. Fine, let us move on with this introduction. Sakura, you go next. My name is Haruno Sakura. I hate boys like Naruto, and I like. She blushed when she looked at Sasuke. Naruto got up from between Sakura and Sasuke. He stood against a wall and looked at the clouds. Okay. Moving on now, your turn Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I have a lot of likes and dislikes. I will restore my clan, and kill a certain someone, Sasuke said coldly. The one I want, you bastard, Naruto roared at the Uchiha. Sasuke didn't flinch from the threat. All he did was narrow his eyebrows. Try your luck then. If you're lucky, you will only end up with minor bones broken, the boy stated in his death tone. Naruto growled as he looked away. Okay, let's break this fight up. We're going to training field 8. Meet me there tomorrow at dawn. Under the deck of Going Merry, the first thing Naruto saw was a wooden ceiling. He tried to get up, but the pain quickly forced him back into the bed. He looked at his arms and noticed someone bandaged him up. Thinking about the memory he just had, he tightened his fist. Sasuke, I'm going to find you. I will make sure my hands end your life, Naruto said in his mind. The fox ninja slowly ripped off his bandages, and tightly clenched his jaw. His anger started revealing as his eyes went from sapphire blue to bloody red. Uchiha Sasuke, I know you killed her, Naruto whispered to himself. I'm going to make you feel what she went through. Shortly afterward, Naruto fell onto the ground. His entire body felt like it was passing a wall of lava. He gave a cry of pain before going unconscious again. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.